Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Live and direct, coming to you straight from Los Angeles, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our annual Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week, helping you lead your life, lead your business by redefining journalism, empowering leaders, and inspiring change. I'm so excited to kick off what's going to be actually a 8-day adventure to dive into leadership principles from about 200 speakers, a record-setting 200 speakers. We're honored this year to be joined by some of the world's top thought leaders in a multitude of different industries, whether it's government, whether it's at the highest levels of intelligence, whether it's in the highest levels of military, public service, personal development, leadership principles in the private sector, public sector, and everything in between. We have such an eclectic group of individuals that have joined us on our mission to redefine journalism and make the world a better place. And I'm so excited to kick off this year's program. I'm going to ask some folks to chime in and share with our audience how excited they are. But before we do that, I want to welcome some of the individuals joining us live in the virtual auditorium. I'm going to ask everyone to put the city that you are watching us from. Please put the city that you are watching us from, because last year we had people from a record-setting number of cities from around the world join us, and we want to be able to top that this year. So please, as everyone else that's joining me here on the virtual auditorium is sharing their thoughts as we kick off, put what city you're watching us from. Let's start off with Parisa Rose. Parisa, how excited are you this year, please?
Hey, Mo. Hey, everyone. It is so good to be here with all of you. And I have to say, I'm not excited. I'm like beyond excited. And this is why. We have the most incredible people. I don't say things just to say them. I'm speaking from a place of certainty. The people we have on these next 8 days are incredible. Grab your pen, grab your pencils, take your notes, and really allow these lessons to really soak in, and these insights, apply them. I encourage you to apply them. I'm excited, though. I'm excited. Thanks, Mel.
Michael Silvers.
You know, the great thing about it, hi, everybody. The great thing about what's going on is we all see leadership. Sometimes it's a little different perspective, or we feel that what we're doing or creating in our lives, we need a little bit of shift. And the great thing is you're going to hear from so many different people of how they see leadership, that you can take each little piece that works for you, then take some pieces that push you to that next level, and just learn from the show every day. If you just take away one thing, you've had a great move towards your life, success, and everything you want to create around leadership. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you, Michael. Donna Campbell.
Hello, and welcome, everybody. What I truly love is that Leadership Week is in the spring, so it often signifies new beginnings. Now, I know a lot of people celebrate at the beginning of the year in January for the whole year. I know businesses start in October, a lot of them, to celebrate their new year. And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, I love to think that Leadership Week in May here kicks off our new year with new thought leaders and people to pay attention to throughout the whole next year. And you know what? It's never the same show twice.
Ava Manuel.
I love what you said, Donna. You know, it's the beginning of a new year, and it absolutely is. With 8 days of leadership, it's like Shark Week, but leadership. And so it's amazing because the world will never be the same. It's never going to be the same after these 8 days. And I'm so excited and thrilled for all of the speakers that are coming to just pour on you in the next 8 days. Thank you, Mo.
Alicia Magnus Lewis.
Thank you all so much for joining us. Over the next 8 days, we're not here to just talk about leadership. We're here to embody it. That means each and every one of you, whether you're building a business, you're shaping your community, or navigating your personal growth, your ability to lead yourself is where the real influence begins. So here, we're encouraging you all to step into the kind of leader that the world needs right now. And we ask you to not just take notes, like take ownership, ask questions, reflect, share comments, share this program with your community, with your friends. It is a celebration, but we're also bringing phenomenal leaders from all around the globe. This is a global event to be here with you this week. So we ask that you celebrate with us and reach out in the comments. We'd like to know what you're thinking, how this week is impacting you, what you're learning, what insights you have, and also what questions that you have. Back to you, Mo.
Thank you so much. And we have thousands and thousands of people that are going to be watching this after the fact, but we encourage folks to choose the live experience. The ones that are actually interacting and experiencing it live have a different experience, although the replays are available for those that registered, and we have people that registered from a multitude of different countries to watch this event. I really believe when you join us live and you're part of that group that attends live, it's a special experience. And before we go to our first guest, I want to pass the baton to Parisa Rose. Now, Parisa Rose is not only the Chief Operating Officer, the COO of the Los Angeles Tribune, she's also a record-holding and record-setting athlete at the NCAA level. And Parisa, you're somebody that, whether it's in business, whether it's running a big company, whether it's as an athlete, you've proven high performance. And so you're going to help lead the next dialogue that's going to start in a couple of minutes. Before you share with our audience who you've chosen to open up Leadership Week with, I want you to talk a little bit about leadership from your perspective, because you're also somebody uniquely qualified to talk about high performance as somebody that has achieved some of the things that I've mentioned. So I want you to share a little bit what leadership means to you, Parisa, and then segue into who you're going to be joined with here on our virtual stage. Please, Parisa Rose.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mo. And I appreciate the question. So I've found that my life journey is absolutely reflective of how I would explain what true leadership means for me. And that is really allowing myself to find the authority of my own voice. And if you were to look at the root of the word authority, you would see the word author. If you were to dive into the root of the word author, you would understand that is one that creates, one that is creating. So I really 100%, hands down, really view true leadership as a place of authority within my own voice, authority within my own space, and allowing myself to move in that autonomy and that personal agency. And I feel that everyone can experience me a bit like that. And really, it's leadership. True leadership is not what anyone else is doing, not what I was doing on the screen, not what Michael, not Alicia, no one but me. And it's not about me, but it's allowing myself to bring forth the trueness of that authority. And authority is not assertiveness. Authority is just full ownership of my voice, of me, of the moment, and of the presence in this place. So
what a fantastic opening, Parisa. And I'm going to ask you to go ahead and set the stage for the first guest of Leadership Week, who's going to be joined in a conversation with you. Parisa, please.
Yes. So I am so excited to bring our first guest on, our opener for this wonderful 8 days we have here. Our first guest, his name is Matt Scott. Okay. He is a renowned Paralympic and wheelchair basketball player here from the US. He's known for his incredible skills on the court and his inspiring journey as an athlete. Matt has competed in multiple Paralympic Games, helping Team USA secure medals and bringing significant attention to the sport. Off the court, he's also an advocate for athletes with disabilities. He's a motivational speaker who shares a story to inspire others. He's recognized not just for his athletic accomplishments, though, but for his positive impact on the community. So I am so excited to bring up Matt Scott. Matt, we'll bring you up to stage in just a second. There we go. Real time experiences here. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate the beautiful introduction. Like that was amazing. I can honestly say that these types of introductions never get old, but hearing about my accomplishments from someone as esteemed as you, it really humbling. So thank you so much.
Oh, it's an honor, truly an honor. And I would love to open up the conversation with the question that we're bringing forth to our guests today, and that is, what does true leadership mean for you?
For me, true leadership is about authenticity. It's really hard to follow a leader that isn't authentically giving that example to follow. When I was a kid and I was looking up to leaders of my own, I was always looking for people who owned who they were, and they were the easiest to follow because they believed in who they were and they gave that example to follow. So authenticity is the key to leadership.
Okay, I love that. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to put it a bit on you for a second now. So if that's what you followed and what you saw and sought out in other, other players, other athletes, what does that look like for you?
Ooh, for me, it's always about intentionality, legacy, and purpose. As a person with a physical disability, I was born with my disability. I've always saw that disability a little bit differently than society sees it. I wake up every day feeling like I have an opportunity to shape society's vision of what disability looks like and what the true capability of a person with a disability is. So that legacy and purpose is how I lead. My purpose is to make sure that people that come after me, that look like me, that have the same experiences as me, they have something to follow. And I leave behind that legacy, and whether it be from an athletic perspective, because I was able to do some things on the basketball court and really sort of carve out a lane for myself in sports, but also even in business. And I run an organization now called Fly Without Limits. It's a disability empowerment organization, and I want that to be my legacy. I want people to see what we're doing with Fly Without Limits and change the perception of people with disabilities and what we're capable of.
Powerful. I'd love to dive a bit more into that. Oh, go ahead, Alicia. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'd love to dive into that. Like you said, Parisa, for you, Matt, what does Fly Without Limits mean? And when people come across your organization, what is it that you'd like them to be aware about or experience when they think about flying without limits? Because that's so powerful.
Yeah, definitely. Well, definitely challenging systems, challenging stereotypes, and really leading in this space. I find that there's some very common tropes and some I think just some stereotypes with disability that I like to just get out of the way. I just even as a Paralympic athlete, I think sometimes even the fact that a lot of people are inspired by that. People are inspired by the fact that I'm a person with a disability. I'm completing these different things on the competitive field. But I like to challenge people's perception of what is inspiring to them. I think sometimes people with disabilities, they'll experience something like they'll just be out at the grocery store and someone will tell them that, oh, you inspire me. I like to challenge people like, what about me is inspiring to you? Because there's a lot of things that I have a lot of interesting things about me, and having a disability is probably the least interesting thing about me. But yeah, with Fly Without Limits, we want to challenge stereotypes. We want to challenge systems, and we want to continue to empower the disability community and not lean into any negative stereotype.
I love that. I'd love to challenge you a bit on that, Matt. I would love, not challenge you, but I'd love to challenge the stereotypes. I'd love for you to highlight one of the main stereotypes that, if you could presence that in this moment to allow people to really experience and have it come from you, be like, hey, this stereotype is not accurate because that. I'd love to presence that.
Yeah. So again, speaking from an athletic perspective, sometimes it's sometimes we're looked at as like we need to be inspiring. As a person with a disability, like that's our job out there as athletes with disabilities, like to inspire people. When actually we're just competing. Like I love basketball. I grew up as a basketball player. Um, there was never a time in my life that I didn't think I was going to be a basketball player. Like I love the sport. It's something that I truly value. It's something that's done a lot for me. But I don't do it to necessarily inspire those around me. I think that's a byproduct of that. Whether I'm inspiring the younger generation or inspiring other people who are perceiving it. But just having a disability and like overcoming, I'm using the I guess air quotes, because overcoming disability isn't something that I do. Overcoming disability would mean that I no longer have a disability, and I don't think of disability as something that needs to be overcame. It's something that I live with every day, but I don't see it as a negative thing. And the stereotypes that I challenge are that disability is this horrible thing that's happening to people. It is something that happens, whether it's through birth or acquired later in life. But what happens later, what happens after that is truly what it's the most important. And I just always have seen my disability as an incredible opportunity, and I'll always use it as an opportunity.
I really hope what you just said landed for people, that it's not something to overcome. I often have said that a diagnosis does not mean you're defective. And I've said that from a place of experience, from a place of being in that posture, in that position, in that experience of life. And I feel like you're saying the exact same thing, just in different words. And I really hope that people really take that away. Thank you for being for receiving my very direct prompt with that. I know that you didn't know what I was going to ask any portion of this segment, and I really appreciate the openness and your receptivity to my question there, because it definitely put you on the spot there, but thank you for that. That's, there's nothing to overcome. That's absolutely.
My goal has always just been to advocate through excellence. As a person with a disability and a very proud person with a disability, I want to advocate, and I want people to see the very best of what our community has to offer. And through Fly Without Limits, I'm hoping to continue to promote that and show the world what we're capable of.
So good. So I'd love to hear maybe like one lesson or one principle that you learned and that you really applied and took hold of as an athlete that you use on a daily basis outside of the court.
Ooh, a principle that I use every day.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a big mama's boy, and my mom has always really given me a lot of strong advice that I can use always. But my mom taught me to turn things that happen to me into strength. Whether it not just disability, anything that I encounter, turn it into a strength. So I've always been someone to look at things that could be perceived as negativity and look at ways to flip that and turn that into my strength. The equivalent of turning your weaknesses into strengths. That's something that I take with me all the time. I use it as an athlete. Things that I wasn't necessarily good at, I would double down and sharpen my sword and turn those things into strengths. But also just, in the corporate landscape, I try to turn my weaknesses into strength. Throughout my organization, I try to turn our weaknesses into strengths. And I just think it's a principle that I live by.
Your weaknesses into strengths. Yes. I mean, I can absolutely identify that as a former athlete and as a normal human being right now. So the one question that I really love diving into with those that have reached the highest of the high and the top of any athletic accomplishment, those that hold those Olympic gold medals, what does success look like for you outside of a gold medal?
Ooh, I love this question. Success for me looks like representation at the highest level. I'll answer your question by kind of prompting myself a bit. So, growing up, I didn't see people that necessarily look like me that have that have a disability. I didn't see them in high rankings in business. I didn't see them being celebrated as athletes. I didn't see them on TV, behind, news stations or as actors. I didn't see that. So success for me would be to have achieved that representation across the board. So I think that some of those things are happening. Like I've been able to grace the TV and be a part of the media, which has been great. I've been a part of some nationwide campaigns. It's some of the most recognized brands in the world. I've accomplished that. I work at a Fortune 50 company at the moment, and I feel good to have representation in the corporate space. I want to continue to climb those ladders and continue to have representation across the board. And that's what success looks like to me, to have achieved that level of representation in spaces that I never would have imagined when I was a kid. And so the kids that come up after me, they'll never have to feel as if they don't belong. When they hit a basketball court, they know that they belong there because they saw Matt Scott win his gold medal as a basketball player. When they're done playing basketball and they want to work in the corporate landscape and they want to become an executive somewhere, they know that is possible because they've seen me do it. When they turn on the TV, they see Matt Scott on there. I'm just trying to be the best representation I possibly can.
Woo! That is powerful. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That was I feel that, and I'm saying this from different sport, different athlete. And when you've accomplished certain things in a sport, people can often, and it's not a bad thing, but people can often keep you in that box, right? Mm-hmm. And again, it's not a bad thing. And my favorite word, and it's very limiting. Mm. It's very limiting to the individual because it becomes an identity. And just like we are here on screen, we are more than just this moment, right?
That's right.
So I love that I love the perspective that you're sharing. And again, like you did not know any questions I was going to ask you. You allowed freely this to be a very genuine, raw experience between the two of us to offer the highest value to those that are watching and listening. And I appreciate all of that you are sharing because it can be, I know that a lot of the time people are going to want to talk to you and talk about the highest of the highs and all of these moments. And there's nothing wrong with that. And it's amazing. And there's a lot of grittiness that comes to get to the highest of the high. The grittiness is what shapes the person. The grittiness is what shapes the character of the human on screen right now. So I appreciate you bringing forth the pieces that have been a part of that grittiness journey that brings you here today. I really appreciate that.
No worries. It's my honor. And as a competitor, as a Paralympic gold medalist, I've been in some pressure situations. But Parisa, pressure is my comfort zone. Like that's where I live. As a competitor yourself, you know how that goes. We just know how to perform when the pressure gets tight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Before I dive into the next question, you become very accustomed to performing under pressure, but it's not performing, it's just excelling under pressure, right? And it's allowing your excellence to be steady, whatever that excellence is in any given moment. And before we even hop on this live broadcast, as we're minutes going into being live, I'm doing the same physical like little routines that I did when I was an athlete, and it still gets me in that zone, and I use it and I apply it, and I love it. I love it. So I totally get you, and this is fun. I am having such a good time, and again, thank you. So next question I want to dive into is I want you to talk about you can call it a setback. Some would call it a failure. I know that you most likely have a reframe for that. But I'd love for you to share what could be perceived as a failure to many and how you worked through that and what that looked like.
Yeah. I mean, I've experienced failure in all parts of life. And I think ultimately my failures have always led to my next win. I don't, as an athlete, you always take wins and losses. Like those are the things that you take to heart. And as someone who really hates to lose more than they like to win, the word failure is a tough word. Like that's like the dirtiest word in my vocabulary. Like failure is a bad word.
I had to say so.
Yeah, it's a bad word, and it really weighs heavy. But when I choose carefully when I use the word failure. I choose carefully. I don't implement that word too early, because sometimes sometimes it's just not going your way. Sometimes it's just not your game. But it's not a failure until it's not over till it's over. Really, it's like I think that you can take losses without it being a failure. I think some of my losses have really given me the data and given me the experience and given me the things that I need to take and get to that win. So I wouldn't call those failures. But yeah, again, it's a tough word, but the way that I look at failure is that I don't implement that word too early. It's like, is this a failure, or am I just experiencing a little bit of loss? And then how can I take that loss to get to my next win?
Don't use the word failure too early. And that's why I used the word, because I knew something like that would come out for a response. So I knew that I had to use it. I don't even like the word failure. I personally, and I don't like the word regret. I personally don't I don't use a lot of these words on an everyday basis. It just is not a part of my vocabulary. However, for the sake of relating to anyone that's listening to us right now, sometimes these words that we use on an everyday basis, often, or on a frequent basis, we don't realize how often we're using them and how much they are framing how we're experiencing a situation. And I agree. I happen to agree with your method and your philosophy around it, is that to not use it too early. And we are, as they say, meaning making machines, right? Like what are you deeming as failure? Maybe it's just a revealing of, and it's a chiseling away of, and it's you're getting closer to.
That's right.
I
would tell anybody that's watching this that resilience is something that you learn. It's a skill, and you can sharpen that skill every single day with the decisions that you make. So you can decide that something's a failure. You can decide that super early. Like you can wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and be like, "Oh, today sucks," like it's over. Or you can make that decision to be resilient, and resilience is not only a skill that you learn. It's something that you have to reinforce all the time. You have to back up resilience. It's like you're not just resilient one time and then like that resilience continues to be. Like you have to continue to add to that bank of resilience, and it's through the decisions that we make. It's through our mindset. and it's about how we handle the situations that happen to us.
I think that resilience is a flashy word, right? Resilience is a word that it's aspirational, right?
Mhm.
And I think that it's also a word that is so misunderstood in the sense of its application and its acquisition. I think that it's also something that people don't realize that is nothing but a very gritty game. And I feel that that's where true leadership of oneself really starts, is your relationship with how gritty you'll allow yourself to get for how long. I'd love to know what gritty looks like for you.
Ooh. What gritty looks like for
Let's
me?
go there. Let's go. Yeah.
Well, it's just that never say die mentality. You know, it's just like that getting up every day with purpose and like making sure that you're able to obtain your why no matter what. Like I have a very like my North Star is my why. Like I wake up every day. I told you I'm a very purpose driven individual. And I do believe that I have a purpose, and I wake up very clear every day knowing what that purpose is. And for me, being gritty is like no matter what the circumstances are, uh, I need to be moving towards that North Star. I need to be moving towards that why. There's a lot of things that could prohibit you from getting closer to something, whether it be illness, whether it be mindset, whether it be whatever the case may be. But you can always move towards that why. You can always move towards your North Star. And I just remind myself of that every day. And that's me being gritty. Just taking whatever circumstances are in front of me and getting closer to my why no matter what.
Getting closer. And that's subjective. Getting closer. There's no measurement on closer. It's just movement.
That's right.
Right?
That's right. Positive movement, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And I appreciate that you didn't have a way to quantify that. Had a way to describe the verb, the action of it, right? Because I think we often as humans, we're always calculating, we're evaluating, we're judging, we're estimating, we're making sense of the world around us. And that is to be expected in this human experience, right? And although that's normal and it's crucial in a lot of times and it's valuable, it can also become a limitation because the eyes of judgment, our own eyes of judgment upon ourselves really kind of sits in if we have a way to measure or quantify what closer actually is. So getting closer, just closer. That's what gritty is for you. I'm all here closer. Let's go.
And also just, I think, leaning back into being an advocate and being a person with the disability, I feel like I've had to fight for a lot of things for my entire life, whether it be accessibility or representation or just like a freaking seat at the table sometimes. I think I've had to fight for a lot of those things. I do so with a smile on my face, but it is a fight. It is a fight every single day to have our voice heard, to have my voice heard. That grittiness comes from that. The grittiness that I have comes from having to fight for simple things like access that appeared radical to some people. It's like, but access shouldn't be radical. It should be normalized.
Absolutely. This might be stating the obvious, but I'd like to ask the obvious question. You said smile through it though. Like, why smile? Why bother smiling if it's still a struggle?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a very good question. I have a very positive mindset. I just do. I think like I've heard this word before. I've like taken offense to it sometimes. And like, like some people say like toxic positivity, right? Or like some people look at it like some things that are just not a positive situation. You can't always find the bright side.
Yeah.
But I disagree with those people strongly. I do. I just think there is positivity in, maybe not positivity in every situation, but you can always find a way to grow from something. You can always choose how you react to something. And why smile through it? Because genuinely, I'm encouraged to have the fight that I have. I find it to be a privilege. I wake up, like I said, every day with my disability, and I wake up feeling like that's a privilege, feeling like I'm going to meet someone that has never encountered disability the way that I can, express it to them, or I'm going to show somebody something different. I smile at those opportunities. I think that's great. I think, when I put myself out there, when I'm having these types of conversations, maybe someone's going to be watching this that has no idea about the Paralympics, has no idea that Team USA has just won 3 straight gold medals in wheelchair basketball, has no idea that Fly Without Limits existed. Maybe they know someone with a disability and they're going to, look us up and will forever change someone's life. Like those things make me smile, like that potential, that opportunity. So why smile through it is because there's a lot to smile about. There's a lot of change to happen in the world, and I'm happy to fight for it.
Why not? Smile. Why not?
That's right.
Because you can, right?
That's right.
Woo! Oh, this is good. Okay. So I want to take a bit of a pivot in our remaining minutes here. A bit of a pivot. So if those that are listening to the sound of my voice, if y'all didn't know where the location of the next Olympics, if you see the name behind me, it's here. It's in Los Angeles. And if you could feel the excitement that I have for this, then like you would be probably like not know what to do with it, because I mean, it's in the blood. It is in the blood. And so I have to close, as we start to close here, I would love to hear how you see the future of adaptive sports as we approach LA 28, the next Olympic Games, the next Summer Olympic Games. How do you envision adaptive sports evolving at LA 28? And I'm going to allow the moment for you to like put this out there, declare it, proclaim it. How do you envision yourself in that?
This is a strong question. I love this because I have, I remember when I first logged on, you were saying how excited you were for this 8 days. Like that's equally how I feel about this runway that we have for the Paralympics. LA 2028 has the opportunity to really put adaptive sports, para sports, like I won't say on the map because we're there. Like there's legends out there. There's people that are really making strong strides in the Paralympic movement, but it's going to be in our backyard. It's going to be in LA. I think that perspective is really going to shift because people are going to have this opportunity to not just see Paralympic sport, but also appreciate it for the strong movement that it is. The Paralympic, being a Paralympian shaped me. It empowered me, and it showed me how to carry a movement, how to be a part of something that maybe isn't necessarily the popular thing, but stay with it and give it its time to grow. It's had time to grow. And this runway that we have coming right now is really going to show the growth of the Paralympic movement. I see myself playing a strong role in it. I really want to, I worked in the media for the Paris 2024 games. I was working for NBC doing the news. I would really like to have a strong presence in the media for LA 2028. If anything, I'll be there with Team USA written across my chest and some billboards. Like I'll be a fan. I'll be in the media. I'll be a part of it in any way that I can, because this is going to be such an amazing event. And it's going to be something that changes people's perspective on that movement.
Mic drop. We're done. Just go home. Oh my gosh. I mean, I see Alicia in the green room, like so excited. So excited. Come on up, Alicia. Oh yes, I am so excited. I felt like we couldn't do this broadcast justice unless we addressed some things that were coming up here that were important here in LA. And yes, it's exciting. The Olympics are exciting. I mean, you can between you and I, like this excitement is, I feel like, pretty palpable. And anything that's exciting, anything that draws that many eyeballs is also an opportunity for awareness. It's an opportunity for connection. It's an opportunity for conversation. It's an opportunity for education. It's an opportunity for a lot of things. And we get to step into that opportunity, especially those that have, positions within media. We get to be responsible with that opportunity. So I am so grateful to hear that perspective that you hold with it. I'm excited. I would love to give you the last few minutes to share your final thoughts with our audience. It has been such a joy to have you. Thank you so much for sharing, for being so open and receiving all of my my questions. Just receiving it and diving right in.
Well, this has been an incredible conversation, and I appreciate the platform and the opportunity to discuss these things. I'm incredibly passionate about the disability community, incredibly passionate about the Paralympic movement. I'm incredibly passionate about Fly Without Limits and the change that we want to see in the world, and being that active change, and just being a strong advocate. If I leave anyone with anything today, is just that disability isn't a niche. It's a global reality. There's millions of people. I think there's over 1 billion people globally that live with a disability worldwide, and it's a strong community. With that being said, there's a lot of capability within that community. Disability doesn't mean inability, and I hope that my life, my career, and my purpose has been a blueprint to show that for not only people with disabilities to follow and be proud of, but also people without disabilities to see the things that we're truly capable of. Again, I've been a Paralympic gold medalist. I work in the corporate space. I run a nonprofit organization, worked in the media. I've done a lot of things that I'm truly proud of, and I hope that my community can be proud of me as well.
Wow. Alicia, go over to you. I am just going to take the moment to soak all of that in. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so much, Parisa. And thank you so much, Matt, for sharing with our community. I think what a strong and beautiful way to open Leadership Week, just with a realness, right? A realness about who you are and what you're trying to do. And I just love how you talked about, sometimes you don't do it for other people. You do it because you want to live the life you want to live. And that is so important and key for people to remember as they engage with the world. We all get to engage with the world, but there are just goals and dreams and visions that we have within ourselves that were put within us, that we get to live, that we get to exude and embody and live out. And I appreciate you, Matt, for sharing that trueness and that realness with our community. For those of you that are just tuning in, this is LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025, and you just heard from Matt Scott, who does so much, right? You are so multifaceted. I'm here for all of it, right? And we just appreciate you for coming here and sharing your truth with our community. And I know that the comments were going crazy today, but you showed up as yourself, but in showing up as yourself, you shared so many gems and insights with our community. So we truly thank you for joining us today, Matt. And I'm sure that we will see you again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. Take care.
Thanks so much, Matt.
Wow.
I'm going to sit with that. I'm going to sit with that whole segment. I knew Matt was going to come 100% as himself, and I'm so grateful that he allowed himself to as well, because it's always an allowance, right? what a great way to start all of the rest of these segments and these interviews, these conversations, and way to set the standard, Matt. Let's go.
Yes.
This is so great. I'm excited for our next one. I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh, what a great segment. We appreciate you, Matt, for joining us today. For those of you tuning in, we are just getting started. Today is day 1 of 8 days of leadership insights and principles from leaders from around the world. And it is such a delight and honor to introduce our next guest. Her name is Dame Doria Cordova. She is a pioneering force in entrepreneurial education and a champion of socially responsible businesses. As the CEO and owner of Accelerated Business Schools and the Money and You program, she has empowered over 200,000 graduates across 85 countries since 1979. And we know there are many more because of the ripple effect. Her transformative programs have influenced renowned figures that you all know, such as Sharon Lechter, Tony Robbins, Mark Victor Hansen, Paul Mitchell, Harv Eker, Ben Cohen of Ben & Jerry's, Robert Kiyosaki of Rich Dad Poor Dad, Jack Canfield, and many, many more. And she always emphasizes the principles of leverage, of systems, and of sustainable success. And I know that you're going to hear about that with her today. She's inspired by the visionary Buckminster Fuller, and her mission is truly to uplift humanity's consciousness through education and entrepreneurship. And beyond education, she's a global business leader. She's founded the Dame Doria Cordova Foundation, and she's an accomplished author with works such as the Money and You book series, Access to Cash. And I know that you're working on volume 3 of your book series right now, Dame Doria. It is such a pleasure and an honor to introduce you here during LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025. Welcome, Dame Doria. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Aloha, everyone. I am so excited. And I just wanted to say that I'm so moved too by that young man. You know, like when you sometimes think about your own life, you know, like my beloved and I say, we have no problems. You know, we have the ability to be able to see, we have our arms and legs, we have cash flow. You know, it's like, wow, so beautiful. So I see you. I see you, Matt, and being on the news and entertaining us. I'm going to look for you.
Thank you so much for that, Dame Doria. So, Dame Doria, we are here. It's Leadership Week 2025. You have led so many leaders, right, who have ultimately impacted and influenced and helped transform so many individuals around the world. When you think about what it means to be a leader and you think about what it means to show up in a space or place where you don't maybe know what your impact is going to be, but you know that how you show up will have an impact on somebody, what is it that you want people to really be aware and to know about?
A leader carries the essence of responsibility. So I have met all the way from Fidel Castro at the height of the Cold War in 1984. I spent hours in a meeting. It was a peace mission through the UN. Not a fan. I'm not a fan, but that was the first leader that was so famous. And it was really interesting to be in his presence. He kind of like exuded responsibility. And then I have met, you know, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, and I have met, you know, Bill Clinton. I have met other leaders. And then I have met leaders in nonprofits and leaders in communities, small, large, everywhere. The one thing they carry is the essence of responsibility. Responsibility. They are in charge. That particular lane, whatever it is that they're doing, they are the ones who are going to make it happen. They're the one, no matter what happens to them, no matter what comes at them, they're going to go around it. And if you knock them down, they lose everything because they have access, because they have demonstrated, because people admire them. It won't take them long to come back and do it again.
So for those that are maybe, because Dame Doria, you've worked with so many leaders, right, from around the world. For those that are maybe stepping into leadership or not even realizing that they are innately a leader in their life, what would you want to share with them about how to own that responsibility, refine it, and hone it so that they can really show up for the people that they're leading around them?
Well, right now, if I may talk about what is happening right now with us, we are in a beautiful 7-day program that I don't even know if you get how much work it takes to organize all of us to be here, right? So how about if right now you show leadership by sharing this particular program? And I tell you why you want to do it, because when people go to your Facebook or whatever social media you can share this in, like they're going to see that you're willing to share a gift with them. That, and not only that, but people will start coming back to you. Like even when I'm speaking, I say to people, go to my Facebook, my personal one, Doria Cordova, and you will see all of these programs from the Los Angeles Tribunes that are like days long, that will have all these masters that can teach you. So like when you are constantly empowering, constantly thinking of the other, that's what a good leader does. Think of the other. The other thing is that you really need to understand generalized principles like leverage. So this program is absolutely, totally leverage. You are leveraging education. You're leveraging media. The Los Angeles Tribune I champion you guys and will be here as much as possible. Like right now, all of you who are like even on Facebook, start sharing, start putting information like this program and connect with people and just let people get to know you. So leadership, it shows up by actions. And I want to really recommend to you that you right now, I know that we can't be here all 7 days. You know, we have a 99-year-old mama, but you know, I put the program on in front of her and she sometimes looks at it. She's so sweet, right? And goes, pretty people, right? So even with your 99-year-old mama, you put on the program and you can have caption if you can listen, right? So what you can do is you can pick 3 top things that you can take action in. Take a lot of notes or come back to it or do all the AI stuff that can be done now. You can record it. You can go ahead and have it transcribe, whatever it is that you do in order for you to take good notes. And then pick 3 things that you're going to take action on. Because sometimes we have a tendency to go into overwhelm and go, oh, that was so much. But you have to be clear. You have to be very clear on your lane. That's responsibility. That is leadership. So if people can go to moneyandyou.com, there is a book that I'm still giving for free. That book is not going to last long because I really expand on the business success model in my upcoming. There's 3 volumes. I had so much information, Alicia. We had to break it up into 3 volumes. And what I'm going to do, the business success model that's for free now in moneyandyou.com goes through the business success model. We learn from masters. We create a niche. We leverage that niche through systems, through an aligned team. We create synergy and then we create results. So don't promote all the time, because you need to have that economic engine that you can then leverage your product, your services. And when we are here, when we're participating with the Los Angeles Tribune, all the different beautiful causes that you have, all the beautiful speakers that you have. So we take gems from them and I go, oh my God, I didn't think about that in that particular, AI. I mean, I watch all of your summits, right? I mean, oh my God, I was just
appreciate that.
I share with some people, I go, oh, you got to go back to the one on the mental, the tech stuff that they had. I think you had one on
LA Tech Week, yes, last year.
Oh my God, I love that one. I mean, that blew my mind, right? And then, so what happens for me is that I will pick. Now, honestly, I take a lot more than 3, but then I've been doing this for 47 years. So my brain is kind of stretched out. So you have to understand that a lot of times people don't have the ability to take in that much information. I have a whole chapter in my book now on accelerated learning, on how we take in information. So you have to really know yourself. And then when stuff comes up and you go, I'm not really that, I'm never going to really accomplish that. This young man, Matt, his mother, I'll tell you right now what his mother did with him. She ingrained in him deservability. Son, you can do whatever. You can reach whatever. You just go for it. That's deservability. But not everyone has a mother like that, or a father like that, nor we are at a disadvantage because our educational system around the world, no matter where you are in the world, does not cater for 100% of its students. So we come from a place of scarcity, and so we're afraid to do this, we're afraid to do that. We are even in scarcity of how much success we can have. So bring your big girl pants, put your big girl pants on, be a leader, take in the information, take action, and more than anything else, leverage. I have a huge, several chapters on leverage.
On leverage. And you talk about leverage so much, Dame Doria. And, you said something early on, but I want to go back to it because I think it was such a key insight. You said something as simple as sharing this program is an act. It's an action, but it's also an act of leadership because you're showing people in your community what you're thinking about or how they can expand their mind. But leverage, Dame Doria, Money and You, your program that you host, you have expanded all around the world, expanding on the work of Buckminster Fuller, but you've been able to effectively scale around the globe because of systems, because of thinking about operations and logistics, and because of thinking about leverage. There are so many people joining in here, whether they're entrepreneurs or intrapreneurs within their organization, that are looking to kind of grow and scale. What are 2 or 3 insights that you can share, a preview of what you talk about in Money and You, that can really help people effectively put systems in place that allow them to grow and scale and have the impact that they want to have?
So I already mentioned the 3 top things. Get very clear on your business success model. You have to choose a model. You have to choose an economic engine, and to make it sustainable, pretend that you're going to sell it in 5 or 10 years, whatever it is that you want. And then that will drive your economic engine to being very solid and sustainable. The second thing that you need to do is you need to really understand access. That true wealth is having access. Right now, I just became much richer, much wealthier. It was like when I saw Matt, I thought, I got to get the book out to all those guys. Well, how can I get all those books to those beautiful people, that 1 billion people that need to be empowered around the world? Immediately, that's access, right? And so now having an understanding of wealth is really important. So you have a business success model. I already told you where to go get it. The next thing is that you need to understand where are you today? Where are you today? Many leaders want to be in the future, and it's good for you to be positive, and it's good for you to have big goals. But we also have to take almost like, where are we today and what is my lane? And the third one, that of course is Money and You. And when you see the cover of the book, the you is bigger than the money because it's the you are the CEO. You're the one that is going to be creating your life, creating that space of success for you and your community and the world. And so you must work on a moment to moment to moment on your self mastery. So what you want to do is as you're looking, if I may give you this expansion exercise, we don't call it homework, it's expansion exercise during these 7 days. Take a look at when you are learning about, okay, let me see, how am I going to create and build my economic engine? What is it going to make me a better speaker? What about the podcast? What about Aaron Young? I know is probably going to be teaching because he's part of the whole podcast, series. So, how are the ways that I can begin to grow my money? And then you have the next thing that you want to do is you want to create the network. You hang out with people in the chat, right? And you get to know people, let people get to know you. They're going to go check you out on your Facebook or wherever you are. And then on a moment to moment, you take a look at your deservability. Then I'm going to give you one more gift. Tomorrow at Fridays with Doria, we're going to have our monthly thing. But if you go to Fridays with Doria, and then you go under the resources, go to magical recovery exercises. and begin to build your deservability, your ability to be able to receive the level of wealth and to receive this information that is coming to you for 7 days. So be very vigilant that this is going to be a beautiful place for you where you're going to commit as many hours. And if you can, you're going to come back and go, oh, who should I study with? How can I be inspired? And take 3 steps of action. Some of you can take more, but a minimum of 3 that will create that level of wealth for you to have a great impact.
That's so good, Dame Doria. You talked about deservability, and as people are looking to lead their lives and their organizations, and more comes into their life and their space, what are ways that people can expand their awareness or perception of their own deservability? Because oftentimes people can block themselves from the things they're trying to bring into their life because of deservability.
There's 3 stages of money. Are you in the process of making it? Are you in the process of keeping it? Are you in the process of growing it, right? So you have to be, when we're just making money, if we are in a place, what I call, and it's not a negative when I say it, of survival. That is not a negative word for me. Survival is be able to pay your rent, have a nice car or whatever car you want, or some kind of transportation for you. Some people love to take the bus and train. So that's beautiful too, that you are able to have, the nice clothes, and you don't need to go to the best department stores. You can go to beautiful secondhand stores that have wonderful things. So when you are at survival, what you're going to do is you're going to take care of yourself at the basics. And then what you're going to do is you're now going to start striving on whether you're going to be working for a company, you're going to be part of an entrepreneurial team, or you're going to have your own business. Now, we in Money and You, we actually address all 3 stages of money, because we are working with those aspects of ourselves that you need to understand when you are uncomfortable. The other day we were talking, somebody offered to me to build my company, and immediately I could raise $25 million through a very successful investor. Well, I know billionaires. I could ask them for $25 million, and immediately was like, like I could feel myself like, no, don't talk about that. I am independent. I want to have my own money. I don't want blah, blah, blah. And I go, interesting. Maybe I'm not going to take those 25 million, but immediately was like, how uncomfortable am I? So now I'm working on building, not that I'm going to do it, but it's like constant taking a look at your deservability. So next time you feel uncomfortable, next time you're judging somebody that has a lot of money or making them wrong for whatever, if you make people that have a lot of money, success, wealth, and fame and impact wrong, if you make them wrong, you are now seeding in your unconscious, thinking that when you get that successful, that many people are going to judge you. They don't, if you're really clear. People go, oh my, it's like, how come you don't have any negative stuff on your Facebook? Because it's like, I'm a nice person and I have built my deservability. And if somebody says something, I messenger them and said, do I know you? Did I offend you? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I do a little ho'oponopono with them. And then they go, oops, sorry. It's just that, you have this, you have that, you have that. And I I work very hard for this. And if you judge me, you're going to judge yourself. So it's a day-to-day, moment-to-moment.
Yeah. Day-to-day, moment-to-moment. I'm going to bring one of our co-hosts up here, Donna, as I ask you the next question, Dame Doria. So Dame Doria, you have Money and You. Hello, Donna. Money and You. And people think that Money and You program is about money, but a big part of it is about the person, right? How they view themselves, how they see themselves, what their actions and their behaviors are like. If you could share kind of 3 insights or questions that you'd like to ask people to reflect about in their lives as they work to continue to develop their own mindset, what would those be? Like, what would those be that you would want to ask them?
What is your financial independence number? What is that number? What is the financial independence number? Is it going to be automatic $25,000 a month? Is it going to be automatic $100,000 a month that you're going to work towards? The other one is, what is your lane? That's why in Money and You, we experientially go through the business success model, and we really play those very intense games on the things that we just mentioned, on mastery, on niches, on leverage, right? On building teams. When you go back and review Money and You have a lifetime guarantee, everybody. You go through experientially, you do that. So immediately it's like, how much is your financial independence? And how are you going to get there? So if you don't know how you're going to get there, it doesn't mean that the information or the aspects of that or the things that you need to know are not available. You just need to come to places like Money and You, where we have billionaires that come. We have amazing investors that are going to be there, people that are very successful. And we're also going to have people that are building themselves up. And so you come and you network with people that can support you. You get supported that way. And the last one is the one that is probably the most important. Every morning, you have to say, how am I leveraging myself? Whatever little money I have, whatever big money I have, my resources, the people, how can you leverage yourself right now through here? And I know that I sound like a parrot. I keep repeating things over and over again. And you know why I do that? It's because a lot of times it takes 10, 20, 30 times for people to hear it. Once they get it, shh. I just heard of a guy for my book, $40 million. He did Money and You. He attended Money and You, got really clear, and went on and created $40 million in 2 or 3 years. That was it. I'm going to do it. He did it. It's that clarity that if you start talking about spiritual principles, yes, the law of attraction does exist. And I know 90% of the people in The Secret. And you just kind of like begin, with Joe Vitale, the work that you all do, the masterminds that you have, you begin to just kind of like create that reality. And then you use the masters that you begin to prepare on receiving that wealth, This is what I worked on with Tony Robbins and with Robert Kiyosaki personally. And we used to have Tony just dream all these things. And of course, he was already a rock star. It's just that his deservability.
I absolutely love all of that. And I've been backstage listening to your entire presentation and interview. And I'm so excited because I know I'm already coming up the next Money and You course that you are teaching. Dame Doria, one of the things I realized was that anybody who's become anybody in the world went through Money and You, it seems. So I'm starting to really think that you are like the secret sauce to everything with what I see in all the people that I've met over the last several years. What I'm most curious about is oftentimes we see where people are today without knowing the pathway of where they went or how they initially got started. So if you go back to the beginning with all of our new listeners, maybe there's new entrepreneurs out there, what pieces of advice can you share with them with your wisdom of how it was for you in the beginning and the steps that you took to get to where you are today?
Thank you. To make it very clear, I don't teach Money and You. It's very hard work. I'm a CEO and business owner. I hire the most brilliant people and they get trained for years and years. So basically, I started in the legal system. And so I was a court reporter. I was going to grow up to be an attorney. So having an understanding how the world works, and I have a distinctions program. It's called moneyandyouddistinctions.com. And in there for 3 hours, I go through very deeply into having to understand global affairs, having to understand where the world is at right now. And listen, everyone, no matter what political affiliation, you must have the bartender's theory of business. When business is bad, business is good. When business is good, business is good. So you are like a bartender. You are, no matter what happens with the economy, you are going to thrive. And then, so I had that energy from my family and from the people that I met. And then I began to realize that I needed to organize my entrepreneurial education, sales and marketing, people and organization, money and finances, and what I was good at. So you have to have that. It's almost like a recipe, that if you're not good at it, you attract people. And a lot of people say, oh, I don't have enough money to bring in all those people. You have access. You can exchange at the beginning. You can give them shares. There's so many ways of doing it. And the last part, I think, was surrounding myself by being an ethical, by being kept my word. If people loan me money, I pay them back by the time. And if I couldn't, I would make new agreements with them. A lot of times I tried to give them, interest. They wouldn't take it because they were pretty successful. But it's like, and making sure that you always are building that access to money. So I'll give you one last expansion exercise. Do this exercise, everyone. See who do you have around you that would give you $1,000 without any questions. It doesn't matter what it is for. You call up your friends and you say, listen, no matter what, would you send me $1,000? And no explanation, and I may never give it back to you. I just want to know, could I count on you if ever I needed $1,000? And most of your friends and associates and family would say, yeah, have 100 of those, 100 of those. When you really need it, if you needed $100,000, it's already there. And guess what? You have to have your good word. You have to. I love Mo's book on integrity. Thank you for having me there. And so what you want to do is you want to have an integrous life so that you're surrounded by people that would be willing to support you. And if and when you really needed it, is you have access to it. That's the greatest advice that I can give someone that I learned when I was very young. I started running this company when I was 29 years old, and I was surrounded by people that knew that they could count on me. And if I asked them for money, they knew I was going to return it to them. So that requires for you to do what we call an integrity checklist. And that means that you have to clean up your past, clean up your future, and clean up your present. And sometimes it might take 10 years to clean that up, but that's what you have to do. And you know the core of money and you is integrity.
Beautiful there. And I love the integrity. Yes.
Thank you so much. And Dame Doria, as we get ready to go into closing remarks, you've done so much. You are continuing to do so much. I mean, Money and You has such a presence around the globe, and it's continuing to expand in the US. What are maybe 3 Dame Doria gems, right? Keys, insights that you'd like to leave with our audience today as we go to closing remarks? Thank you so much, Dame Doria.
Okay, well, stay young and youthful like me. At 75 without surgery, right? What we're doing is, this is the good life, you guys. This is a good life. This is working on myself for almost 50 years, one thing. Moisturize every day. Hydrate all the time. Move a little bit all the time. But more than anything else, be kind. Be loving. There's so many people afraid right now. And what we want to do is reach out even to your neighbors. There's this whole conversation about Social Security. So look around your neighborhood, look around your building, look around where you are. And if you see a senior that maybe doesn't have the stamina or the access that I have, then what you want to do is go knock on the door and say, is there anything that I can help you with? Can I go ahead and maybe go to the Social Security office for you? Can I do some research for you? I live right down the street from you, and I want to be a good neighbor because I know right now you're probably hearing so many things that probably scare you so much, and it may or may not happen, but I'm here to help you. That alone will raise your deservability. That is, if there's one secret sauce that I have, is generosity and thinking of the other. So thinking of the other. So be loving, be generous, be kind, but at the same time, be very focused on creating that economic engine. I can't say that enough, because when you have access to money, money gives you freedom, it gives you power, it gives you the ability to hire really expensive attorneys if you need to, but that's all it does. Money only solves money problems. And there are some amazing tools. I'm going to be bringing forth these amazing people that I've been meeting. This wonderful young woman, and she says, if you have a problem, a money problem, you don't have a problem. because she knows how to build credit. She knows how to go for grants. So once you begin to open up your consciousness and begin to build up your deservability, you will see all the opportunities. You will see all the abilities that we have. And when you begin to shift your reality by working on your unconscious, and come to my Ho'oponopono prayer once a month. Just go to Fridays with Doria once a month. We have a Ho'oponopono prayer. And we cleanse at every level, at every dimension. In every way, we begin to become worthy and deserving. Everything that we're going to be covering in this next 7 days will begin to make sense. You don't have to take in everything. Just remember that. You're just looking for 3 top things. For some of you, you're looking, I know my Aussie friend, right? And he's going to be looking for 10. He's going to be Jeff, right? 10, 12, 15 of them. But for the rest of us mortal beings, we start with 3. And this program, this next 7 days, can make all the difference in your life, because you want to be open, you want to be receptive, you want to listen with brand new ears, see with brand new eyes, and be open-minded and open-hearted.
So beautiful. What a gift to our audience today, Dame Doria. You know, we open up talking about how you truly are a force in entrepreneurial education, but you're really also a champion of being socially responsible, right? And having socially responsible businesses. And we can see that ripple effect through all of the leaders that have come through Money and You, that have been coached and advised by you. But you said, think about kindness, generosity, and thinking of others. And when you have an economic engine powering everything that you do, and you are driving socially conscious businesses, you're uplifting the world, you're contributing, but you're also ensuring that you have your own economic engine for your family, for yourself, and for the businesses that people are leading. Thank you so much, Dame Doria. We appreciate you for joining us today.
And thank you for putting on this event. I'll be learning. I'll be taking at least 3 new tools.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you, Dame Doria. Wow. Donna, what a great segment. I know we're about to transition to our next guest, who is actually a student of Dame Doria.
Yes.
But as you were listening to Dame Doria today, and I loved your question, because there's so many leaders, right, that have worked with Dame Doria. Would love to kind of hear your reflections of how you can kind of see the seeds that she's planted in their minds kind of flourish in others' work.
Yes, absolutely. You know, everything that I have ever learned from Dame Doria has been 100% accurate. She has all of this rich life experience, and it applies today as it did 5 years ago, as it did 10 years ago. And I loved the question she asked. What number do you need to have so that you can say you are financially independent? Is that $100,000 a month? Is it $1 million a month? What is that number? And I don't think as entrepreneurs, we ever sit down and take a look at what that really truly means, and then devise and create our system to accomplish that. Most of us just fly by the seat of our pants, so to speak. And it's those little things that make you stop and think and go, what would that number be?
Yeah, it's so good. She's so big on systems, right? And I think it's important to think about what that looks like when you're thinking about your number. How do you move backwards from that and create a system so that you can actually grow to scale? So I'm so delighted for our next guest, who is joining with us today in a segment that we shot earlier before Leadership Week. He's joining us from Japan. In just a moment, you are all going to hear from Ken Honda, and we will be right back after this quick commercial break.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow. 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 That's all I can say. And I know we have another amazing speaker coming up, Alicia and Misty. And it's somebody who is very near to me, who's become a mentor over this last year because I have learned so much from him. So I would love to bring up to the stage here Ken Honda. He is Japan's best-selling author globally and a renowned financial wellness teacher. He has sold over 8 million books, including his book, Happy Money, which I do have here. And he's known as the Zen Millionaire. And he, not, to leave this at the end, but is also one of our guest experts in our upcoming documentary, Pillars of Power, The Hidden Secrets Behind Achieving Greatness. Welcome, Ken.
Hello, hello. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you for being here with us. Now we're here with Leadership Week at the Los Angeles Tribune alongside Alicia and with Misty here. And so what I'd like to do is just sort of kick this off with one of our leadership questions. And for you, what do you believe the true purpose of leadership is in today's evolving world? How would you define leadership?
That is a very big question. I think for me, leadership is something that we all have. We can be a leader in the family, and you can be the father or mother, or as a child, you can be a leader. So anybody can be a leader. It used to be like one very strong person become a leader, but I think for now, anybody can be any leader. So if you think you're a leader, you are the one.
Alicia?
That's so great. So, Ken, you have written books that have touched the hearts and minds of over 8 million people around the world. And you are a coach, you're an advisor. How do you feel like your leadership has evolved over the years? And what were key points along your leadership journey where you had to make a different decision? What was that decision? And what came out of that?
So for me, like 20 years ago when I started as a writer, I wanted to help people, help readers to transform their relationship with money. And my sincere wish and intention is there. But now I'm more here as a friend who can say, oh, you can have a different relationship with money, not as a teacher, but as a friend. So hopefully people can shift just a tiny little bit about your concept of money. And if you can just deal with the emotions a little bit even better, just 10%, your life will be totally different in 2 years.
I love that in your books you talk about feeling purpose and passion and intention, and in the one book talking about just writing some great points down and making a bunch of copies for people,
Yes.
going to the local printer and just wanting to help people. And
Yeah.
I would love to know some advice for a entrepreneur or a new business owner who is a little bit stressed making money, but what can we be doing to make sure that we are thankful, or some of the things to help us really have that money come in and go out happy?
So at the beginning stage, you are probably struggling because you need your services, your name, and your product to be known, and it takes time. So you have to have patience. So you need to be patient, but a lot of people run out of patience or money before they become successful. That's the reality. So meanwhile, you have to really stay afloat until your name gets well known enough so people start buying your product or services. So you have to hang in there, and you have to have trust before you make it. So you have to visualize that your product or services are being used by so many people or enough people so you can get going at the beginning stage. And then if you hang in there, you can fly. So some people, for that to take 2 months, could be 2 years. So depending on how well you do with marketing your product and let people know that you exist. If people don't know that you exist, they cannot buy from you. So the first stage of letting words sort of like go out is a hard one, but you have to do it fast. Otherwise, your patience or money run out fast.
That is so good. I love that.
That is so very true. But when you talk about those that are putting out their products, putting out their marketing, for some people it takes off, it's only 2 months. Some people it might be 2 years. Some people have been at this for 10 years. Are they just following the wrong pathway? Do they have more patience than what most people would have? What would you say to someone who really needs to step up to have their expertise known in the world?
So at this time, we have so many tools, social media. So if your TikTok blows, it could be like 2 million people, then all of a sudden you're well known. There's this Japanese comedian, his name is Pikotaro. He is well known for the dance for pen and apple pen, pineapple pen, the very stupid, silly dance. But Justin Bieber introduced his this silly dance, and then his videos have been viewed for 100 million people around the world. So when something that happens, it just happens overnight. One of my friend who is a very famous YouTuber, Erika, her TikTok videos blew up. So her video just blew up. So the people who registered her account blew just 1 million people in a day or two. So that thing happens. I mean, it's not it's not possible 10, 20 years ago, but now with YouTube, TikTok, those things, your service could be known in just very short period of time. But to do that, you may need 2 months or 3 months or 1 year before that blows up. You never know.
Wow. Okay. So just stay at it, use social media along the way. Now, when we were in Japan filming with you for Pillars of Power, you shared so many empowering stories for me that really shifted my perspective on a lot of things. And one of the stories, you kind of shared this in 2 different parts. One was how people donated money and trees to keep everything beautiful, but then also that maybe we should donate money for the trees so it can keep reproducing books and sharing that to keep everything in a harmonic balance. Can I have you share a little bit about that and the arigato money, being thankful, and the sharing of wealth when it comes in?
So everything is energy going through your life. Money comes into your life and money goes out. So if you have a healthy relationship with money, then you welcome money into your life and then let go of money very easily. But we tend to hold on to the money that comes to your life and then never let go. When you use an analogy of food, it's almost like you eat, but you refuse to let go. So it's almost you don't want to go to the bathroom. I refuse to go number one or number two. My food, my water is in my system, and it's not really healthy. After 3 days, you'll be suffering. So you have to eat well and release well. That is the very essence of staying healthy. Money is the same thing. If you do what you like and then make some people smile, and then you receive money as a result. By enjoying the money you receive, you can easily let go because you have the trust that money will come back soon. So whenever I just spend money or let go of my money, I look at them as money angels. So when I just pay the bills or pay money, I say, thank you for being with me. Come back with many friends, and as if all the money angels are flying and then come back to me with many friends. So if you have that abundant mentality, the things flow very naturally and organically. So you don't have to worry about when my next paycheck will come in or how. Just you have to let go of how, because we're given very interesting ways to receive money.
That's so fascinating, Ken, because in your book, there's a section where you talk about the scarcity mindset. And here you're really talking about being at peace with letting go. There are so many entrepreneurs, business owners, managers that are in our community. And sometimes as a leader, you want to be able to do everything and you have difficulties in letting go or kind of delegating with the individuals that are on your team, or maybe outsourcing responsibilities to other people that aren't your team, so you can focus on what it is that you need to focus on for your business growth. How can people kind of adapt some of the mindsets that you've thought about applying when it comes to shifting the way they think about scarcity with money, with shifting the way they think about scarcity in their leadership style?
Yeah, so you have to delegate so many things. My mentor, Dr. John DeMartini, whenever he comes to Japan, I have lunch or tea with him. I learned so much from him. One of the things I learned is, I think it was about when he was in his 30s, he decided to do only 4 things in his life. That is to write and research and travel and speak. He wants to focus on those 4 things, and then he doesn't do anything else. So he doesn't cook, he doesn't drive, he doesn't do accounting and all that. So I was very impressed. So I decided to hire a driver. And so I have a big desk in the back of my car, so I can type in my minivan, and then I can write wherever I go. So I set up a system. I finished a big event in Kyoto. All I have to do is show up on time, and then 10 minutes before the show starts. And then when I go there, everything is ready. I just pick up the microphone and speak. So my team is doing such an incredible job, made everything sure that everything is taken care of. You met some of them, right? So they're so happy to work with me, making things perfect. They have a huge pride in making everything smooth. So all I have to do is go there and speak. So I don't have to worry about all the details. So when you are good at delegating, you can really focus on what you want. So I have a few houses. At each house, I have a housekeeper. So I'll let them know that our family is coming to the house, and everything is ready. The water is there, the flowers and the groceries and the bed, everything is already ready. So it's almost like checking into a hotel, and then we can start the life with the house. And then we go home, everything is ready too. So we don't have to spend so many hours cleaning. We do the cleaning by ourselves too, but oftentimes when we go there to our second home, it takes half a day to clean up, do the groceries. By the end, we're exhausted. So I have people who love helping us wherever I go. So you need to set up a system. First, if you don't have money to hire a housekeeper or driver and those things, you can do the exchange. I do the accounting, you make my homepage. I do the secretariat work, you do the marketing. So you can trade your services. By doing that, you can focus on what you want, and then you can let other people do the chores you don't really particularly like. So that way, everybody wins.
I absolutely love that because it ties into, and I would love if you go a little bit into it, because I've been in mental health for over 24 years, and I understood EQ for people. And then I
Yes.
read your book, and you talk about EQ for money, and it
Yes.
really blew me away because I never would have connected that. So if you're having people that are helping and they're in their kind of zone of genius, then that's already helping the money come in with gratitude and happiness because you're doing something you love. Can you talk a little bit more about EQ and IQ of money?
Right. So IQ is more money intelligence. You need to learn about investing, tax laws, and how to protect it legally, and how to make it grow, like in investment skills and tips. And money EQ is emotional intelligence, how happy you are with money, how healthy you are with money. So money IQ says, save your money, but money EQ says pay more. So I always ask people who work with me, sometimes when they did a good job, I sent out the invoice again, just put more numbers in so I can pay you more. So most of them are so super surprised because, they have been rejected with their invoices to cut down the prices. Some of my suppliers said, I've been doing this for past 40 years. You're the first one to renew the invoice and change the number and make it higher. And they're so impressed with us. So everybody wants to work with us. So they do a better job than for any other clients. So I always pay them the most, and then make them the most happy. So that is money EQ realm. So for money EQ, you can earn more, you can spend well, you can protect money, you can grow it. And the money EQ side is to receive and appreciate and trust and share. So money IQ, money EQ are totally different things, but unless you have high money EQ, even though you're the smartest person with money, you can make the most stupid decisions around money and then lose it all. So you need money EQ, emotional intelligence, and money IQ. With these two, you can have a very strong financial fortress.
I love that so much. Hi, Ken.
Hello.
I'd love to dive in and ask you a question, somewhat stemming from what you had just shared.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about values and aligning those values,
Mm-hmm.
and making sure that those values, specifically with money, that are aligning,
Yes.
I would like to know your best insight, how to approach a conversation with someone when you're wanting to know if you have the same values when it comes to money, if you hold the same perspective and you hold the same similar stewardship with money. How would you best advise going about that kind of conversation?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting question, and I used to do a lot of couple counseling. So that's where all the juice comes from. I have written so many books, and I have some of the most fun comments when I talk about my experiences with couple counseling, because husband and wife are so different. I mean, it could be men and men, women and women, but the story is the same. One always spends more, the other just less interest, so they always fight. So it's so interesting, the dynamics of these two people. When it comes to money, we have different issues. There's a saying in Japanese, one bed, two dreams. That means that even if you're sleeping on the same bed, you have two different dreams, meaning that you have different philosophies. So one person says we should spend more. The other would say save. So for example, one person, could be wife or husband, wants to tip more, and the other said, no, tipping more is not good. You have to save money. So, you can be generous, but at the same time, you want to save. So there's always this money contradiction between the two. So you really have to have shared principles, especially if you're doing business together. If you're a partner, a romantic partner is the same thing, or could be kids. You have to share the values. And if your values are totally different, this person wants to make money, save money, invest money, no donations, no generosity, just very selfish. This person cannot live with very generous person who's willing to share what he or she has, and their concept is receive instead of make. With money, it has to have masculine and feminine. Masculine energy, you go and get. It's a hunter's mentality. The other one is receiver's mentality. You just receive. When it comes to insurance selling, there are two type of top sellers. Top salespeople go knock hardcore, and they knock on the doors, and they work so hard, make the top sales. The other one gets referrals. He or she doesn't do anything. He just accepts referrals, and then they don't have to do anything. They become the top insurance salespeople. So the energy is different. So are you willing to go out and get more, hunt more, or are you willing to receive? Either way is fine. It's how you want to use your energy.
That was really impactful. I was just taking a whole lot of notes right now, especially with the contrast of the masculine and feminine. I think that definitely, whether it be romantic or even friendships, partnerships, business, I think that having an understanding,
Yes,
as you explained, is incredibly valuable. Thank you for that, Ken. Thank you.
thank you. You see, if you just understand about your money personality type, your relationships and friendship will be much more smooth. We are very different people. We could be a spender, we could be a gambler, we could be a warrior, so some people want to be stingy, others very generous. Some people are interested in making money, they are interested in spending more. So we are totally different people.
So good. That was amazing. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you so much. That's a great question.
Donna, I'll head back to you.
All right. Yes. No, thank you. What I'm curious about, that was such a mind shift for me when you talked about masculine and feminine energy in how you use money. Because we are always so good at giving and sharing and doing other things. We're not always willing to receive, but money is the one thing we want to receive. And I know that as we step more into our feminine leadership, that we can really step into that receiving aspect there. So that's what really shifted there for me in my mind. And I'm still like in this moment of wanting to sit down and journal and write about what that really means and looks like for me there. What is the best piece of advice that you say that you have ever received for you?
I think the key to abundance is receive. When we are born as a baby, no baby comes out of the world and say, "Can I help you?" we stay very vulnerable for the first 7 years at least. And so we are in total surrender. So if you surrender, you can receive. We can receive our support from our friends, and we can support from our editors and producers and investors. So the key is to receive. If you try to force yourself into it, it doesn't take you far. So I think receiving is a key to abundance. You're willing to receive, but we are so good at giving, but we are so bad at receiving. It's almost like with giving, we have PhD. You know, we know so many ways to give and share, but we are so bad with receiving. We are like a kindergarten level, you know, and we feel so unworthy. We feel so shy. We feel so embarrassment. We feel so guilty when it comes to receiving. So, are you willing to receive money? Are you willing to receive recognition, love, support? So, you know, I've been showered with so much love and support from, say, 9 million people who bought my books, and it's overwhelming. And I'm being viewed on YouTube and social medias, and they send me so much support and money. And I've been tested how much love and how much money I can receive. So the key to abundance is to receive.
That's so beautiful, Ken. In the past, you have shared that it's not give and take, it's receive and share. But you mentioned that it can be very difficult for people to receive money, compliments, whatever it may be. So, what are 2 or 3 ways that people can work on their relationship with themselves so they can
Yeah.
be more open and more receptive to receiving so that they can receive to then share?
Yeah. You know, when it comes to human nature, for the first 7 years, we are in total surrender. So we genuinely receive for the first few years. And close to the end of our life, we are in hospital, but again and also again in total surrender. So when as we grow up, we are almost brainwashed. We have this strong belief we have to do something to get something. So we are always forcing mode. You know, we have to give, we have to do things, we have to make things happen, and it's one way. But when you look at life, we've been given so many opportunities. Like I'm given this opportunity by Donna and you know, friends, and I didn't ask for it. It was given to me, kind of like suddenly the feeling is like it popped from the sky to my hands. So it's almost like, thank you, angel, to send me Donna to Japan. So all the great things, think about it. All the best thing happened to you is given. It's not something you force yourself into it. So, and it's usually by coincidences. So it's 10 times easier and faster to receive than to make things happen. But we have to just learn about trusting. Remembering the trust is always hard with anybody. So just forget about the old ways. Old way is make things happen, go your own way, just manipulate people or just persuade people. No, the best way is to receive and trust.
Receive and trust.
So good.
I feel that you continue to circle back to those key pieces. And so I hope everyone that is listening is really letting that sink in, because easier said than done and equally powerful. So I want to dive a bit into what you just shared, but also ask an inverse of what Donna had just asked you. So you said that, you know, we've been told we must do something to get something. Yes, absolutely. Like you just got to go, keep producing, keep hustling, grinding, and being the human doing versus the human being. And so with that said, I would love to know what piece of advice that you've been given along the way that you are so grateful that you never followed.
Yeah, that is a very good question. I think very similar to receive, but I used to do it everything on my own. So go extra mile to receive and receive support is always a fun way. Like, for example, I have done 4 retreats in April, and everything is mostly handled by volunteers. For example, one of the retreat is a cleanup retreat. So people gathered together to clean up my retreat center. They paid a substantial amount of money to be part of this cleaning event. And then they spent 3 days cleaning my retreat center. They really work hard to clean the windows, clean the toilet, and they do that for me. It's so overwhelming. Like, people come from all over. And then my friend, who's a master cleaner, who sold more than 3 million copies on how to clean your life, how to clean your, clean your home, clean your life, is a bestseller that he did. So having a friend like that, having 40 people come to my center and just clean my place with the money, I should pay them, but they pay me to let them clean the house. So it may be a little hard to understand for Westerners, but if you are vulnerable, something like that happens. So receive support. I have been supported by so many book critics, bookstore people, part-time job people, publishers, printers, all the influencers. They helped me so much. That's why I could keep selling my books for the past 20 years. Every year, we sold about 500,000 copies. So it's not just 1 year. It's just all the past 22 years. Why? Because they wanted to support me. And so the hardest thing I have a hard time doing even is receive support. That is so scary. It makes you feel so vulnerable. But you need to be willing to put yourself there to receive totally.
Incredibly beautiful there, because receiving and sharing, if you guys haven't gotten that message, that is a huge piece of what you are learning today. Ken, you are one of our guest experts in our upcoming documentary, Pillars of Power, the hidden secret behind achieving greatness. And as we come to a close here, what I'm curious about, as we explore really what drives greatness, you often teach that money is a mirror. So what does a person's let me start over. What does a person's financial life reveal about their inner power?
So if you're living in a scary world, your life is scarce. Money is hard to come by. But if you're living in an abundant world, you have so much to receive. You have so much to share. And then a lot of money is going through your life. And then you'll be overwhelmed by how much support you're given. And then you want to share, you want to pay back to the people who really supported you. So you just try to do so much for other people, and then more comes back. So if you're looking at the bank statement and then feel frustrated or feel sad, you have to think back on the last couple of years. Have you done enough? Have you received support? So if you haven't done enough, if you haven't received support, that's where you are financially. So fill yourself with more love, fill yourself with passion, so you can do something for other people. That will translate into money as you go. So enjoy your life more. You can help more, do more, and receive more. In the cycle of that abundance, you have a happy money in your bank account, and you'll be smiling all the time when you look at the bank account. If you just check your bank statement, and then if that doesn't bring you a smile, something is wrong.
Wow. That right there To have more happy money in your bank account. I love that. And
Yes.
really, how you think and feel with who you are on the inside is what is happening in your outside world.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you so much for being here with us today, Ken. Let's just have you close. Last closing words are yours.
Thank you so much. I'll send you all the happy money energy to you. A lot of great things will happen to you. New income, new opportunities, many great things happening to you. That's the energy I'm sending. Thank you so much. Arigato, arigato, arigato.
I
I
love
got
it.
this.
Arigato.
Thank you so much for joining us today,
Thank-
Ken. Ken, as Donna mentioned, will be in the upcoming film, The Pillars of Power. He shared so many insights in the film that we're looking forward for you all to experience when the film comes out. He's also on the podcast Inside Influence. We are not done. We are just getting started with
Yes.
Leadership Week. Stay on, stay tuned. We are going to go to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, you are going to hear our next guest on Leadership Week. Until then, until next time, Ken, and we will see you all soon right after this commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Live and direct, welcome back, folks. I'm so excited to have heard one of our partners, Ken Honda, who's a business partner of the Los Angeles Tribune, not only a producer of upcoming film as part of our motion picture division. Many people watching this already know the Los Angeles Tribune is a boutique conglomerate with multiple different verticals, one of which is the motion picture vertical. And we're so excited to have Ken Honda, the #1 nonfiction author of Japan, as one of our partners in our international distribution of some of our films. So it's super exciting to hear Ken Honda. I took a lot of notes. I got to get another pencil. My pencil, I have to sharpen it. I've been taking so many notes today. But I'm really excited because Parisa, Alicia, we have somebody that we're going to bring on the stage next. That's a very special person. He's a very special person. Not only has he lived one of the most unique lives. I mean, Parisa, when it comes to uniqueness, some people have this spiritual conviction that you can actually ask for the kind of life that you want to have. If that's true, and I don't know if it's true or not, this man asked for an adventure. And said, I want to go to planet Earth, and I don't want to get bored.
Absolutely.
We're talking about Fab Morvan of the iconic group Milli Vanilli. Now, I want the folks at home to imagine pursuing a dream, growing out of adversity. Let's go ahead and actually bring Fab on while we say this. Fab Morvan, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
Hello.
We're excited to have you, Fab. And I was just sharing with the audience, I want you to imagine growing up and struggling, growing up with diversity, growing up with, not having everything that you're hoping to have in your life, right? Struggling as growing up in Europe as the only African-American, or I should say someone of African descent, rather, in your school, standing out, being different, being
that was more my good old friend Rob Pilatus that was his school. In Paris,
Yes.
it was a lot more versatile. Like a lot
Yes,
more.
being different, not necessarily being a part of the same cultural aspect of how you're growing up, and growing from that and the challenges of that to international superstardom. The different problems that we're going to get into in this hour. International superstardom, A-list celebrity, right? One of the biggest groups of the 1980s, Milli Vanilli. Who has not heard of Milli Vanilli? I mean, it's an A-list name. It's a name that everyone has heard of. Everyone has heard of Girl You Know It's True. Everyone knows Blame It on the Rain. It's an international iconic brand. And then to go from that to the biggest scandal in the history of pop music, to go from being on top of the world to the rise and fall of, when I say rise and fall, of how people are perceiving Milli Vanilli. And then, of course, most recently, Fab, your music, the music of Milli Vanilli, being involved in the #1 show on Netflix, having a motion picture made about your life, having a documentary made about your life, having a resurgence. And it's such an amazing story of ups, downs, twists, turns. And we're so excited to be a part of this story. And Parisa, I was just talking with you yesterday about the fact that I think it was 7 months ago that we did our first interview with Fab Morvan. We recently named Girl You Know It's True one of our critically acclaimed films of the year. And we got to know Fab. And it's been a heck of a journey. And Parisa, I want to give you the floor for you to chime in a little bit as well.
Yeah, it was about 7 months ago. First time interacting with Fab. I can even say meeting Fab because it was an interaction here on live broadcast. And I will say that the last 7 months have created such a shift, a really beautiful shift in how I've been able to experience a seeming stranger online. And I say that Fab was a stranger technically 7 months ago. And the last 7 months have been quite a journey, a beautiful one that we've been able to dive into
together.
All of your life from top to bottom, birth to today. And the rawness, the realness, the transparency, the courage that you've shown has been the evidence of such true leadership, in my opinion, of you and how you lead your life. And I feel that you are such an example of what embodied leadership looks like as you've gone through the highs and the lows of what people have seen, but mostly of what people have not seen and have not known yet. And it's been such a journey. And quite frankly, it's been an honor. It has been an honor. So I am honored to be on screen with you here again today, getting to share with people the
introduction.
The magic of what can become possible.
Yeah. And Parisa, one thing I want the audience to know is what a special man Fab is. Fab is a really good human being, and I really love this guy. And he's a good person, and it's an honor to get to know him. And his life has so many things that we can dissect and learn from. Here's a man that achieved the thing that most human beings are obsessed with achieving. So many people are obsessed with achieving superstardom. Right? How many people watching this today have a dream to be the world's biggest this, the world's biggest that way? Well, here's a man that experienced it. He lived it, and he can tell you what it is and what it isn't. And so I want to start there because Fab, we live in a society, we live in a world where people are obsessed with fame. People are obsessed with becoming famous, right? Now, because you at one point in time had that same obsession. So you understand the desire, but very few people that have that obsession actually get the result. You also got the result. So I want to go to that. What is that desire? Why is it that some people want that so bad? And is it a healthy desire to have? Please.
Well, to begin with, thank you for bringing me in. I appreciate you guys. You guys have been so lovely. The whole team, the Los Angeles Tribune, you guys are so lovely, right? Teamwork. The world has yet to see. But being here tonight shows already and you've been doing this for quite some time, but by bringing me into your fold, people are going to see what energy can bring to another type of energy and what's possible, the possibility. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to come here. Now, when it comes to this attraction to fame, I think that it all comes from being little and idolizing your favorite superstar. I think it starts there. Now, if you fast forward into now, the world we live in, I think that this obsession has quadrupled. It's on steroids now because, whether it's good or bad, but, this thing it's a world of illusion. What we see now is a world of illusion. Someone can rent a Ferrari, get on the phone, show the logo of the car, put that online, and suddenly there's something that they're not. But you, on the other end, can perceive them as rich, famous, successful. And that's the world we live in now. So this instantaneous, instant reaction to wanting to be famous. You could be famous for nothing, essentially, sometimes. I see that online. That's the world we live in. So it is, I believe, for the young generation, very, very confusing. I'm sure it's confusing for me as an adult who's been around for quite some time. And when I see this new world and what's happening online, I'm like, wow, how can you decipher whether this is real, this isn't? Does whatever this person represents, is it really what it is? Then we go into, we can go into AI, and then you could watch a video and you think that you're looking at a human, but it's not a human. It's AI generated. But you can make those AI generated model famous. So fame is up for grab. It's more seductive than it's ever been. More seductive than it's ever been. And people want it and will do anything, literally anything, to get to it. And wow.
Yes, it's really a profound time that we live in, and there's so much that we want to cover in the short time that we have with you, Fab, including a very exciting project, something that I think is a very important project that's going to help change a lot of lives, and we're going to talk about that in a couple of minutes here. And yeah, this idea of chasing fame, I want people that are watching this that have that desire to really be introspective and ask themselves why. Because a lot of times I think people want that for the wrong reason, and it takes them off a path, takes them on a path that they don't necessarily need to be on. And speaking of fame, Milli Vanilli in 1989 was one of the biggest, actually the single biggest group in the world. And you guys got to remember, there was a time period where there wasn't 100,000 different artists every year. There's a handful of them. And Milli Vanilli, New Kids on the Block, Paula Abdul, they were the top charting groups of that year, of that calendar year. Hit after hit after hit. I mean, many of the people here watching know Girl, You Know It's True, Blame It on the Rain, Baby, Don't Forget My Number, Girl, I'm Gonna Miss You, All or Nothing. All of these were top 10 hits. Hit after hit. Chris Ashley, one of the partners here at the LA Tribune, saying yes. Tiffany is saying yes. If you guys have a memory with Milli Vanilli, I want you guys to write Milli Vanilli in the chat. If you have a fond memory, if you guys remember a moment in your life that was moved, touched, inspired by the work of Milli Vanilli, type Milli Vanilli in the chat. And Fab, I want you to share, what was something that you experienced at the height of your stardom that's a fond, positive, good memory that you can share with our audience? Maybe something absolutely incredible. I heard you share the story once of you going in a helicopter ride, on a helicopter ride to a stage. Right. What's a memory like that you can share with our audience?
My fondest memory would be that oftentimes I would be so exhausted because I did this 107 city tour in 8 months, 30,000 every night. And when you encounter the type of energy that arises in a room where people scream and they know you're coming, you're like a minute away from hitting the stage. They see your silhouette, they see your shadow, and then you got a drummer that's just hitting the beat very slowly and letting them know they are coming. The electricity in the room is screaming. I mean, this is like one of the most powerful thing I've ever experienced, because I would go from being so tired to being ready to go for 75 minutes of just entertaining and just, you know, essentially when you perform, you know, you give love. You know, I've heard this many times. I was in Paris promoting a movie, and people would say, "Oh, Milli Vanilli, c'est la joie." You know, it was happiness. When we hit the stage, people were truly happy, and that's what we were giving and receiving. So there is a gift of giving and receiving. It was that circle, and this is why anyone that came to those shows left happy with great memories. And to this day, you know, now because of social media, there's no middleman. People can connect with you directly in messaging you. And I see it many times. Oh my God, I came to this show. I will never forget it. And it warms my heart because, you know, back in the days, because of everything that I was going through, I would say to myself, I'm going to give the best I got now, in the now, and possibly in the future. When I come back, they will say, I will give him a chance. And this is where we are right now. And with everything that I've been doing, from talking, and especially talking, you know, I've been performing. A lot of people haven't known that I've been performing in Europe. Now it's coming out more and more. I'm finding myself in Canada. I'm entering America. I'll be performing next week, I think. Next week, yeah, or in a few weeks at the Hard Rock Hotel, you know, in Miami. So things are moving and moving. But as a component of what is happening, people are truly interested in how did you go through this? What tools did you use? And how did you fail to just, you know, standing up and finding the strength? How do you find the strength to just standing back up and finding direction? Because I could have said, well, I had enough. There's something within myself, my passion, and when you find something that you love,
yes,
that's it. Once you find something you love, it's no longer a job, and all the sacrifices that you will do for yourself will lead you somewhere, and then it will lead you to another place and to another, and you will connect the dots.
And before Parisa chimes in, I want to take a minute and just acknowledge some of the people watching live in the virtual auditorium. Look at all of these Milli Vanilli supporters. Aaron Schmidt, a member of our community, said, loved Milli Vanilli, saw you at the Las Vegas Bowl with Paula Abdul. We have folks from all over the world that are giving Milli Vanilli love. Milli Vanilli is such a cultural staple, right? I mean, Milli Vanilli is this amazing story because it's come back around and people love it more now than they even did back then, some people. So I wanted to just acknowledge some of the folks here in the audience. Ashley is saying, so beautiful. Thank you for serving the world and with your gift and being you. What a beautiful comment. I want to acknowledge some of the folks here. Aaron Schmidt is saying, yes, stand back up. You are worthy of happiness and finding what you love. This is an incredible story of redemption, and you're already inspiring people, Fab. Just a couple of minutes into our interview, you're already touching lives here. Elizabeth is saying, find what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Dame Doria Cordova, we danced so much to your music. Debbie, so worthy. This is fantastic. And Parisa, I know you have gotten to know Fab very well, and I'm really curious. What question do you have to ask him that you think would be beneficial to our audience about leadership? Parisa Rose.
I would love. So, as Mo had mentioned, for those that are listening, I've been on this journey of getting to know Fab, and really getting to know him in a place of interviewing him and really understanding what the textures of his life have really been, and what the journey really has been experienced as in his eyes, through his mind, through his walk, that no one else knows. And so what I would love to know, Fab, is through the interactions we've had, through someone that was a stranger, now no longer, someone asking you, and at times maybe it feeling a bit invasive because you're not used to the questions. What kept you going when the tough moments came forward? Because there were many of them.
Well, that was a weird process because there's a certain duality that we all go through. We could say there's one that says one thing and the other, and then you have this internal as well. So you have many voices within yourself, and then some of them are louder than others. So you tend to lean towards those, but then I don't know how, but somehow my instinct, this little thing that lives below our chest, there by our stomach, kind of told me like, no, that one is too loud, it's too loud. And then I had to lead towards, just like in life, you have people that are super loud, and then, you stand behind them, you're like, nah. And then you have this other person on the side of the room that is very calm and quiet. And then if you go towards them and have a conversation, you'll see that, wow, this person that is got it together. So observing. So I was observing myself and seeing what was it truly that I really wanted to do, that question. So what do you really want to do? And then, of course, fear was involved. And then I was like, okay, I cannot be afraid, because if I'm afraid, then the fear is going to lead me in the wrong direction. So I went like on blind faith, believing that it would be okay. The only way to be able to travel that road, I knew I would have to do a lot of work, but I was not afraid of work. Working is not something I was afraid of. So looking at the amount of work that I would have to do, from learning how to produce, to play an instrument, even to want to record an album. But my passion for music, and I always use this analogy, because in French, music is a woman, it's feminine. So I turned to music and said, no, I love you. And I would love to continue this relationship. So, and then she said, prove me how much. And then I took it from there and continued. And with the help of music, I found this confidence and the resilience, and realizing I can do it for myself. It had nothing to do with doing it for others, but had everything to do with doing it for me. Was I capable? Yes. And once I was able to finally realize I can do this, then it led me to the next step and to the next step, connecting the dots.
Wow. Mo, I'm gonna let you chime in on this one. Wow, that was amazing.
Thank you.
Well, it's a story that everyone can learn something from. And Fab's journey is a journey that has had so many hurdles and obstacles, and yet he's still, most importantly than everything, Parisa, for me, it's the peace of mind that Fab has. Mm-hmm. That's the most important part of his story. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of people go through a lot of different things, but they lose their peace of mind. And this man's peace of mind has been challenged in a multitude of different ways throughout the course of his career and life, not only from the superstardom that you can see here. I mean, look at him holding a Grammy. This is one of the best-selling albums of the entire 1980s. When we say big, we're not talking big, folks. We're talking capital B, capital I, capital G. A lot of times some people forget how big Milli Vanilli truly was in terms of the stardom, the international stardom. Very few bands get as big from a statistical standpoint as Milli Vanilli. I mean, bands like the Beach Boys, bands like the Rolling Stones, bands like ABBA. These are the kinds of bands that have that international appeal that Milli Vanilli experienced. And because of the scandal, a lot of times people forget just how huge Milli Vanilli truly was. And so to come out of that level of stardom and then to go through the ups and downs and the aftershocks of that, and to still have your peace of mind, and to still be mentally healthy, is the most impressive part of the Fab Morvan story. And there's a lot of people right now watching that have their own version of Milli Vanilli. They have their own version of a rise and fall. Everyone has a Milli Vanilli in their own life. If you examine your life, we all have a Milli Vanilli. And so what advice do you have for people's personal Milli Vanillis?
I'm going to rewind to what you just said at first. Peace of mind. How do you get to peace of mind? Is by spending time with me, myself, and I, and silence. Because because you got to take that noise to zero, the fear, sometimes because others influence us, then you start to live someone else's life. And that ain't the way to go. So the best way to find the answers and what you're looking for, where am I going to go? What is it that I truly want? Spend time with silence, find your peace of mind. And in that, if I can say, dimension or moment, and everything has to be taking place in the now. I would even add, breathe deeply so you can go down to this level of, it is meditation. It is, in a few words, it is meditation. So when you go into a meditative state, you're facing yourself. You can have that conversation with yourself. It's a weird kind of a thing, but if you could go to this relaxed mode, the answers will come to you, and your instinct will talk to you. And then when you get out of that meditative state, you'll say, okay, I'm gonna go north, I'm gonna go south, I'm gonna go east. But it's about finding yourself. How do you do that? Like I said, by being close to your spirit, listening to yourself and nobody else, because we oftentimes listen to others knowing that it was the wrong decision, but because we don't trust ourselves. So try with the simplest thing to test your instincts, whether or not, sometimes even the simplest thing as, you're lactose intolerant, for example, and you're like, well, I'm just going to do it. And then later you're going to suffer. But something told you, don't do it, but you did it. And it's about doing those little things every day, and they add up. And when they add up, then you start to realize how your life can be drifting towards the right direction.
Fab, something that I do want to talk about with you, because you experience this more than 99.9% of people, is exactly what you're talking about. And more specifically, listening to other people's opinions about what we should do with our lives instead of our own. Whether it's in Milli Vanilli, release this single instead of that single. Wear this instead of wear that. Collaborate with this producer instead of that producer. Go on this tour instead of that tour. And looking back, that some of those were the wrong decisions for you, right? Do this press conference instead of that press conference. So, you know what I mean? Give the Grammy back. Don't give the Grammy back. Whatever it is.
Listening
to the wrong people. And this is something that every entrepreneur deals with. Every entrepreneur, every leader watching this deals with the same thing. We all, as entrepreneurs and leaders, have people guiding us in directions, giving us opinions. Sometimes, Fab and Parisa, it sounds great on paper, but it's the absolute worst thing that we could possibly do. Sometimes our intuition contradicts what makes sense on paper, but we still have to follow our inner compass, even when it doesn't always make sense on paper. Because the inner compass. And so let's talk a little bit about that, Fab, the importance of that voice. When you look back on life, share some experience, maybe share some things that you knew you should have gone left, but someone else convinced you to go right. And what do you have for our audience?
Well, can I hop in? I'd like to frame it and frame it the way Mo just framed it, but I want to go a little into a bit of a direction that I think would be super valuable for you to share from the place of. So I'm just accentuating a bit of how Mo set you up there for that question. So in the sense of being an artist and having a contract with a record label, and for those that don't understand the context, it's very much a very set out controlling interaction. This is not specific to Milli Vanilli. It is just industry standard. And that being the case, I feel like you sharing from the perspective of learning how to step into your own permission, your own autonomy.
Right.
Once you broke away from the strings, so to speak, of those dictating and determining your every move.
Yeah.
I think really stepping into that explanation and that share would be incredibly powerful for people to hear.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, we all have gone through a gauntlet, right? The gauntlet of life. And some of us are more secure with ourselves than others. And early on in my career, I knew nothing. So what I did essentially is gave the power to somebody else because I didn't think I was worthy of, I didn't know nothing. So I said, well, they have the experience, I'm gonna trust them. I'm young, they're older. So, and the fact that Rob was adopted, came from an orphanage. Love was not really prevalent in my home. So then we got this musical family that is right there. And then you trust people. You know, you don't even, you give them your trust and you put your hands, you put your life in their hands. So, and when it comes to making decisions, well, you feel like I'd rather them take the decision because you don't allow yourself because of fear or inexperience. And that's what I've gone through that for a long time, you know, many, many years until I had to find, you know, through falling, I realized that the best thing for me was to listen for myself so I could live my life and nobody else's because I started to feel like it didn't bother me for a long time. I was used to be like that until it started to bother me. And when it started to bother me, I had to face the music, no pun intended, and say, okay, you got to find the strength to say no. And that's where it starts. How do you find the strength to say no? And sometimes it's scary to say no, but I was able to find the strength to do that. And then that created a domino effect. And even between Rob and I, you know, in our group as brothers, you know, always going towards the right direction, the same direction together. But then at some point it was like, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm going to do this. But why? Well, now I want to go here because I want to live my life and I don't want to live nobody else's. And that changed everything.
And a lot of times people in our lives, sometimes the people that are the closest to us, push us in a direction we don't want to go. And it takes self-love to have the proper boundaries put in place in life. And, you know, I encourage people every time I have a chance to talk about the subject matter to examine the boundaries of your life and examine the boundaries with every single human being in your life, professionally, personally, even with your mailman, even like with the most mundane relationships, even with the smallest things that you usually overlook, because having healthy boundaries is a very fundamental part of being a leader. And as you continue to expand your leadership and people look at you as a leader, it's even more important to establish healthy boundaries. And so that's a point that I want to share here, that we're a lesson that we're learning from Fab Morvan, a lesson that we're learning from him today, from his life story, for what he's sharing, to examine the boundaries in your life. If there's a place in your life where you feel a push, where you feel a poke, where you feel something just isn't right, there's something uncomfortable here, don't ignore that. Don't ignore that. And it doesn't matter who it's coming from or where it's coming from. It could come from someone that loves and cares about you that's very close to you. It could come from someone that doesn't love and care about you that's not very close to you. It does not matter. You have to examine where are you getting those pushes and pokes and establish healthy boundaries, because there's no value in living a life where you're not respecting yourself. And there's if you're not establishing proper boundaries, you're not respecting yourself. You're not loving yourself properly. And I believe, just on a personal conviction aspect, that we're all God's children, and we all have to love and respect ourselves first and foremost. And you can't give what you don't got, right? And so how can you be a person that loves others and respects others if you don't even love and respect yourself? And so let's all take some time as we go through this leadership week, as we speak to our 200 speakers, as we speak to some of the biggest pop icons of all time, like Fab Morvan, some of the top leaders in military, in business, in personal development. And let's really examine the boundaries of our life, because it's so important. Parisa, do you have anything you'd like to chime in?
Yeah, I think that one piece that I want to presence that you shared, Fab, that I think that I will say from my own reflections of my own life, my own journey, that I've also then now witnessed through you, is that the courage to go a different direction when it seems so counter to everything that anyone could even understand or even fathom entertaining. But having the courage then, after you've pivoted, you've chosen to go a different direction. And then in that new direction, you realize, oh, the only person on this path with me is me. And really allowing yourself to get to know you. I found, and I feel that oftentimes we as humans really resist going down that journey and making that change, not because the change is the scariest part, but the scariest part, the most daunting part, is the part of actually getting to know ourselves. Because we become very intimate with ourselves. We get to know those thoughts. I would love if you could shed some light on what has allowed you to continue to stay on that path. And when you had those moments of doubt or maybe resistance, even with getting to know yourself, with really getting to know who the real Fab is, because it'd be a new person, a stranger.
You know the advantages of being an artist and being a songwriter, a writer, storyteller, is that there was when I worked on the Love Revolution album, I wrote a lot of songs, and sometimes I like to sit down and just write some text. You know, it's almost like a poem, but it's got rhythm to everything. And I found that on a lot of those songs, it was like as if it was a conversation with myself. It was easier for me to write it down and then to go back and read it and have a conversation and question myself between those lines and say, okay. And that has allowed me to really, find my north, my compass. And then also in the process of doing that, I acquired emotional intelligence, which I had very little of early on. So as I was writing those songs, which were very emo because of what I had gone through, whether it was losing my friend, and I had written a song that I put in this album, Love Revolution, called I Lost Rob, and I wrote him a letter, and I kept that letter, and this song is called It's Your Life. Even for me, I wrote this song, but also to keep me on the right path, because there was a time in my life where I was doing exactly what Rob was doing. But because of my passion for music and realizing that if I didn't keep myself on the straight and narrow, my life as an artist would be affected and I could tumble down just like what he did. So therefore, this conversation with myself was happening daily. And I also painted and drew. But what I was doing, I was creating thoughts and moments in my head to go to in case of doubt. Because doubt came, and sometimes it stayed, sometimes it left. But more and more, when I put this system in place, with this internal system in place, then it would work. When doubt would come, it would be like, oh, look what I have accomplished already. I just have to keep going. Why should I stop? Why should I give up now when I stayed in for all this time? So discipline is discipline, and doing something that you don't like to necessarily do every day and having to love it is a tough thing, but it is part of the system that you have to use, and those tools it was very difficult to do that and not really being sure, okay, where's he going to lead me? I don't know. But blind faith really led me and kept me going.
The willingness to lean into blind faith, I think, is also huge. Go ahead, Mo.
No, I was just going to say this is incredible. And for those in our community watching, the Los Angeles Tribune community, you know we're far more than just a regular newspaper company. The things that we do, we change the status quo of what a newspaper company represents. And Fab Morvan is a member of our community. Fab Morvan is a supporter. He's someone that has put in his hat and said, I'm going to support the Los Angeles Tribune, and we are grateful for him. And Fab, you now have an army, the Los Angeles Tribune Army, the folks that are in the virtual auditorium. These are thought leaders. These are people that want to make the world a better place. These are not your regular, everyday person that just goes throughout the motions of life. These are the leaders of the world that are in our community, and they all have your back, Fab. So I want to give you the floor to see if you have a message to our community. And Parisa, I think we have a couple of more minutes before the next segment, right?
Okay. My message to all of you: continue to do what you're doing, because people live by example. You know, I see it in my household. I see my children, and I see them developing patterns because Papa is doing that. You know, they look at me. It's very simple as, you know, I've been changing diapers since they were born and singing, you know, and now, you know, I was on vacation with them, and they were walking in the hall of the hotel and like, oh, you know, it's true. Mind you, they're 3.5, almost felt, ooh, I love you, Papa. And it's like, wow, you know, they're singing and they're showing me love. Love is in my household, you know, I love you. They say that to me almost every day. Look at me, I love you. And I believe that for me, it shows me that, you know, I lived through them because I never got a chance to live this life. So when I hear that coming from them, I'm thinking, well, I'm on the right path, you know. So this being said, love of self is very strong and very powerful, very powerful. It can take you any places you like. So when you keep yourself on the straight and narrow and keep loving yourself, then you can give love to others because you are in balance. So my message is, you know, there's a gift of giving and a gift of receiving. As you keep on doing this, you will keep on your journey because it feels great to give and it feels great to receive as well.
I think, Parisa, you would agree with me that Fab's greatest accomplishments and most significant impact are ahead of him, not behind him. And I think that the Milli Vanilli story is a story that on some divine level, on some universal level, Fab was chosen to go through that so he can help the world with his voice, with his message. And, you know, I'm just excited to be able to watch this journey up close and personal. And I know, Parisa, we have a very special guest who's patiently waiting, and we're going to bring her up here in just a couple of minutes. I have to ask a couple of fun Milli Vanilli questions for all the Milli Vanilli fans, because, you know, Instagram has so many Milli Vanilli groups and Milli Vanilli fans that watch our interviews and chop them up and repurpose them. So we want to give something to all the Milli Vanilli army that watches these interviews that we do, Fab, over the last few months. And that's what song on the first Milli Vanilli album was not released as a single that you think would have been a big hit had it been released as a single? What song is an underrated Milli Vanilli song that would have been a big hit if it was released as a single? If it was the 6th single, which one would have been a hit?
I don't think that it was on the American version, but I would say Boy in a Tree.
What's it called? Boy in a Tree. Boy in a Tree. Okay.
Yeah.
There you have it, folks. Go check out Milli Vanilli, Boy in a Tree. Fab is saying that's the underrated Milli Vanilli song. And if you guys have not yet watched Girl You Know It's True, the movie, it's available on Amazon. We encourage folks to go watch it. Fab, any comments on that?
It's amazing. You know, those two guys, Ilan and Tijan, did an amazing job. And they really incarnated Robin Fab. They're unknowns. And I'm so glad that the production company didn't take anyone that was famous who had a name already. So when you look at this movie, you walk in our emotional shoes, and you lose yourself in those two characters, and you finally realize, oh, Robin and Fab were human beings and not just like entertainers on the screen bigger than life. They were feeling, they had emotions, but all that happens behind the curtains. And then you also see the inner workings of the music industry and how cutthroat it can be, and that you're nothing but a product. But as an artist, that's not something that you realize, and so that all those points are touched on, and it's great, it's entertaining, but I think that the documentary and the movie complete themselves. So you should definitely watch the doc first, watch the movie next on Paramount Plus, and then on Amazon, and it's also on Peacock now.
Oh, it's on Peacock as well. Parisa, please take it away. Parisa, anything else that we didn't cover?
I mean, a whole lot, and we'd have to be here for another 3 months, quite frankly. But I think that we gave, we had a really rich and quality conversation here, and
thank you.
I feel like people were able to really experience another layer of Fab, and that's the point, right? Is to be able to share, to connect, and impact meaningfully. So I think that you hit it out of the park, Fab. It's good to see you here and good to have you on with us.
We're gonna invite Fab for another exclusive full hour interview pretty soon in the next few weeks, because there's not enough time. And people love these interviews we do with Fab. They love it.
I love it. I love it.
If you read the comments, people in our community just love it. So we're gonna check with Fab's management and see when he has some time. And if he's gracious enough to give us another opportunity, we'll do another.
I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for everything. I mean, Los Angeles Tribune, yes. And then they don't even know half of it, but we'll talk about that at a later date. That's it.
Right. They don't even know, but they will. They will.
They will.
Parisa.
Yes. So thank you so much, Fab. We are actually, before our next guest comes up, we are going to take a brief pause with a commercial, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow. I have to say, what a phenomenal interview that was, Mo and Parisa with Fab Morvan from Milli Vanilli. Just that inward journey of going within. I think there are so many breakthroughs for our audience here during LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025, but it really is about real stories, real transformation, and real journeys. Like the part that people don't see, but the part that really is what matters, that drives you and helps you put one foot in front of the next. So thank you so much.
Well, Alicia, the thing is, for me, when I'm listening to someone, I don't always just want to listen to someone that's read a lot of words. I personally want to listen to someone that's lived a lot of life, right? There's a lot of people that have read a lot of words and they have a lot to say, and that's fine. But I like listening to the people that have lived a lot of life. Because when you've lived a lot of life, it's a whole different ball game than reading a lot of words. And some people have done both, which is great. But Fab is one that's done both. He's lived a lot of life. Yeah. And when it comes to leadership and learning about leadership principles and learning about how to navigate through this thing that we call life, someone like Fab Morvan is uniquely qualified because he has seen it all. And speaking about people that are uniquely qualified, Parisa Rose, we know that you have a very special interview coming up here in the next minute with somebody that's truly a thought leader on a multitude of different levels. As most people know, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we have so many different partners, so many people that have joined us from the public sector, from the private sector. We have multiple leaders at the highest levels of the military, of intelligence, of business, of publishing. And just about 200 different leaders have joined us on our mission here to make the world a better place and to chime in on their perspective of this conversation on leadership and to help us redefine what journalism looks like. And so I'm going to go ahead and give the baton. I'm going to pass the baton, even though you're a swimmer, Parisa. Today, you're going to play track and field, and I'm going to give you the baton, and I'm going to kick back, take notes, and please kick us off with this amazing next segment.
Thank you, Mo. And in swimming, just so you know, it's not a baton, it's a touch and go. So thank you, Mo, for the touch and go. So our next segment here is someone that is truly, truly profound. Again, everyone, I use words very intentionally. So when I say profound, I mean it wholeheartedly. She is a woman that I consider to be a genuine embodied leader. And what I mean by that is our next guest, Ashton Cantu, is an ICF certified leadership coach who specializes in high performance. She's a certified life coach and also a public speaker. While her practice is multifaceted, she primarily serves as an executive coach to CEOs and high performers with expertise in emotional intelligence, vision alignment, effective communication, team performance, and organizational culture. So with that being said, I would love to bring up Miss Ashton Cantu. Welcome to the stage, Ashton.
Wow. It is so amazing to be here. I've had the ability to chime in all day, and everybody's just kind of been teeing me up for this conversation. So I can't wait to dive in with you, and I'm just honored to be a part of such, you said embodied, that's definitely going to be somewhere we're going with the conversation today. And I don't think there is a better platform or a more aligned brand to be having that conversation. And I'm pumped. I'm ready to go. So let's do it, Parisa.
Oh my goodness. Well, I am so grateful for, number one, your kind words and your support and your affirmation of what it is that we do here. And I appreciate that. So I would love to know, number one, we're going to go a little more vague, a little more high level, because then we're going to get into the nitty gritty,
Sure.
Which I feel like you and I do pretty well when we tee back and forth on these topics. So I'd love to know on an overall basis, what does true leadership look like for you? How would you define true leadership?
No, I really loved what Fab said. So I'm going to tie in some of the things that some of the previous leaders were speaking of. And I love what he said about the illusion. So what it's not is what we see a lot of. What it's not is visibility. It's not necessarily measured by how much attention you're getting. True leadership, I believe, is the embodiment. And I know that this is a huge thing for Los Angeles Tribune, you know, even with the book that Mo brought out around integrity. It's the authenticity, it's the integrity, it's the personal responsibility, things that have been trickled on throughout this conversations this morning. But it really is the embodiment of living out those things with personal accountability and personal responsibility because you hold higher standard for yourself. And it's not the positioning. It's not the illusion or even the leveraging. And leveraging is good. That's a different conversation. I love what Dame was saying about that. But for me, because that's what you asked, it is a servant role. It is servant leadership.
I want to dive into that a bit before we move forward. What is servant leadership? How would you define that for those that are listening?
Well, let me make sure I get her name right, but she said it. Dame Doria Cordova, she said, leaders think about the other. Cordova, right? Leaders think about the other. I think that is the initial kind of the foundation of it. And, when you come into something like this conversation, when you're coming with an intention of what am I here to give? What am I here to contribute? Who am I serving? How can I serve them? And you're consistently thinking about that role of really giving and serving. I think that to me is servant leadership. It's really taking yourself out of it and allowing yourself to be the vessel and allowing yourself to be used and not necessarily always in the way that's your zone of excellence or your zone of genius. Sometimes it's, picking up trash and modeling that for a kid that just littered. It's that level of embodiment from here to here.
It's not always what you want to do. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. I feel like honestly, most of leadership is that, right? Most of leadership is it's a bit of what I was talking to Matt Scott, our opening speaker, about this morning, is that, you know, resilience, leadership, it's gritty. It's a gritty game. And we often don't lean into that. We don't presence that conversation about leadership. Leadership, I feel like, can be viewed very negatively. Even the word leadership, a lot of people, when I bring up things to them regarding leadership, to them, just that one word is something that you can see the energy, their energetic state just kind of shift and you know, downshift, and you can see it, how they're responding, just that one word. So I feel like it's something that is necessary that we continue to bring forward. And so with that, there's one thing I want to dive into. Okay. And it's something that you mentioned, that Fab mentioned, and that is this illusion piece.
Right.
That it is much of an illusion, right? Putting people on pedestals, optics, perceived value. And this is not just with materialism. This is with perceived characteristics of people. It could be even, you know, with anything you own or perceive to be owned, or even how you look, right? And how people perceive you to look. So with that being said, this illusion, a lot of the people that we see, and we see them as this thing, this pedestal, this celebrity, this, and even if it's not a celebrity in terms of the world's eyes, it can be a celebrity in our eyes.
Right.
With that, what do you feel are the key characteristics of a leader worth following?
Oh, I didn't know you were going to go there with that. It was headed another direction in my brain. I'm so glad that you asked that, though. You know, just to kind of circle back, this is going to come down to authenticity. This is going to come down to integrity. It is going to come down to self-accountability, leading yourself. And I think not just with that, but surrounding yourself with other leaders is very, very important, because you need those mirrors. You need those mirrors to be able to hold you accountable and to be able to embody that. You know, if you're a leader worth following, I think you have to be asking yourself the question, am I a leader worth following? I think you have to be so introspective. And this is, I'll give you a question I was going to leave with the audience later, but since it's coming up now, you know, one question I thought about, because I'm always asking, you know, what do I need to hear? And what about my life? Here's a great question to know if you're a leader worth following. What about my life contradicts the leadership that I want to embody? And instead of judging yourself or shaming yourself for that, because again, none of us should be on pedestals. We're all human beings. We're all going to fall short, but it is that self-check. It is that personal realignment to, whoa, I'm not fully embodied here, and bringing yourself back. I think that just little bit of self-accountability and willingness to be introspective of where you're not fully embodied and showing up as a leader you're positioning yourself to be, or that people are expecting you to be. I think that's huge. And I think that's worth following in itself, because that shows personal integrity. When nobody else is looking, you're still looking. You still are very much like, hey, I know this is what I said my standard was going to be. And if I'm being radically honest with myself, I'm falling short here, here, and here. I need to raise the bar.
Can you state that question that you were going to propose to the audience? Can you state that again so people can hear it?
Yes.
And whoever is listening and can type this into the chat so others can grab it and copy and paste it for themselves to save it. I'm requesting that you do that, audience. So thank you for doing that ahead of time. Go ahead, Ashley.
The broader question that you asked, I think, is worth answering too. And it's, am I a leader worth following? And what would that look like? I think that's a worthwhile question for everyone to answer for themselves, not just take my personal answer, but to answer for themselves. But then a deeper way to kind of peel back the layers on that would be, what about my life, or what about the way that I'm living my life right now is a contradiction to the leadership I wish to embody?
That's the most honest question I think that we could all ask ourselves. And if it stung hearing her ask that, even though she's just proposing it, if it stung a bit, know that that's 100% okay.
Yeah.
Because I think that if we're honest with ourselves, it's going to, even if it doesn't sting, there will be this tinge of discomfort, because we know that there is going to be some part of us that is out of alignment. And I want to make sure that I'm very clear on this so that it's not being received as a place of judgment.
Right.
Judgment within yourself.
Right.
Is that if you experience misalignment, it's absolutely human to do so and to be so, right? Like we can have this perceived view of what the most ideal person or ideal human that we could be. We can have this perceived perfection. And is that practical? I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. But also, it's about the journey. It's about the progress. It's about the incremental steps as we continue to go forward. So if there is a little like tinge of discomfort when she asked that, or if it just flat out stings, or if it's alarmingly confronting, all of it is okay. And it's a part of the human process and the human experience. And it's something that we all get to step into, you know.
Well, it's that personal awareness is your point of power, right? It's just like feedback. Failure is just feedback. That's your point of power if you're willing to take a look at it and leverage it, right? So having this information and being radically honest with yourself should never bring you down and make you feel like you're a failure or make you feel like you're not good enough. It should be like, whoa, I've got something to work with here. I've got a rope to pull on and pull myself up out of this because I have the awareness, right? And that is so powerful. So I want everybody to use this feedback that you're getting from your introspection. It's gold, and it can totally propel you, because just a 1 degree shift in the right direction will take you down a whole other road, right? So it is gold. So I hope everybody mines for that gold by asking themselves and journaling that out. And I think it'll be really powerful for everyone. I found it to be.
You know, before we shift over and I don't want to spoil anything because I'm super excited. I mean, I'm excited about, we'll be real. I'm excited about every single segment and every single interview that I get to do, because I love the opportunity to glean from those that I find of value and that offer some richness to the world. So I'm excited about all of them. And before we go, we bring on 2 incredible women here on stage with us. I'd like to give you the floor, the screen, perhaps, and allow you to share on your what you feel is pertinent message that you would like to hear.
Yeah. Thank you for that. There's something that was definitely on my heart that I wanted to bring up, because it's something that I've encountered with my own CEOs that I work with. It's something that I've seen it's becoming a common theme online on the social media space. And my pastor actually had mentioned it a few months back in a different way, but I love the title he used, and it's Pastor Andrew F. Carter, talk about an incredible embodied leader, mission drift. And mission drift can happen to any of us. It's when we get out of alignment, right? It's where Mo was talking about earlier about boundaries, and when we're compromising those boundaries and we don't stand in our personal alignment, and we're willing to confuse momentum with purpose or movement with purpose. And what I really loved about what I believe it was, got to find my card with his name on it. I want to make sure I get it right. Matt, he said, you know, when he was talking about being gritty, he was talking about moving towards your why. He wasn't just talking about movement. He wasn't just talking about movement towards success. He wasn't talking about speed or money. He was talking about movement towards your why. And there's a place for metrics and marketing and merits and all of that. That's just not the conversation I'm having today. But mission drift happens. And what I've been seeing a lot, and what I'm helping some of my clients with is, you know, they're getting to the point where they're exploding. I'm talking 7-figure, $1 million companies, and they're having those aha epiphany moments. And I'm seeing this online as well, where they're just imploding the whole business because nothing about what they've built is actually aligned with the legacy that they want to live and the mission that they originally set out to start. And I think that we can be proactive with this. You can truly be proactive with this by consistently revisiting your why, consistently refining your why, because as you change and evolve and grow, that might change and evolve and grow. But if you don't have touch points on that, and you've kind of just got caught up in the speed and the growth and the opportunity, and potentially even that egoic side of leadership where you're wanting to be seen more than wanting to really worry about that contribution and the impact that started you out in the first place, you can really get off track. So a big invitation that I have for leaders, because I know there are a lot of very successful leaders on here, is to really check yourself. And I have another question for you, introspective question to help you kind of guide yourself back home, or maybe Write it down for later if you feel like you're in the right direction and you feel really aligned and good about where you're going. This could be something that maybe you do once a quarter and just check in with yourself or have your coach check in with you. But a question I have is my current direction or strategy a response to mission-aligned opportunity, or is it driven by fear, ego, external pressure, or anything other than my why? And you guys may want me to repeat that and write it down, so I'll say it one more time. Is my current direction or strategy a response to mission-driven or mission-aligned opportunity, or is it driven by fear, ego, external pressure? We can add internal pressure to that, or anything other than my why. And I think that is a very good question, a very effective question to help us to realign consistently so that we don't find ourselves mission drifting, so we don't find ourselves with a very successful company or a very successful life without the fulfillment and the true purpose and meaning that we wanted to bring to it in the first place. So that's the thing that I really wanted to leave you all with today, in addition to just embodied leadership. Consistently checking in with your values and making sure that you're not getting pulled by culture to be something you're not, that you do stand firm in your convictions and your boundaries and who you want to be in this world, because it's not just about what you do and what you create, and all that's important. Success is beautiful. It's all great. There's room for all of it. But at the end of the day, your longest commitment and who you get to spend the most time with is you. So it really truly is about who you be. And I hope that this was valuable and that it gave you some questions that you can walk away with today and feel like, yeah, I've got something I can even share with the leaders that I'm going to be bringing with me and help them to grow too.
It's not even a question, Ashton. It was tremendously helpful. And I love the conviction that you speak from and the clarity of your message. It's a testament to you having that conversation with yourself first, and really allowing yourself to have the uncomfortable conversations and letting whatever that honest response is, just to have it come forward and not be ashamed about it, and not be, you might have all the feelings about it, but you allow yourself, you give yourself the permission to just go and do and then be. So much value there. Thank you so much. Now, y'all have seen two other beauties come on stage. We have Mary Glorifield and Michelle Trin, and I would love to spend all day and dive into their bios, because there's a reason why I brought both of these women on stage with Ashton and myself. But just to briefly touch Mary Glorifield. So this is how I will summarize Mary. Mary is a sniper of all snipers and the most intelligent woman that is unsuspecting. When I say a woman is unsuspecting, I say that from a place of that is a high compliment. I say that because a woman that is unsuspecting doesn't have to force her intelligence and her understanding of people and a situation. She just knows it. She allows it to be. And she sits in it. She doesn't have to make everyone know it. That's Mary. Michelle is a beauty industry, luxury goods, marketing genius. I will dive a bit more into Michelle's bio when we go one-on-one in just a little bit. But I wanted to come together and have a roundtable kind of experience between the four of us and dive into this very simplified way of saying it, but women in leadership. And what that, not even like what that looks like, but I want to dive into the experience of it. What comes up? What are the nuances? What are the things not talked about? Now, we only have a certain amount of time, but I feel that the time we are together here is going to be incredibly dynamic, powerful, and absolutely potent. So with that being said, Mary, I would love to pass the mic to you first. And first of all, thank you for being here with us. I know that being on camera, being on screen, on stage is not what you prefer necessarily to do. So thank you. Thank you. It is an honor to have you with us today. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you, Parisa. I really appreciate it. No, I said I'm going to write a book someday about and it's going to be the woman behind the curtain, as I spent 18 years with Tony Robbins and producing all of his events. And one thing I will say, Ashton, what I loved about what you said was the servant leadership. And that is one, I think, such an invaluable lesson that I learned from Tony. And there used to be a school or a program in San Diego that was called Servant Leadership Training. And I had the opportunity to go through that. So I think the servant leadership, and I would just love to have everybody go through something like that, because it's not your typical leadership. You really have to experience empathy and empowerment. You have to empower your team. It's not the cold, typical leadership that we think about, particularly in the corporate world. So I would love to hear anybody else's thought on that, on servant leadership, and what does it take to be a servant leader?
Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll jump in here. Thank you for having me on. And I think we all know the stats out there, right? There's only 28% of women who are actually in C-suite positions in the United States, but sometimes you feel like you're the only one. And many of us have probably been sitting in those rooms where we are the only woman, the only person of color representing and kind of paving the path for someone else. The world of command leadership is starting to pass, and micromanagement and the sense of traditional power is starting to pass. And what we're seeing that effective leadership is in active listening, is in humanity. And I think those qualities are sometimes very inherent within a female embodiment, which is great because that is the world that we are moving towards. And that is something that I love to keep on pushing forward as well.
Woo! Yes. Ashton, over to you. I'm not going to even chime in. Go.
Well, I think it also speaks to what you were saying, Mary, about your 18 years of experience as basically Tony's right hand and doing all the production behind the scenes. Servant leaders are willing to do what needs to be done, not just when it needs to be seen. And I think that it's a huge testament to servant leadership when, we as women, while we can take that front leader role, I think we are more comfortable submitting to being the helpmate in certain situations. And I don't think that makes you any less of a leader if you're the front runner or the second in command or whatnot. I think that kind of plays into both sides of the conversation. The woman can be a helpmate in that situation, but she's also just as powerful and just as necessary. And I think that ties into servant leadership too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. There's an element of, Michelle, to go back to your statistic, you I believe you said 28%. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it feels definitely less than that. And I'd like to say, I don't want to shame the stat. I don't. I think that anything we shame continues to grow shame, which is not, it's perpetuating the issue. If you perceive it as an issue, it's only perpetuating what is. But with it being 28%, that would indicate a path of loneliness, I'd like to say. And I'd like I'd like all of us to really dive into what that journey actually is, but how you've navigated it. Like how you've navigated feeling like the Lone Ranger, when sometimes the hyper independent woman being the Lone Ranger is fine because you're getting it done. It's going to get done. It's going to get done at the level of excellence that it needs to be executed at. And you're just handling business, right? You're just another task, get it done. It's gratifying as well. However, we are better together. We move better when we work together. So I love Michelle. Go for it.
Yeah. And I said that also because I've been that person. I sat at the table when I was working at L'Oreal in these executive meetings where it was, white French men at the table. And I was the only Asian American woman at the table. And instead of saying to myself, oh my gosh, I'm the only one, I changed the narrative and said, I have a perspective that they don't. and I can bring that to the table, and I can speak from a source of truth that they are not as familiar with. So I chose it as a chance to represent other voices and communities that were not there.
Oh, yes. Mary, over to you.
I think that's such an important position. I think, yeah, the C, I mean, I was fortunate to be in the C suite, so to speak, with Tony, and but it is a lonely role. But I think you have to figure out who your mentors are, who your coaches are. It's so critical that when you are in a lone position like that, or you're the only woman on the team. And with Tony's team, I was not the only woman, but I worked in a field that was all male, which was production. So union houses and venues and so forth, all men. And so it was important to have my coaches, my mentors, and I've been really lucky. Becky Robbins has been one of my mentors, and we're going to hear from her in a few days. And also Joseph McClendon, who's an incredible human being, was one of my mentors. And I think it's critical to have friends too that are going to call you out and say, listen, you're trying to do this by yourself. And someone asked me a really great question once. It's like, what would you tell your 25-year-old self if you were starting a career now? And I would say, you don't have to do it alone. Seek out those people that are going to support you and help you grow.
Yeah. I'd add to that. I would definitely add to that in the sense of collaboration too. You know, even if you are a CEO of your own company, or you are, you know, a leader of an organization, there are so many opportunities. There's not really excuse to be lonely, right? It would be a choice at this point. It's 2025. There are so many opportunities to get yourself in a mastermind with other leaders that are women. There are so many opportunities to hire a mentor that's a woman. So I feel like if we're still struggling with loneliness in leadership as women, it's probably because there's some sort of internal block within yourself that is not allowing you to receive that connection and not allowing you to receive that support that is so readily available.
Oh, you confronted it, Ashton. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I wouldn't expect any less. And I feel that. So thank you for each one of your perspectives. This is such a, I've been noticing, I'm just sitting back and like really soaking in all of your responses, because it is such an honor to have all four of you on stage, on screen at the same time. And yes, I'm here in the conversation, but I'm gleaning from each one of you. This is truly tremendous for me. So thank you, each of you. And I know that all of those that are listening are definitely receiving something. So one thing that I feel like maybe the last 18 months has been a really consistent theme that I've noticed with across women in leadership positions as it pertains to working alongside very dominant men. And dominant in the sense of they know their strength, they know what they bring to the table, and they move in that strength, and they operate in that strength, and they just go. They have a very masculine leadership style, and it's provided great success and results for them. Okay. All of what I've described are great things. They are assets to any company or organization. And I've really observed a lot of this, is that when you have women that have equal capability, but in their own different way, right? When women are interacting with these men now, these counterparts, the women becomes dim, not because of what the man is saying directly to the woman, but it's because of what the woman is not, how would I say this, is not valuing what she brings to the table as equally as what he values that he brings to the table. And it's been that piece that I've noticed that really starts to dim the woman in her own self. Same woman, same incredible, powerful woman, Yet when she's interacting with another man that is equally as powerful and present and embodied, they dim. I'm curious, have either any of you experienced this, witnessed this, observed any of this? And if you have, please share.
Absolutely. Of course. In every single role that I've been in and every single company that I've seen in beauty, which is really shocking, it is still a lot of male leadership in those positions. And I don't believe that you need to match volume for volume to be an equal to your male counterpart. What I have learned in my background and in my industry is that what they're doing, what they're good at, is marketing themselves. And it's an internal marketing that they're doing that women have less of this adherence to, right? We feel a little icky when we are talking about ourselves, hyping things up that we've done, but it's strategic. And we need to think of it that way, and what we bring to the table, and showing our work and speaking to our work. And that elevates what we have done and matches then the dominant male figure.
That is a soundbite. I hope y'all caught that. Mary, go ahead.
That is so true. And I think it must start from when we were children, that we don't feel like we can be as strong as a man, or that we can't. Women seem to have an issue, and I'll speak for myself. As we reach a certain age, it's like you feel like your value is less and you become more invisible. So you have to really, you have to do some work on yourself, I think, because it's so critical. No matter what your age, your importance in this world is so meaningful, and what you can contribute is so strong. And I do believe male and female energy, and that's something that is, depending on what field you're in, you can take on masculinity, but it's also important that you maintain your femininity and that energy and that power that women bring.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely add to that power is not masculine or feminine, right? It's your dance between both, because we embody both. It's your dance and your ability to stand in your power. And that, like you said, Mary, I think that is very much a belief system, internal work that we get to do, because shrinking is a habit and it's a learned behavior. And as we learn to embody fully our power, whether we're in our masculine energy or our feminine energy, I don't think that's as relevant as whether we just feel safe within ourselves to take up space, regardless of who's in the room.
Safe to take up space, regardless of who's in the room. Michelle, were you wanting to say something?
No, just snap.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if that's not been the journey of my life and most other women out there and men, the journey of the human experience, feeling safe to take up space. And exactly as you said, it's a habit. Shrinking is a habit. Mm-hmm. Dimming is a habit. Silencing, repressing, suppressing, doubting, all of it. It's a habit. So, wow. Okay. We have so much to cover today, and I wish we could continue this exact space right now. However, we need to transition to Michelle and Mary. Ashton, thank you. Thank you for totally being open to this experience. And thank you for really shedding some light and a lot of your wisdom into the space here. Welcome back, Mo.
Well, I just wanted to take a quick second. I'm going to bring Mary back, and I wanted to thank everyone that was part of that conversation. I want to take a quick second, Parisa, to thank specifically the work that Mary Glorfield has done as the executive producer of this event. If you're watching this event, if you're writing comments, if you've felt a breakthrough, if you are watching this months or years after the fact, because we still have people at the LA Tribune that get emails and messages and letters from people that today watch clips from years and years ago. And so there's a reverberation impact that happens with these programs. And Mary Glorfield was the executive producer of this event. And so I just wanted to take a second. If you're watching us in the virtual auditorium, please say thank you, Mary, as a comment. If you felt a breakthrough, if you've experienced something transformational in these conversations. So I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge Mary. Parisa, if you have anything you'd like to chime in on. And I only popped up here because I know Mary doesn't come on the screen too often. She prefers to stay in the background. So when I saw her on, I said this is a good opportunity to catch her. Parisa, if you have anything you'd like to say about Mary.
Yeah, and you're right. She doesn't like being on screen. So good eye, Mo. Good eye. I would like to say that it's a bit of what I shared before earlier when Mary and Michelle first came on screen, is that Mary is the sniper. She knows her intelligence. She doesn't have to have her confidence validated by others. And I really admire that. I really value that in another woman. And I want to just say very openly, Mary, I really value that and how I've been able to experience that with you. I desire to have experienced more of that within myself. So thank you for letting me work alongside you and be within proximity to you so that I can learn that more and just glean from your wisdom and your knowledge and your experience. So thanks, Mary.
Thank you, Mo, and thank you, Parisa. It's been a delight. This has been a team effort for sure. So I've learned so much from you over the past few weeks, Parisa, and I'm so impressed. I consider you one of my new mentors. So I really, really appreciate everything and the support that you've given to this program and to Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you so much.
Mary is a huge part of the work that we do at the Los Angeles Tribune. Mary is one of our producers, one of our leaders, one of our directors. And I just want to take another 30 seconds to acknowledge some of the comments here that we're receiving. The virtual auditorium is flooded with love for Mary. As you can see, all of these comments, thank you so much, Mary. Look at all these different people that have been impacted because of the work of Mary. So I had to take a second to properly acknowledge. Look at this. Wow, look at all these comments. I've never gotten this many comments. This is amazing. And so thank you again, Mary. Parisa, back.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Mary. And I'm grateful. I'm genuinely so honored and grateful that, I threw the idea to her to jump in for this segment. And she was an absolute yes. And yes, having wisdom, having experience, having women have conversation that's honest and that's collaborative without having to have prior experience with one another, but just genuinely showing up as real, authentic. I think we get to have more of that. So I am so stinking grateful that we got to have that today here at the Los Angeles Tribune during Leadership Week 2025. So Michelle, I know you've been on the screen for a few minutes now, and I gave the briefest intro of you, and I'd like to do you a little more justice so that as you continue to share, those that are listening to your wisdom and your very potent delivery, which I love, of your knowledge, it can land in the way that it's most effective in landing for each person. So
thank you.
That being said, ladies and gentlemen, Michelle Trin. She's a seasoned executive with over 15 years of leadership in brand strategy, product development, and global marketing across the luxury, consumer goods, and wellness sectors. Okay. With a unique blend of experience spanning billion-dollar corporations, literally, and high-growth startups, Michelle brings expertise in skincare, makeup, hair care, fragrance, and holistic wellness. Her career has taken her from Paris to New York to California, shaping iconic global brands, including Nutrafol, Kiehl's, Ralph Lauren fragrances. We've got Laura Mercier. We've got Urban Decay, YSL. I could seriously go on. Michelle.
Yes.
I am so grateful that you were a quick and absolute yes to coming on today and coming on the leadership broadcast. You are a gem. You have such a unique voice. You have a wealth of experience, and you you are very honest and very, I feel like there's a rich layer of honesty about how you deliver
Mm,
the information you deliver.
thank
And
you.
I will say I value that greatly. So thank you for gracing us with your knowledge, your presence, and your being here. So
Oh
thank
my
you.
gosh. Thank you so much for having me. I mean, when you gave me the call, it was an absolute and immediate yes. So I couldn't not be here.
Yay. Okay. So there's a lot of different ways we could go. And I actually want to go shift into a bit of a different space. Out of the things that have been shared so far, even the
Yeah.
last conversation we had with Ashton and Mary, or anything that's been shared today so far,
Yeah.
what has grabbed you most and why?
I mean, so many things. I've been chiming in here and there, and it's been such a wealth of great discussion already. But even from this morning with Matt and just right now with Fab, I think people brought out this idea of a North Star multiple times, and that everyone has an internal North Star. And it's funny because I always work with my clients who are brands, startups to billion-dollar corporations. And that's the first question I ask. What is your North Star? And I think that's something that we can ask ourselves individually as well as within leadership roles, is bringing us back to the goal. And there are many, many shiny things that pop up along the way in trends, in the latest news that we want to just hop onto. But when you have a clear and direct path and your North Star, I think that guides us all in the right direction.
Absolutely. I'm grateful that that's what resonated loudly for you.
Mm,
Because I
yeah.
feel that it's applicable to every person at every stage that each person's at. And I mean,
Yes.
quite frankly, it's something that we get to revisit on a daily basis
Mhm.
because there's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of distraction. There's a lot of everything going on. And to continue to condition ourselves to go back, to circle back, to be anchored to that North Star, I feel like is the saving grace to
Mhm.
a lot of places and spaces that we can experience in life.
Yeah. And that can change. And we
Mhm.
also need to realize that North Star can change because we evolve as well as people, as brands. I've been on brands that have been around for hundreds of years, right? Kiehl's, for example, since 1851. And they are still relevant today because they kept on reinventing themselves and applying what was a part of their DNA already to today and what's going on now. So it's not that a North Star has to stay stagnant. That can shift and that can change. And everybody needs to realize internally, the leaders need to realize that that is something that you need to keep your eye on and focus.
I want to dive into that a bit more. When you say
Sure.
that, these companies that have been around for hundreds of years, and then being able to sustain all of the changing markets, trends, demands, all of the elements of the economy, right? So, being that those brands have been around for hundreds of years and they're still relevant today, as they've pivoted and changed that North Star, what is like the one characteristic that you have found that they've been able to carry through them all of these changing seasons?
Yeah, great question. It's different with each brand.
Hmm.
But what I notice that works best and the brands that are the strongest in these type of things are the ones that have a rich history. They have codes and philosophies that were defined from the beginning that do not change. And I think those are the most successful ones. And I have jumped into tons of startups where they don't know what they stand for. All they see are the deliverables, what product they want to push out next, what service they want to launch, instead of what they stand for that can manifest itself in different ways.
Woo, okay. Yeah, I tossed it to you and you hit it right back. That was amazing. Okay, you mentioned codes, that they had these strong
Mhm.
codes that were established from the get-go.
Yeah.
And you've seen startups waver, perhaps. I'll say
Mm.
waver without these strong the referencing these strong codes and values.
Right.
What would you say is a great practice to developing and identifying these really incredible codes that can withstand all of the changing markets?
Yep.
What would you say is a way to develop that?
Absolutely. I hit on it a little bit, and it's not about the product that you are pushing out into the market. Or if it is, what is behind the product, the fundamental service that you are giving to your audience, the need that you are answering that will drive the future of your brand. I think that is how most brands need to think about it. What am I giving to the consumer that they don't know exists already, or to help their lives, or to elevate their lives? And keeping that again as a North Star and concretely defining that with your leadership team makes the biggest difference I see in the growth of small startups to large $1 million brands.
What am I giving them? Comes back to that servant leadership piece. I mean,
Yes.
not connecting dots. I don't know what we're doing. We are connecting dots through and through, crossing industries, timelines, generations, centuries, established really strong brands to startups that waver. I hope y'all are listening because this is so rich. I want to touch on now. I'm like, there's so many things I want to dive into. And I mean, you could be here for 3 hours and I feel like we still wouldn't get enough accomplished. But I want to touch on, I really love when speakers come on and they come from an industry that is perceived as separate from the majority. So what I'm speaking to specifically right now is the luxury, like any brand that is a luxury brand.
Yep.
Right? Not everyone experiences, purchases, invests in luxury goods, right? It's just preferences, opportunities, whatever the case is.
Right.
However, I remember we were talking about this one time and it was like the most intriguing perspective to really hear from your end of all of this. But I'd love to have you share with the audience about the pieces of that luxury brands really focus on, because the things that they focus on, from what I understood, I'm like, this is what we can do every day in our lives. There's no separation here. We're absolutely the same. There's no separation of luxury goods, brands, services.
Yeah.
But we are that. It's just the understanding of what that is.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was such a fun conversation. And I remember, we have to remember things have changed. High price is not the same as high impact. And now we've moved towards high impact and how it affects your life day to day. And there are little luxuries that you can have that don't cost thousands of dollars to do, right? So I worked in the fragrance industry and was on Armani fragrances for a little while. And we were saying not everybody can buy an Armani suit, but they can wear Armani fragrance, right? And that's the little bit of luxury. So whatever that is defined in your life, your high touch points, high impact moments throughout the day, or even for your team, luxury can be infused into the everyday.
Okay. I want you to dive a bit more. I keep saying dive because I'm like, it's a visual, visceral experience for me. I think probably just due to my past. However, I'd love for you to shed more light on the team element of adding those luxury touch points, as you mentioned, on integrating that in a team.
Yeah, no, we've seen it done. They just didn't call it little luxuries, right? We've seen it done at Google. We've seen it done at Apple, where you get free lunches, where you have beautiful settings around you that encourage you to come to work and want to stay. I think it's those safe atmospheres, but also luxurious atmospheres that you want to rest in, pause in. And luxury now also is time. Luxury is wellness. When I was at Nutrafol, we had a masseuse come in, and we would all get 10-minute sessions to have a masseuse take care of us because our pillar was in wellness. And so we had to live and breathe it every single day too at the office.
Wow. Okay. I hope all of those that have brands out there and have names. Yes. Oh my goodness, that was powerful. Okay. So Yeah, I want to dive right here before we shift to the next segment. What do you feel is the most powerful way to what's the most powerful way to implement luxury on a personal level?
Mm-hmm.
So shifting into the perspective of that we as human beings, the first and foremost, we lead our own lives. We are leaders of our own lives. How can we implement luxury on an everyday basis? Like, what is an easy touch point?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think luxury is defined differently for every single person. When I was growing up as a kid, we were poor. My family immigrated from Vietnam and couldn't afford much. My luxury was every Friday night, my mom would buy me McDonald's. And that was my little luxury. Today, my little luxury is a little different. Like I drink my water out of a nice fancy wine glass. It's a little bit of luxury. It's a little bit of extra, but it's for me. And I challenge everyone here, whether it's for yourself or for your team, what is that little bit of luxury that you can add to your life every single day that you can do to just elevate it that much more?
Mic drop. There we go. Hands down. Wow. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mo, for joining us back on screen.
Well, thank you so much, Parisa, Michelle. This has been an incredible conversation, an incredible dialogue. I've been taking notes, and to use a metaphor, in life, we have the devil on one shoulder, the angel on the other shoulder, and I've been taking notes thinking this has been angelic advice, and then I look at the screen and I see this wonderful halo right above, and I recognize that halo is there for a very real reason, because Michelle is giving us the advice that we should listen to, right? she's on the side that we should listen to. So I appreciate you, Michelle. If you have any final statements on what leadership means to you, 60 seconds or less before we go to our next segment, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think that leadership has been discussed throughout today and for the rest of this week, and I'm so excited for everyone who's going to be here and to listen to it. But the themes that I've already seen is focusing on your North Star. What does that mean, whether it's internally yourself or for your brand? I think another piece of advice that I've always gotten in terms of that North Star is asking yourself when you come up against a dilemma, not what is going to make me happy, but what is going to give you peace. And that is a lot more challenging to answer than happiness. So I ask everyone here to embody those things, add a little bit of luxury into your own life, ask every day challenging questions to yourself, as everyone has posed here, and just enjoy.
Thank you so much, Michelle. We appreciate you joining us. And Parisa, what a powerful conversation that was that you just had with Michelle. And I'm so excited because if you're just joining us, this is Leadership Week 2025, where we have compiled a multitude of leaders that are joining us from a multitude of different backgrounds and industries: intelligence, military leadership, the private sector, business, publishing, and everything in between. Earlier we were joined by one of the top 80s pop icons. You just never know who we're going to have next. And up next, I'm very excited because we have an American hero. We have somebody that has dedicated their life to making sure that our country is safe, secure, and somebody that I'm excited to get to know a little bit over the next few minutes here and share that experience with our audience. And that's, of course, Jeffrey Sano. And Parisa, how excited are you? Alicia, how excited are you for our next speaker? Please, let's start with you, Alicia.
It's such a delight, Mo, and for everyone that's joining us, whether live or watching the replay, to hear from our next guest. Jeffrey Sano is a distinguished former CIA senior intelligence officer who is now a global security strategist. He's a speaker and he's a leadership advisor. With over 35 years of experience in intelligence operations across the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, Jeffrey has protected our nation, but he has worked with the corporate and nonprofit sectors, offering advanced leadership training programs for executives, for policymakers, for nonprofit leaders. It is such an honor that we get to bring Jeffrey here to speak with our community today, to share so many of his insights, to share his leadership perspective, and really to help us really understand what it means to be a leader from the inside out, but to adapt to any kind of circumstance that you may find yourself in. So thank you, Jeffrey, so much for joining us today.
It's my very great pleasure and honor. It's kind of a tough act to follow a beauty specialist, I got to be honest with you, but I'll try and hold up my end of the bargain.
Well, Jeffrey, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. And, I want to kick it off because you have such a special background that is full of lessons that we can all learn in the realm of leadership. And this is a conversation that we're having over 8 days of a multitude of different individuals. And really, it's one long inquiry, one long Socratic style inquiry on leadership. And I want to kick it off by simply asking you, what are some of the leadership lessons that you learned while you were running the hardcore operations in the CIA?
It goes back to what I was first advised by my boss when I first went into a management position. He basically said, you have to learn to communicate with each officer. Operations officers tend to be hard charging. They're type A personalities. They don't really like being micromanaged, and I'm not a micromanager. I was very independent myself, so I get all that. But each one of them you have to speak to differently. And there's a couple examples on that. I spoke with one lady. She's an Asian lady, and she came into my office because what my boss had also, what I always did when I wrote my emails was I wrote out, hi, how are you? How's the wife? How's the kid? That personal touch, because the people that I was directing were deployed overseas. They were at the end of a very long cable. So I always did that personal touch at the beginning of each personal, talking about work, operations, things like that. It was always a personal touch up front. Well, this lady came into my office and she sat down and she said, please stop doing that. You don't care. I know you don't care. I don't care that you don't care. It's okay. Let's just stick to business and not spend any time writing or making me read those family personal notes. All righty. This lady told me exactly how to communicate with her. What more could a supervisor ask for? Another example, kind of the opposite end of that spectrum, there was a young gentleman. He was ethnic Indian. He was deployed in Asia, and he came into my office, and he was a very, very talented officer. And he'd been working for me for about a year. And he came to see me, and about 10 minutes into the conversation, I adopted what I will say was a very different approach. First, let me make a definition here. Case officering is what you do when you try and manipulate people to give you information, generally speaking, okay? That's the verb, case officering. So back to the story about this young man. He came into my office, and about 10 minutes into the conversation, I leaned into it, finger out, and said, you stop case officering me, or I will kill you. There were lots of other words kind of mixed in there. I'll let you use your imagination. His jaw hit the floor, and after a very pregnant 10-second pause, he picked it back up, and we continued on, and we got along great. So I use those as two very different examples to go back to what my boss first told me. You have to learn how to communicate with each person on your team. And that, to me, is the foundation, because if you can communicate with people, you can understand what their needs are, you can understand what their motivations are, then you have a much better chance of reaching out to them and helping guide them. I mean, for operations officers, all I really wanted to do was keep them between the ditches. If we could do that, then everybody was happy, and they do their job and they know their job. So that's my answer to that question.
So what I'm hearing, Jeffrey, is that we have to pay attention to each individual's communication style in our lives and our businesses, and have adaptability and versatility with respect to our communication approach. Is that a fair assessment?
That is a very accurate assessment, and that's how we have to go when we are speaking with people, when we are developing teams, when we're leading teams, because if we can't communicate, then how are we going to get off the ground? I heard the term earlier about leadership, where you're giving it to people. I forget the term, it escaped me. At any rate, you have to go that approach with each person to understand what their needs are. Because if you don't understand their needs, how can you help guide them, reward them, promote them, pat them on the shoulders, or whatever is necessary? So yes, it takes each individual.
And what are some tells that would indicate personality traits? Let's say, for example, for a business owner navigating with team members, what are some things to listen for, to pay attention to, that will help us categorize some of the styles that would be appropriate for each personality, other than just blatantly asking them to do a personality test, but some more some subtle ways in the day-to-day life that we could pick up on?
For what it's worth, I had to take a lot of those personality tests. So I remember them. I'm not sure how accurate they were, but at any rate, the most important skill, and it's the one that they don't ever teach us, is listening. And that's the first thing that we have to do. So they teach, you can go to college, you go to a speech class, and you learn how to talk. We all get taught how to talk. We all get taught how to write, but we don't have a class on listening. That's a skill that we have to develop over time. And quite seriously, that has to be the first skill that we use. So our employees need to know, our staff, our colleagues, our seniors, everybody needs to know that we're going to listen to them and take in what they're telling us. Listening doesn't mean agreeing by any stretch of imagination. I'm sure all your audience here know that many of them are married and they have wives. And just because you're listening to your wife doesn't mean you're agreeing with her, although she thinks that, just as a word of warning. At any rate, the listening skill is the most important skill. It's the foundation for communication. And it all comes back to that. If you want to reward people, you want to know what will appeal to them. So when you're listening to your staff talk, you listen to them at the water cooler, at lunch, or whatever, having a cup of coffee on a break. You want to listen to what they're talking about and try and understand what motivates them. That's the key. We're all motivated by different things. You're motivated by something different than what I was motivated by. So we have to learn what will motivate our staffs.
Wow, that's so good there. And expanding, Jeffrey, beyond listening to understand what motivates an individual, because listening is not something that people are truly taught. What are 3 keys that you would want to teach people today, right now, about listening to really hear what is going on, hear the room, read the room, listen to the room, that they can actually apply in their day-to-day life, whether it's with someone in their family, a friend, or a colleague in the workplace?
Probably the toughest part is going to be patience. You have to listen long enough to hear the whole message. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't sometimes jump the gun. There are plenty of people that will attest to the fact that I do that, or I've done that in the past. But you have to be patient. You have to let the person talk. And then you have to actually be listening to them. In the agency, we have people that are called reloaders. What is a reloader? A reloader is someone that's reloading their gun while you're talking to them. They're not actually listening to what you're saying. They're reloading the argument to come back at you. So you don't want to be a reloader. You want to be someone that's actually listening and engaging. Again, that doesn't mean agreeing. Trust me, I've had some bosses that I listened to, and I can assure you they didn't agree with me. So you have to be patient. You have to let the person talk. And then that would be the first biggest thing right there. And again, it comes back to what you just said. We're not taught listening. We're not taught patience. You know, the only person that ever taught us listening was your mother. And I'll bet both you had a mother that said, "You listen to me, young man or young lady." And so that's where we get that skill from, but that was never enough. So the first thing is going to be patience. You have to be patient enough to let the person who may have many reasons to not go the full length. They may be uncomfortable with you. You're the boss. they may have this real boss mentality. Oh, he's the boss. We got to be very careful. We can't, do whatever. So you have to have a friendly environment. So patience, friendliness is the next piece. They have to not necessarily like you, but they have to trust you. I've worked with bosses that I didn't really like. I wouldn't go have a beer with them, but I trusted them. And so those are the first two skills that you have to develop. And those are not skills that necessarily come natural to us. So that's the foundation. Again, we're building a foundation of communication and then trust. And then, part of communication, of course, is dialogue, but it's that listening skill. How do we develop that? We do it by, we got 2 ears, but only one of these. So we got to keep that one closed more often than not.
Yeah, absolutely. And so as I'm hearing you speak, as I'm listening to you, Jeffrey, I'm recognizing that listening, although it sounds like such a simple concept, it's really something that most people haven't figured out. In fact, a lot of times when someone thinks they're listening, they're just listening to their own thoughts, their own interpretation of what is actually happening in front of them. And so this is really a game changer in terms of leadership. I really think that this is such a healthy place for us to take our inquiry on leadership with you. And I want to delve even a little bit deeper on this concept of listening, because, as someone in the comments just mentioned, 2 ears, 1 mouth, right? I don't think the man upstairs made a mistake when he gave us two of. And so I would love for you, if you could go even deeper. I'm going to ask you a question that sounds silly, but I don't think it's silly, and I'm being serious. What does it really mean to listen?
Oh, that's not a silly question at all. And I found a term I was trying to think of before. It's servant leadership, and that's the topic that's been discussed before. It takes the ability to turn your mind off when you're having a conversation with it doesn't matter who, doesn't matter what level, colleague, boss, superior, whatever, your employees, whatever. You have to be able to switch off everything else. And you can't be thinking about, your son or daughter or wife, husband, whatever, even though the person you're talking to may not be a very good communicator. So you have to be able to switch your brain into, I don't know what you call it, neutral mode, where you are not thinking about anything else. And it's really easy to get distracted and to be thinking, gosh, what's for lunch? Did my wife call? Was I supposed to get something on the way home from? You have to refrain from doing that and stay focused on the conversation. And that's where you start to dive into active listening. That's what it's called. It's called active listening. So that, you're making eye contact. Some of this they do teach. You're making eye contact. You're looking directly at the person. You're nodding or doing something to let them know that you are hearing them. Again, that doesn't mean agreeing, but that just means hearing. So you say, yeah, I understand your point. Something so that they know that you are listening to them and they get part of that dialogue back. How do they know I'm listening to them? Because I just said, I hear you. I understand your point. What's your next question? Or I hear you. I don't necessarily agree with your point, but let's look at it from this perspective. What if we take a different angle and do things just a little bit differently? Anyway, you can come back in any type of counter to that, but it's the active listening part that is very challenging. And again, the tendency is for us to drift off. We're thinking about breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever, where we're going tomorrow night, what's our next trip, and what's my next scuba diving trip. We can think about a lot of things. And we have to discipline ourselves not to do that. We have to stay focused.
So the inner game, the staying focused, the inner game, and actually flat out informing and communicating to the other party that I'm engaging in an active listening.
Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with that. You say, I hear what you're saying. I don't agree with you. Or I hear what you're saying. I agree with this part of it, but not so much this part of it. What about this perspective? Can we try it this way? So you have a dialogue, and that's where you have to encourage them to speak.
Okay. That's very profound. Now I want to also take it a little deeper. What about the situations where you don't care to let the other person know just how actively you are listening to them? That might be something that could be useful. Let's say we're in a meeting with multiple people and you maybe act like you're not really paying much attention, but you really are. It happens in business. It happens in life. People that maybe are paying more attention than it looks like they actually are. Is that something that you can touch on in terms of that technique? When is that useful in life?
Well, all communication techniques are useful, and that one is as well. So you're at a reception, you don't really want, let's see if I put it in my field, you don't really want this is an extreme example, you don't really want the Russian ambassador to know that you're listening to his conversation because you're busy looking over here engaged in another conversation, supposedly. So there are reasons to do that. There's always reasons to listen in a different fashion. And this is the skill we develop over time, where you may not know I'm paying attention, you may not know I'm listening, but I in fact am, and I can use that to collect information and develop my assessment of the individual as to what it is that they are providing us with. So you're always listening. You don't have to be an active listener, because that's what you were just talking about. You don't want to appear as an active listener. You can certainly appear as a casual listener, but that doesn't mean you're not paying attention and able to take notes, make mental notes, and come back to that conversation later. You could even use it where the person that's having this conversation beside you suddenly is free from that conversation. And that's when you might say, I heard you make an interesting comment about whatever. Would you mind if I ask you a question about that? So that communicates to them that you are actually listening and paying attention, and you pay them a lot of respect when you do that. That's one thing I think we sometimes lose. We don't realize that when you listen to someone, you are paying them respect. Everybody on this planet wants to feel respected. Probably more than they want to feel loved. They want to be respected. So all of a sudden, I haven't been doing anything to this conversation. I'm over here talking to somebody else, but I'm really listening. And I pay him respect by saying, sir or ma'am, you made some interesting comments about whatever's going on over here. Would you mind if I ask you a question about that? Well, I would love that if you would do that. So you pay them respect. And that paves the road for a deepening relationship. And let's be honest, my profession was all about deep relationships.
Okay.
That's so key.
Go ahead, Alicia.
Yeah, because oftentimes people talk about the need to feel seen and heard, but that respect part is so critical as well. Jeffrey, your programs really emphasize critical thinking under pressure, in addition to listening, but critical thinking under pressure, strategic problem solving, and resilience. And you draw a lot of that from your background in high stakes missions. You have lessons learned from directing intelligence operations and managing billion-dollar projects to equip leaders with actionable strategies for navigating uncertainty and also driving impact in complex environments. So how can people adapt their mindsets when they're navigating challenging circumstances in their lives? You've navigated many across your career, but people are navigating challenging circumstances all day, each and every day. How can they really adapt their mindsets?
One of the things that we don't teach or spend a lot of time on because we wish to avoid it like a bad headache is failure. But failure is part of success. So we have to be able to reward both success and failure. And that sounds really strange. Why would we reward failure? Because it is only through the occasional failure that we can actually strengthen ourselves and run further and faster. And, you might think, well, failure is not an option. No, I got news for you. Failure is always an option. And you empower people to fail. I will give you an example of that from my own background. We were monitoring the movement of some weapons of mass destruction. I was head of the group that did that. and there was a shipment that was coming from Asia going to the Middle East. And we didn't really want that because they were going to somebody we don't like. The analyst that was responsible for this program, for the monitoring part of it, came to me and said, Chief, it looks like this shipment's already en route. I don't think we're going to be able to catch it and turn it around. I want to see what you wanted to do. My response was very much to the point. We swing at every pitch. You get the emails out to every station along the way so we get this. If you need help getting your emails out of the building, because it's actually cable traffic and it has to go through a release process, but nobody knows what a cable is anymore. So we'll call it an email. So I said, if you need help getting the emails out the building, because like I said, it's got to go to different approvals, you let me know. I will unstick any hole that catches you. And so I basically had said, we're going to swing at this. So she went about that. She went about her business. I didn't hear anything until she came into the office, to my office the next morning, and said, we got it. We got it, and we turned it around. She got a performance award for that. But she was also empowered to fail. And that's something that we typically don't do. We don't want to talk about it because it makes everybody uncomfortable. Who wants to fail? I don't want to fail. I don't want to have a failed marriage. I don't want to have, get sick. I don't want to have a failure in my job or in my income. But when we're trying to demonstrate leadership to our staffs and grow a company, we have to allow for failure. We have to empower people to run so fast. What happens when you run too fast? You run, boom, and you do a face plant. But that's the only way you'll ever find out how fast can you run. And so we have to empower our people to run as fast as they can. Every now and then, one of them's going to face plant. And we have to be there as leaders to pick them up, brush them off, tell them they're doing a great job, and let them continue running. That requires us to protect our employees from the people above us as well. Because, our leaders, the ones above us, the senior leaders, don't always understand that. They do when you sit down and explain it to them and they say, yeah, okay, this is what happened. This is how it transpired. But we have to be willing to do that. We have to empower people to fail, because by empowering failure, you also empower advanced thinking. You also empower testing the limits. It's only when we test the limits that we can find out how fast can we run before we faceplant.
How do you simultaneously encourage a culture that embraces perennial failure, but also make sure that everything is going in the right direction and doesn't turn into the wild, wild west with 17 different chefs and cooks in the kitchen, all using different spices for one meal? What is that balance, Jeffrey?
The most important thing is for everybody to understand the objectives of the organization. The organization that I worked for had some pretty clear-cut objectives. It's not hard to find. So you as a business owner and as a leader need to make sure that your team understand the objectives of the business. And then that is your overriding goal. So that's what you encourage people to address. How do we address those? And you make it plain and simple for everybody. For me, again, it was preventing the distribution of weapons of mass destruction. Okay, everybody gets that. Now we know what we're doing. Now we get down into the weeds. How do we do that? And that's where it gets to be a tougher question. And you're going to have to try different things. You're going to succeed in some areas. You're going to fail in other areas. But that doesn't mean you stop trying. And the trick is to succeed in more areas than you fail at. That's the same in business. You want to have more profit than you do loss. You want to have more home runs than you do strikeouts. That's how you put together a winning team. But you still have strikeouts.
Excellent. And I'm going to do one more follow-up question. Then I'm going to give the baton to Miss Alicia to close out this segment here. Just to follow up to that point. So if we are, and I'm speaking now, and if you're watching this at home, or if you're watching this on your phone, or wherever you're watching this from, you can apply these principles to your lives, to your businesses as well. Establishing a clear-cut macro goal of the organization or of the team. And then what do we do as leaders when we have individuals that are valuing their own personal agendas higher than the macro goals, or dealing with individuals that may not be in full alignment with what the macro goals are? As an example, let's say there's an ideal. Let's say there's a nonprofit organization or such organization that has a macro goal of an ideal, but some of the members in the organization care about their own personal piggy bank. How do we make sure that individuals are all in alignment, as opposed to having things scattered around with different ulterior agendas, etc.?
Part of that is going to be in the initial hiring of people. That's where you spell out, this is what we do, this is why we do it, and this is how we do it. And then answering any questions that they may have. So I don't want to say necessarily that you're nipping it in the bud, but you are making the expectations clear. Then this goes back to what we first talked about, communications. We need to communicate the expectations of each staff member, employee, no matter where you are in the food chain. We all have a boss, whether it's the shareholders or the manager, whatever. So we have to be very clear as to what the expectations are in the beginning. Not everybody that you're going to do that with is going to say, I'm on board. Once they say I'm on board, then they have a commitment to adhere to those requirements. If a year passes and then, the nonprofit, they have this guy who's running wild doing weird stuff, then that's when the leader needs to sit down and say, we seem to be off track. You want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt the first time around. That's just the right thing to do. So you sit down and say, we seem to be getting off track. There could be lots of reasons why Joe is going berserk. He could be having family problems. He could be having health problems. You don't know. And this is where you have to have that personal communication with them, much like I did, as I talked about with the first two individuals. So you want to be able to sit down and say, we seem to be getting off track. When we hired you, we said that these were the expectations of this company, and you agreed to all that. Whether you want to have them sign a paper or not, that's one way to do it, but it's better to have a conversation. So we agreed with all of this. You said this is what you want to do. Something seems to have changed. So what has changed, and how can I help you? Again, servant leadership. How can I help this individual be successful? That's got to be my waking thought every moment of every day. How can I help my staff members be successful? How can I help them look good? So back to this one particular individual, he may say, my wife is really sick, so I need to take time off. Okay. My youngest daughter went through a terrible medical procedure that one of the big hospitals in Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Hospital. And I was so blessed that I had the entire team supporting me. So you got to thank him for that. Again, this goes back to, what are the expectations? So the expectation is, this is what we do. This is how we do it. We had this discussion a year ago when I hired you. So none of this should be new to you, but you seem to be off track. Is there something I can help you with? Again, going back to servant leadership. How can I help my employee? It could be any number of things that are bothering him. Some you can do something about, and some you can't. I had more than one officer come to me, or me go to them and say, you're not really tracking with the team. Is there something you'd like to do different? Is there something going on? One of the really nice things about the Central Intelligence Agency is there is a job for everybody. Whatever your skill might be, if you can make it through the security background, there's a job for you. You want to build furniture? There's a job for you. You want to do media relations? There's a job for you. You want to run the intelligence operations? So everybody has a job. The trick is, I need to find out what's motivating this person. I need to ask them, what is it that you really want to do? What brought you into this organization? And how can I help you do that? If you're not happy with me, then, or with my division or my group, then let's go look at where else you might feel more productive. and you engage in that kind of conversation, maybe it'll go well and he'll say, yeah, I'm sorry, I'll do better. Or maybe it'll be, yeah, I don't like working in this division. I want to go work in this other place. Okay, make it happen. Communication, once again, is what it comes down to.
A lot to unpack there. One of the many things that I heard was the emphasis and importance on initiation and onboarding, and not being loosey-goosey about that process and ending up regretting it later. I do think in the realm of business, that's something that a lot of business owners perhaps don't take as seriously, is that initial beginning of the, in fact, in life in general, right? Even in personal lives, professional lives, not taking the initiation part, the beginning part as serious. Before my colleague comes back up to wrap up the segment with you, I wanted to thank you for the time. And if there are entrepreneurs or business owners that are looking for some advice and guidance on some of the communication education that you offer, or other kinds of expertise, consulting, etc., what are some things that they may be able to contact you for help with?
Well, they can look me up on LinkedIn, which is going to be under the name that you see there, Jeffrey Sano. They can go to my website, which is my full name with my middle initial. My middle name is Scott, so it's jeffreysano.com is my website, and I'm more than happy to communicate with them and to speak with them. And I enjoy doing that very much, and I really enjoy talking about leadership. I think it's so important. There it is. I think it's so important that we focus on taking care of our people. That's just a fundamental requirement. And when we lose that focus, this is when we start to lose things.
Absolutely. Alicia, I'm going to welcome you back so you can wrap up the segment with Jeffrey. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. It was a pleasure to spend some time with you. And Alicia, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mo. And Jeffrey, it's such a delight speaking with you today. Jeffrey, you wrote a book, Human for Humanity, A Journey into the World Less Traveled. Can you talk? Yes, right there.
I had it handy. What do you know?
Let's see it. Can you talk a little bit about what pulled you into wanting to write this book about your journeys around the world? And what is it that you're looking for individuals to be open to understanding or receiving as they flip through the pages of the book?
Sure. I wrote this book because many Americans stop at the big blue body of water on either coast. We're really good at staying in the United States and not so good at looking at other places. My best friend when I was growing up still lives in the same county he did in Ohio. God bless him. He had a great life. I'm happy for him. What that talks about is many of the different places that I've been to at the 5-foot elevation. We get the news that gives us, 2.5 minutes of this or that, but we never really get to look at the underlying structures of many of the places that we've been to. And so I really wanted to bring that home to people. I talk about many of the countries that I've been in. I talk sometimes favorably and sometimes unfavorably, because that's the world we live in. I'll talk about Oman. I don't know if you read Sinbad the Sailor when you were a young lady. Probably not. That's more of a guy book. But he sailed from Oman, and Oman has actually a mock-up of his vessel, his boat, on one of their traffic circles. Oman is a fascinating country, very friendly. I enjoyed going there every time I went there. Beautiful beaches. My cousin actually got a wedding proposal when we were sitting on the beach one day. That's another story entirely. But it's a fascinating place. And you look at some of the other places that we see in the news, and I compare Lebanon with Whitney Houston. When Whitney Houston came on the scene, she was amazing. Could that woman sing? She was just so talented, so beautiful. And she had such a sad ending. Lebanon, in many ways, is the very same. Beirut was at one time the pearl of the Mediterranean. You had so many mixings of cultures. You had the North African, Arab, Turkish, Iranian, plus it's a port city. So you had so many mixings of cultures that it was just a fascinating place to visit. Unfortunately, as we've seen over the last 20 to 40 years. They've dissolved into various types of civil wars. And this is very sad to me. So much like Whitney Houston's end was very sad, I don't see Lebanon being able to step up anytime soon until they fix some serious internal problems. So that's what my book's about. I wanted to bring that home to people. I want them to be able to see adventure. And what is probably my favorite part of the book is the very last page, because that is a picture of what 45 years looks like. That's me at the age of 20 and me at the age of 65. And my call is a variation on Julius Caesar. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of adventure. Because that's what I want people to do. I wrote this book so people could share my adventure, but more so they could go out and experience their own adventure. Because let's face it, life is too short. Let's have our adventures. How you define the adventure is up to you, not me. Yeah. You define the adventure the way you want to, but by all means, go do it.
Yeah. So, the two pictures in the book are you at 20 and you at 65. At the age of 20, that's when you started on your international experience and you started working in the Peace Corps. If you could talk to your 20-year-old self right now, understanding all of the experiences that you have been through and all of the regions around the world, what is it that you would want to tell yourself? And how do you think our audience today can reflect on that as they think about what's next for them and in their life?
I would tell my 20-year-old self, I hate to say this, but to do what I did. I pursued the Peace Corps. What isn't talked about is I joined the Peace Corps because my family's crazy. Divorces, step-parents, blah, 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 blah. I had to get out of the country. That's why I dropped out of school at Ohio State, and there 2 years, dropped out, joined the Peace Corps, and took off on my adventure. So I would encourage people to take a minute, do some introspection, and see where can they go. There are many things that they can do out there. We are blessed in this country with a great deal of mobility. You can pretty much go anywhere, do anything, assuming you have the funding and or the education to do so. So I would encourage people to take hard looks at where they are. Introspection is hard. Let me tell you, as a 20-year-old Peace Corps volunteer overseas, those farmers didn't want to listen to a word I had to say. Trust me on that one. And I had to learn that maybe I wasn't the smartest person I thought I was. You learn humility the hard way. But that's okay. It was a lesson that I had to learn. And we all have to learn that at some points in our career. So that's what I would encourage people to do.
Wow. Thank you so much for that, Jeffrey. And Jeffrey, you have led operations in the CIA across your career. What are some of the leadership lessons that you learned while running hardcore operations in the CIA that you want people to think about? Their experiences may not be the same as yours. They're probably not going to be the same as yours. But what are some of those leadership lessons that you learned that you've kind of distilled into the wisdom that you have today that you would like people to think about?
It reflects back on part of what we've already discussed. And that is, everybody brings something to the table. They may not be coming to the right table, but everybody brings something to the table. And as a leader, you have to see what they can bring to the table and figure out, how do you incorporate that? Let's just use a wild example. Thanksgiving dinner, it's the family. Everybody brings something to eat. Well, some of it's better than others. Let's be honest. So how do you differentiate? How do you align people with their goals? And how do you align those goals with the goals of the organization? And that's your job as a leader. And it takes a lot of thought. It takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of listening. But that's how you can bring people together and help move them forward.
That's so good. But you said something there that I want to dive into just a little bit further. You said people may not be at the right table. So how can people identify or understand where they're even sitting? And if they need to get up, walk a little bit further down the way and sit somewhere else and really kind of figure out what that looks like for them?
This comes from leadership. It's up to the leader, to the management, to your boss, whatever term you want to use, to be able to communicate with that individual and say, you don't really seem to want to eat broccoli, and that's all we're serving here. Is there something else you would like? Again, it goes back to servant leadership. You can serve people by helping them find their own way, even if it means finding their own way to a different table. You're still serving them. And I'm not saying you do that in any inappropriate fashion. That's not what I'm saying at all. You say that as a true leader, how can I help you find your goals? Because if we don't know what our goals are to start with, we'll never reach them. So you want to help your individuals find their own goals at that table so that they can then decide, is that the right table for them? I'm not going to make that decision. I, of course, will have my requirements and what you have to do to be successful at my table, but I'm not going to ask you to leave unless things get really bad, and that almost never happens. But I will encourage you to find your own goals, tell me what they are, and let's find the best way to meet them. That, again, goes back to being respectful of the individual and what they want to do. And then you meet them, and if they can have the same goals as the organization, fantastic. You have a dedicated employee. If the goals are not the same as the organization, then you find an easy way to exit, and you will have a friend for the rest of your life. And wherever they go to meet their goals, that company will be your friend as well.
Wow. So good. Jeffrey, it's been such an honor for you to be here with us today. As we go into closing remarks, would love for you to share something that's been on your mind that you haven't had an opportunity to share just yet, but you would really like to share with our audience and connect with them.
I think the hardest part for a leader is something we've talked about already, which is to listen. You have to listen and embody what you're teaching. You have to be honest, and you don't have to give away the company secrets, but you have to be open with your employees, with your staff, with your colleagues, so that they understand what it is you're trying to achieve. It boils back down to communications. How can we effectively communicate? If we effectively communicate, then that's going to be one of the keys that helps pull everybody together. Or it may, in fact, be one of the keys that drives someone to leave because they're in the wrong organization. And that's okay. We're not all supposed to be in the same organization. Believe me, when I went through the training with the CIA, not everybody made it through the training to be an operations officer. And that's good because not everybody is supposed to be an operations officer. But everybody has a place in this world and at this table. So let's work together to figure out the best place for you to sit at this table. Where's the best seat for you? Where are you going to get the most satisfying meal, career, life? And you do that through solid communications and love. You love your people. It's just that simple. You love them, you respect them, you care for them. They will see that. They won't always agree with you, but that's okay. That's not what the world's about. But they will find their path forward, and you will have a friend for life.
Wow. For those of you that are tuning in, this is LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025, and we've just heard from Jeffrey Sano, who has shared lessons in listening, openness, communication, and love. Thank you so much for joining us today, Jeffrey. For those of you that are tuning in, stay with us. We are going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we will be right back as we continue day one of LA Tribune Leadership Week. Thank you again, Jeffrey, so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We we've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello, everyone. If you are joining us here today, we are at LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025. There have been so many insights shared today. We've heard from Fab Morvan, who is part of Milli Vanilli, about listening to your own voice, about going within, about healing and clearing. We heard from a very, very powerful segment that was hosted by Parisa Rose, the Chief Operating Officer at the Los Angeles Tribune, with Ashton Cantu and Michelle Trin and Mary Glorfield, about what it means to be a woman leader, how it means to not dim your light, but to show up in the world and shine so brightly. We heard from Dame Doria Cordova, who is the CEO of Money and You and the founder of Accelerated Business Schools, who was teaching individuals what it means like to lead with conscious leadership and conscious business, as well as have leverage, have frameworks that really help your organization grow and scale. We're just getting started. We heard from Ken Honda, who tuned in all the way from Japan to talk about money and the energy around money. And we are just getting started. We have so many more phenomenal conversations as we continue with 8 days of leadership insights, principles, and gems for your personal life, for your professional life, and for the way that you build community. I'm going to bring up one of our co-hosts today, Parisa Rose, who has been doing such a phenomenal job moderating all day. Parisa, I mean, there's been so much that has been covered today, and I know that we're only getting started. We started the day with Matt Scott, who has been in the Olympics, right? The Paralympics. And he talked about how sometimes you don't do what you do for other people. You do it for yourself. You do it because you want to accomplish a dream, right? You want to see yourself living and embodying the vision that you saw for yourself when you were growing up. What are some of the gems that you've written down today, Parisa? Because I have to say, anytime we host any kind of global broadcast, I'm always here for your notes. I wrote down many notes, but I want to go to you, Parisa, to hear some of your reflections as we continue day one of LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025, one of our special annual programs that we will host here at the Los Angeles Tribune.
Yeah, thanks, Alicia. I will say that segment, starting off this morning with Matt, it was powerful. I knew it was going to be, but it was so powerful. There's this one line. There are many lines that he said. There's one line in particular that I wrote down. And you're right, I do take a lot of notes in our podcasts. This one line that says, disability doesn't mean inability. Disability does not mean inability. That line itself, I feel, translates across all people. Because how often are we viewing? So I would encourage you, as you hear the statement, disability doesn't mean inability, I would encourage you to listen to it in the inverse way. With where do I view myself as having an inability to do something? And are you creating it to become a disability for yourself? It's a little confronting, but that's what I'm here for. So yeah, Matt's segment was incredible and tremendous. And I would say that another thing he mentioned that has just continued to pour through every single segment today is the North Star, really understanding, really clarifying, really getting articulate and having the willingness to hold it as conviction of what your North Star is and evaluating. Is it changing? Is it the same? What does it look like? Where am I at? Being honest with where you're at in the process and really stepping into that place of accountability with all of that. So it's been a great day so far. I've had a lot of fun. It's been great.
Been such a great day. I really love the segment that you've hosted, Parisa. And going back to that North Star, we heard it in the segment with Ashton and Michelle. I was taking down so many notes myself, but it was that question, right? Is my current strategy in response to mission, or is it driven by fear or ego? And I thought that was so good, because I think when we think about our North Star, it's important to have one. But, talk about transforming conversations today, where we're actually encouraging people to go deep, within themselves. What is driving your North Star, and how is your strategy supporting it? Or maybe is it a point in time where you want to reflect on what that strategy looks like and take a different route? And if that's the case, it's okay. Like, this is why we're here, to really have these conversations and to continue to be guided from our internal compass, like Fab was saying, but also to be guided based on what it is that we're trying to do and how we want to accomplish that. So I thought that was such a great segment, but I thought that was a really, really kind of powerful, and I'm going to use a word that you said today, Parisa, confronting question, right? Like Leadership Week, we're here to have real conversations with real leaders from around the world that have gone through different experiences. And we hope that all of you that are tuning in, we ask that you share where you're tuning in from, ask your questions in the chat. But we hope that as you hear these conversations throughout Leadership Week, that you are inspired to reflect, you are inspired to take action, but you're also encouraged to know that whatever path you're on, give yourself the grace as you adapt, as you're flexible, as you shift, because that's why we're here. And we are joined by our CEO, Mo Rock, who has been guiding a lot of these powerful conversations throughout the day today. I mean, Mo, you are the visionary leader behind the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week, where we take a full week dedicated to leadership principles in personal life and in business. Mo, would love for you to share the vision of why we wanted, as a community, to bring Leadership Week to the globe, to have these important and sometimes hard and sometimes confronting, but back again, important conversations around leadership. No.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Alicia. Thank you, Parisa. And again, I want to thank Jeffrey Sano. That was a very powerful dialogue, and it was a very condensed dialogue where there were a lot of powerful nuggets of wisdom in a short period of time. And those are the kinds of conversations that I think are the most powerful. And so we're certainly going to reinvite Jeffrey back again so we can have a more in-depth conversation. I think that there is a lot that we can still unpack in terms of communication, in terms of the importance of listening. Listening, I think, is probably one of the most underrated art forms that exist. Speaking of art, having Fab Morvan and having him share some of his insights into who he is as an artist. Another individual that has his artistry overlooked because of the scandal that perhaps he's most famously known for. But when you look deeper beyond that scandal, you find a true artist. And so I'm excited to be a part of this. I want to thank you, Alicia and Parisa, for being the leaders of this movement yourselves, along with Mary Glorfield and all of the fantastic folks that work behind the scenes that we will have an opportunity to address more appropriately. And the premise of this, Alicia, was really inspired by LA Fashion Week. A little over a year ago, we covered multiple different LA Fashion Week events, as the Los Angeles Tribune is very known in Los Angeles in terms of covering events and being part of red carpets and hosting red carpets. It's one division of our journalistic endeavors. And the idea occurred to me that we are celebrating fashion in such a way, but why don't we celebrate inner fashion? Why don't we celebrate the inside as much as we celebrate the outside? And I think that both of those things are healthy to do. I don't believe in demonizing one or the other. I think we can celebrate fashion and we can also celebrate leadership simultaneously. And so that's the premise of it. The premise of it, especially the timing of it, is, as we step out of Fashion Week, let's step into Leadership Week. And so last year, of course, was our first Leadership Week. This is our second Leadership Week. We're going to make this part of our annual programming, and it's turned into really a inaugural event that has brought together so many incredible voices. I mean, it's not very often you can hear Fab Morvan from Milli Vanilli speak a few minutes before a former CIA intelligence officer. It's a very unique experience that we're offering our community here. And I'm very grateful and thankful. And Parisa, I'm really excited to hear our next speaker. I know that Justin Moore is a very special man, and he has a lot of fascinating ideas that he's going to share with our community. I'm ready to step back and take notes, Parisa, as you know I like to do when the speakers speak. So I'm going to kick back, take some notes. Alicia, Parisa, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mo. I'm also going to step back and take some notes. I have my brand new notebook here for Leadership Week. As Parisa, you introduced our next guest, Justin.
Thanks, Alicia. So as Mo and Alicia mentioned, our next guest, his name is Justin Moore. I will actually just bring you up on stage, Justin, as I introduce you, because, oh, you're here. Awesome. Thanks, team in the back, handling that. So everyone, Justin Moore. This is Justin Moore. Justin leads the U.S. Cyber Threat Intelligence Program for the world's largest social media program, protecting $16 billion enterprise and over 170 million users. Those numbers are accurate. At TikTok, directing cross-functional efforts to combat cybercrime through enterprise defense and deep technical investigations. Justin's work has also shaped threat strategies, crisis response, and intelligence briefings for Google leadership, driving mission-critical cybersecurity decisions on an absolutely global scale. Welcome to the broadcast, Justin. Welcome.
Thank you, Parisa. It's great to be here.
So to start us off, I'm going to go real broad here, real broad. And I know there was a mouthful in your bio, because I mean, that's stating the obvious here. But I want to start out really broad and then dive in on a micro level. Really broad. What does true leadership look like for you? How would you define true leadership?
True leadership requires emotional intelligence, accountability, and very importantly, the ability to inspire others.
Inspire others. I'd like you to dive into that a bit more. What does that look like for you?
It depends. It depends on your team. It depends on the environment. But inspiring others to me means empowering them to have the desire to be great every single day, to continue to elevate as a person, as a professional. And a true leader inspires those folks and gives them the opportunity by building trust and allowing them to step up.
Okay, I love that. I think that context is going to really texturize a lot of these responses from the questions to come. So I want to dive back into more of on a work kind of perspective. Now, I listed a lot of different experiences you've had within the field of intelligence. I'd love for you. I want to definitely connect some pieces for the audience that might not be crystal clear. Okay, and the first way I want to connect these pieces for others is what key characteristics do you feel are the most crucial for those in your field?
It's a great question. Ownership, accountability, flexibility, service over ego. Those are the large pillars for myself. But definitely probably the most important. Trust building. I'd say those are probably the most important to myself. And I think those are universal. I don't think it matters where you're working, who you're working with, what their backgrounds are. If you're able to do that, you can lead.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely believe that. I agree with that hands down. And that is absolutely, it's a very universal application of these characteristics, and definitely a lot easier said than acquired and embodied, for sure.
Always.
Okay, so I want to go a bit of a different route than I think I had planned. I would love for you to shed some light on some misconceptions that people have within, like, about your industry that you would like to clear up. What are what are like the top 2 misconceptions?
Probably that we know exactly what we're doing at all times.
Wow.
I
Okay,
think,
dive into that, please.
I mean, I think that resonates with a lot of people in a lot of industries. I think a lot of people believe that some of the largest corporations in the world have everything planned exactly. They're executing exactly how they planned on it. But in many cases, they're building the ship and sailing it at the same time. And it's that adaptability that plays such a key role in being successful in these larger organizations, especially in tech. Tech is full of brilliant people. Brilliant people. I think maybe one of the gaps is that what I've experienced from my earlier career in intelligence is that leadership is probably undervalued and underdeveloped in the big tech world. I know that's saying a lot, but I'm biased. I come from a different background.
Say more on that, on leadership within tech. Where do you feel that it's underdeveloped and could have more support?
I think there's a misconception that the smartest person in the room should be the leader. But real leadership isn't about knowing all the facts. It's not about being the smartest person in the room. It's about understanding people, understanding how to leverage different skill sets for optimization, and inspiring them to be great every day. So that way the entire organization benefits, as well as the end user, right? In an organization where I'm at or any other big tech company, there are users on the other side. The better you operate with the mission at hand, that you want to ensure the best possible user experience, requires you to be the best at what you're doing as well on the enterprise side.
I want to dive a bit more into the team element of it and the strengths of team members. So I know that, so this is not just going to be particular to your case and your industry. This is a global scale, right? When we talk about interacting with teams and very high skill level teams, and everyone comes to the table. As I like to say, when you have really great organizations, you tend to have a lot of alphas in the room at the same time. And it's challenging to know how to place the alphas in the sense of them being able to be leveraged in the greatest way, in the most effective way of their natural gifts and assets. So I would love to know how you go about this. When you have a team, how do you best identify the characteristics that they bring to the table to then create an overall most effective system possible?
Well, the first thing I do is you have to assess their personality. How do they operate? I mean, it takes a little bit of time, right? You have to work with them. You have to get to know them. One of the things that I find that's been quite successful for myself is getting to know them at a personal level. It doesn't have to be talking about the ins and outs of your personal life, but at least understanding how they think, how they operate, what are their goals. When you understand that, it allows you to place them within the team and empower them in certain verticals where they can be really successful and play off of their teammates. Not everyone on a team needs to have the exact same skill set. It's actually the complementary skills that build a really wonderful team.
Okay, so getting to know them, spending time, investing in the person.
Absolutely.
Versus, okay. How does that look like for you? How do you personally invest? What does that look like?
Listening, asking questions. As simple as it may sound, some connection. How are you? How are things going? I have personal one-on-one meetings with my teammates, my team members every week. Start off really basic, which is, how are you doing? How do you feel at work? How are your stress levels? What can I do to help you? I'd like to alleviate that. How can we work together to make things better for you? And then, move into the nitty gritty of what they're working on. But overall, you have to build some sort of connection because each person is different. And treating everyone the same isn't going to get you the best result. I've learned that.
Mm, as I said, easier said than done, I feel, right?
It's a
Um,
constant it's a constant adjustment. I'll say that.
mhm,
Being a great leader has taught me that you have to adjust constantly. If something's not working, it's probably your fault, right? There are no bad teams. There are bad leaders, right? You
mm,
can optimize a team with various skill sets to be wonderful, but that starts with the leader, right? That starts with accountability, ownership, you know, empowerment, building trust. And once you've inspired them to want to be the best they can be every single day, the rest takes care of itself.
mhm. Okay, I'm gonna put you a bit on the spot now. So, when you talk about there are no bad teams, there's only bad leaders. Talk about it. No names, of course.
Oh, well,
However,
I've had some very wonderful leaders.
powerful point you made. Go ahead. Yeah.
I've had leaders that have inspired me, and I learned this very on in my career with my very first boss at my first company, who empowered me to go and do meetings for him, to take ownership. And what it did was it built this trust and this respect that I had for him, where I didn't want to let him down.
Mm,
Right? I wanted to be as good as my job as possible every single day,
mhm,
because he had empowered me and trusted me to be great. And if you don't do that for your team, you're missing out. And I've had many of those throughout my career, where they've given me the space to evolve and to make a name for myself, or to lead. Right? Great leaders inspire others to want to lead. So if you're able to do that, even if they're leading at a smaller level, they're still incredibly impactful.
mhm. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I hope people are really hearing that piece. And I think it might be the first time it's been mentioned today, which is a bit odd for a leadership program, but we've also covered a lot of ground, is that a true leader is not wanting to lead the same people or control anybody. It's about reproducing more leaders in their own skill set,
Absolutely. I
right?
always think I don't need a team of people who can execute. I need a team of people who can think.
Mm, mm, okay. Okay. Yeah. I was like, I'm gonna sit with that one for a minute. Um, okay. So considering that, I feel like there's so much about your field that is so separate from um, common understanding or common experience, really, because that's the truth. You're in a field where um, there's a lot of confidentiality, there's a lot of complexity,
Mhm.
and but for very necessary reasons, right? And I know that some of, I'd say, some of the skill sets that your field would require is the understanding of how to apply discretion and integrity, what that looks like at any given moment. So I would appreciate if you could dive into that, how you relate to the two. How do you relate to applying and moving with discretion and moving with integrity, and what the harmony is between the two of them, considering there are very sensitive matters, considering that there's the confidentiality pieces, considering team dynamics, considering ethical standards, all of the things in the mix.
That's a great question. It's also slightly longer. If I'm thinking about my personal experience, it's probably good to note that I spent 9 years in the intelligence community, supporting special operations and conducting national security missions abroad. So I'm very familiar with integrity and being quiet and discretion. So being able to translate that today, especially in big tech, it's a challenge every day. It's about keeping people on the mission, I think. Right. Obviously, my company is a little popular right now, publicly, but
Mhm.
I'm more concerned with my team's health mentally and keeping them paying attention to the mission and letting the other stuff float away. Right. as long as they understand the criticality of their mission,
Mm.
they understand that inherently they have to move forward with discretion and integrity. It's combination package, right? And as long as you impress that upon them and you keep them moving forward and focused, it tends to work. I know it's complicated. It also depends on where you're at. The culture of the organization has a lot to do with it. But I think that generally that there's a lot of pride in the folks who work for big tech, who are providing services to the entire world. And so with that comes the desire to want to execute with integrity.
Okay, so when you say integrity, when I hear you say integrity, that then leads me to trust.
Yes.
Because without trust, there's no integrity. As a leader, how have you seen trust best developed?
Giving. It takes a strong leader to give trust. But when it's given, you get it back twofold.
Yeah.
On a regular basis, I try to empower my folks to lead projects, lead efforts. And I think that when you're able to empower someone, it builds trust, right? They see that you trust them. Now they must trust themselves. They have to show up. And they do. It's actually quite beautiful when you give someone something and they run with it. And then they feel, man, I can do this. And then it pushes them forward, right? You establish this wonderful level of trust. And then they continue to evolve every single day after that. And that's where they start to perform at a really high level.
I think that's also something no one's touched on, and that is crucial. And it is something that I've experienced with, my leader here, Mo Rock, is that he gives trust. And the experience of being given trust, I absolutely want to do what I can to be a good steward of that and give it back as many-fold as possible, because there is that level of pride and responsibility and accountability. Like, they didn't have to offer this. They didn't have to give this. I absolutely want to do what I can to represent and show up in the best, highest, and most excellent capacity. So really appreciate that perspective that you brought.
Sure.
That was powerful. Well, Jason has had many comments here. I love Jason's energy with this segment. This is great. So last thing that I'd like for you to touch on before we shift into our next segment is I know that you work with teams that cross generational in the sense of, your immediate team, right? And I feel that, I've done a lot of these leadership conversations over the years where we've talked about how to interact with those that are in a different generation than you because of, there's so many changes. There's so many ways we get to adapt to one another. And I feel that the conversations are often with the generations older than us or above us.
Right.
And in your case, I know that that's not the case. It's the inverse. It's that you have the generation younger. And given the critical elements of your very natural work dynamic, if you could shed some light on how to lead a team of I'm going to say a completely different generation. Every generation is different. That's stating the obvious, I know. However, there's such a different perception of life when it comes to Gen Z. And it's sweet and it's exquisite and it's powerful, it's potent, and there can be a lot of misunderstanding. So if you could shed a bit of light on that, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's more relevant today than it's been for some time. I've read the articles on LinkedIn talking about the generational differences between Gen X and Gen Z, millennials, et cetera. If I'm being completely honest, my team, who, if they're watching this, I think are wonderful, but they've taught me a lot. I've had to shift constantly from what I believed were the behaviors that were consistent with my leadership principles and having to shift to different behaviors to achieve the same thing. They'll find it hilarious, but I've had to be much more vulnerable with them. I've had to really exercise extreme ownership and accountability. I've had to say, hey, I failed you. I didn't set you up for success. That's on me, but I'm fixing it. And I think it resonates because I don't have all the answers, right? We're not supposed to. But as long as you have the desire to serve and understand that you're there to help them, you have to find new ways to do it. If that includes listening to someone talk about their cat, or what's going on at home, or the stress of living in New York City, you do it, right? And I think also letting them know that I care, because I do. I want them to grow as individuals. I want them to grow as professionals, and I like to give top cover. I think great leaders, they take care of their people. I've had those experiences, and they're ones that are so memorable that I couldn't help but want to do the exact same thing for those who work with me. And so that's what I do. I try to build trust. I do my best. Hopefully I'm successful. But a lot of shifting, a lot of adjusting and looking at myself, and a lot of introspection. What am I doing that's not making us the best team in the world? And then identifying that and then shifting. So as I always say, semper gumby, always flexible. And I have to know that for myself as well.
Wow. Okay. I feel like you left everyone with a lot of different pieces to chew on, and I'm going to be distilling your last response for quite a while. I'm not going to lie. That was amazing. Thank you so much. I would love, so definitely we'll have to continue this at some point moving forward. You have such a wealth of knowledge, and I feel that there's a lot that you can bring forward with really helping distilling the misconceptions, the differences, and a lot of these pieces that would help elevate and empower people in their everyday lives. Welcome back, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Parisa. And thank you so much, Justin, for your insights. I have to say, it was very refreshing to hear you talk about vulnerability in leadership. I think it's something that is so nuanced and oftentimes overlooked, but it's so key to build connection and rapport, not only within the individuals within or across your organizations, but also how you connect, how organizations connect with ultimately the individuals that they're engaging with, whether it be clients, whether it be people that they're buying their product. I think that vulnerability piece is so key. And you talked about generational shifts in leadership. And I think that we're starting to see more vulnerability as we see generational shifts in the workplace, because individuals in the workplace are looking for it, right? Like, it is so integral, but it has oftentimes been something that hasn't been thought about, but so key, and it can transform really organizations. So
totally agree.
Appreciate you for sharing that perspective. So good.
Thanks, Justin. We are going to move to our next segment, but before that, I would like to bring up Jason real quick. Let him share a thought before we move forward. You're like, what? I'm here. Yes, you're here. Hi, Jason.
Hi.
Incredible
Hi,
support.
Jason.
I just want to give a shout out to Jason. Jason, you've been incredible support. We can't do this just 1, 2, or 3 of us. Like, we are a team. Some of us are forward facing. Some of us are in the back. Equally important, every single part. So thank you, Jason, for your support. You're amazing.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much for joining us. Jason is the director of the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau, and really working with speakers to help them elevate and maximize their impact on the world. So Jason, it's so great having you on here with us today, and we appreciate everything that you do with the Los Angeles Tribune.
It's so much fun to be included, isn't it? I've had those days where I felt isolated and I was trying to figure everything out on my own. And this kind of tribe, it makes all the difference. We've had so many great folks that have shown up today for us with that Fab interview. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
wow, the vulnerability and the story to really reach in. And Jeffrey Sano, that was really neat. That was really neat. I was hoping Justin that we just talked to would get in those cigars somewhere, man, because he lights up when he talks about them. There's just the wisdom and the leadership that's available to us. There's so many great speakers too. I'm enjoying the way that people are articulating many different things from different avenues.
Yeah.
And it feels like an alignment already in day one. And that kind of that building of the, ooh, there's more to come. There's more to come. And we've got a lot of surprises headed down this week, not just with the Speakers Bureau, mind you. We've got LAT Talks we're going to be talking about this week as well, which is coming up, a live event in July that's sponsored by the Speakers Bureau and the Los Angeles Tribune. But while we're doing this week, I want to give a shout out again to Mary Glorfield and Parisa. These are folks that have been working not just behind and in front of the scenes, but all in between as well.
Yeah.
That it does take a team. We've got Jeffrey Ross, we've got Blessy and Superman back there somewhere, always contributing. It's a triad of things every moment that is coming together with our leadership, and we really do represent. And we hope that everybody that is watching and listening is receiving the nuggets and the things that carry them into the next stage in their development. So thank you guys for the platform and the opportunity to share today. I'm honored to be supporting and to be present with you guys.
Thank you so much, Jason. As Jason shared, we've been hearing from people from across different industries with a variety of different backgrounds, but one thing is true and real and aligned. It's these leadership principles that they've been sharing. They're so interconnected, and each one of them are necessary and important parts of the conversation around leadership, because I think something that we're experiencing and witnessing today is that leadership itself is multifaceted. It has a lot of different angles and perspectives and depth. It's internal, it's mindset, it's how you think about other individuals, it's how you set yourself up and your organization up for success. It's how you listen, it's how you communicate, it's in the actions you take or don't take and what people notice or don't notice, right? It's there's so much that goes into leadership, and that's what's so special about Leadership Week, is that it is a week of leadership principles, and so many of the speakers are providing actionable insights that you can apply today, this week, this month, that can really shift and transform your experience in this world. So I know that there is so much more to come, and I know that Parisa is going to be leading us through our next segment. So would love for Parisa to start introducing our next guest.
Well, before I intro our next guest, we're going to go to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back.
We'll be right back. Stay tuned, everyone.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Parisa, I mean, there's so much more that we get to look forward to in Leadership Week. I'd love for you to introduce our next guest, who's played such an integral role in helping California, Southern California, and particularly LA navigate such challenging experiences and times. And so I think it's really important that you're bringing this conversation to Leadership Week, to have these confronting kind of conversations about what we do next when communities experience difficult times. How do you address them? How do you bring people together And how do you also listen to the needs of the people that need to be heard or maybe haven't been heard and bring that forward? So, Parisa, I'm going to hand it over to you to introduce our next guest as we continue with day one of LA Tribune Leadership Week.
Thanks, Alicia. You know, our next guest, I can say that each guest that we bring on is special and remarkable in their own way. I can absolutely say that, hands down, with absolute certainty. And I think that there are certain guests that hit parts within us differently. And so this next guest that I'm going to bring up, I'm going to mention a bit of context for his professional world. And then I'm going to cut to what Alicia was speaking to, which is where something that everyone has known, been aware of, that happened a few months ago here in LA, these incredibly devastating fires. I'm going to touch on that next. But our next guest, our next speaker is Blake Mellon. Blake is an entrepreneur, direct selling executive, podcast host, global speaker, and he's got over 25 years of incredibly diversified experience and $3 billion in revenue in direct sales, also affiliate marketing and direct to consumer. So he's the marketing mind, truly. I've looked at his stuff. He is a wizard or a genius, a ninja, whatever you want to call, all of it combined. He is the marketing mind behind companies that have grown into our household like brands, realistically, real talk, guys. So he has this creativity element within himself that as it's applied, it's impacted all of us on a global scale. So Blake Mellon, I'm going to bring you here up on screen. There you are, Blake. Welcome to the broadcast. And first of all, thank you for investing some of your time here with us today. I shared a bit about your professional, just context for people professionally for you. Mm-hmm. Very briefly. And I want to shift into the other context of, truthfully, why I sought out to have you on today. And excuse me, I saw Blake's Instagram, a post. This is some context for all of you that I think is really critical. I do live in the Los Angeles area, and I saw on, I think it was January 7th, probably really late at night because no one was really sleeping around these parts of the world. I saw a reel that he posted, and it was very similar to a lot of content being posted online of what it was like in real time, in a very raw sense, in a very raw but very honest articulation of what it was like going through, seeing your entire reality change in moments, in absolute moments. I saw your reel, and it was for those that are needing to connect more with what I'm saying. I saw you share the whole process of what was happening to your home, your family home. You've got two beautiful young kids and an incredible wife, and seeing this home that you've worked your whole career to be able to create and have for your family completely be engulfed in flames. I don't even like talking about this, quite frankly. And I'm saying this to you, Blake, but I'm also saying this to everyone else listening. I don't like even talking about the how things came to be. I like talking about how to move forward, not bypassing the significance of this impact. But this is not easy. This is a challenging conversation. I know that it'll be challenging for Blake, and I'm being very honest and real, very vulnerable. This is also challenging for me. So with that being said, with this post that Blake had, people from all over responded in a way that was completely profound. And I feel that they were responding to you because of the way you communicate. Number one, your vulnerability. Number two, the way you articulate with such tact, grace, but also directness. Directness to not push aside some of the very real things that are going on, whether it be the very real things about your home, very real things about leadership, local, regional leadership, whether it be about what your neighbors are at, what they're doing, how they're doing, how you're doing, all of it. I felt that the way you were communicating everything, and from that point on to this day, has been such a profound experience. And for those that have not checked into any of Blake's social media, you'll see that his community has ultimately elected him to become like that voice for them, because he's able to alchemize all of these perspectives in a way that is respectful and reflective of people's true felt position and heart with all of this. So I think with that, I hope you all can see why it was absolutely crucial to have Blake on. Thank you, Blake, for saying yes. Truly. Thank you for coming on and investing some of your time with us today, and allowing our audience and the global community to get to know you, to hear your voice, to hear the message that you have to share, and the significance of the reality of where things are at still.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. Thank you for being here.
Well, Parisa, thank you for the kind words and the sentiment and the invitation. One of the gifts from the ashes, so to speak, has been new relationships and new connections with just amazing humans from like everywhere. And it's taken a lot to keep up on messages, but I've actually, and I can say this honestly, I've read every single message, and that's probably tens of thousands from social media and all the response. And that's how we connected, and I've been reading them just because there's been such an overwhelming outpour of just people sharing their journeys, sharing their loss, empathizing, sometimes just opening up, right? Either sharing perspective or just sending. And it really, truly has been just an amazing part of coming out of what is really just a horrific, devastating situation. And you were one of those people. So thank you for the message. I felt the energy and the vibe right from your Instagram message. And then when you explained kind of the mission and the vision behind the Los Angeles Tribune and the voice for the voiceless and what you guys are doing, I'm like, yes, absolutely. It's an honor. So, thank you. And for everybody that's plugging in, everybody behind the scenes, I just saw some of them with some awesome energy, but everybody plugging in, this is just so great to be able to get together around the world and share wisdom, insight, and experience at a leadership level that can help us all move forward. So, thank you for the opportunity, and happy to share any experience or any insight wherever you'd like to go.
I'm going to go a little counter to what would be more linear right now. Okay. I'm going to go with the moment. So I have found that and this is very normal. It's very natural for the human experience. It's hard for us to articulate with clarity whenever we're going through adversity, whenever we're going through something very traumatic, especially being in an active trauma response. It's hard. Our brains are not meant to do all of this at one time. We need to just be in the moment with one thing, be in the moment with the next thing, and just let ourselves be as a human being, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do know, though, that it's something that can be developed over time, that this ability to walk through these really incredible challenges that leave us with lacking words and overwhelm, often numb from the intensity and the magnitude of something, that we can walk through these things and also still find the moments to be able to communicate from a place of clarity. Even if it's minuscule clarity, it's still clarity.
Yep.
Communicate from a place of even from a place of this is the need. Even if it's the small immediate need, it's still clarifying that. I feel that that's something that you've done and you've crystallized in a way that I've not seen others do. And this is not me saying and coming from a place of comparison. I'm saying this from a place of, I feel that this is such a gift that I've observed you to have.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not exclusive to those that are in the LA area that have been impacted by the Palisades or the Eaton fire. This is for all people that walk through all things in life. Devastations, within our homes, within our emotions, mental state, natural disasters, all over the world. right? This applies to all of us in our own way. That the way you are able to articulate and distill the simplest things that become the most powerful, potent messages, that takes skill, that takes time, that takes a lot of effort. I do know that. I would love if you could share a bit on how you've been able to get there.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Change people tremendously.
I appreciate that. I'll do my best. And for context, because I know we have people kind of tuning in from all over the world, and I understand this will be kind of streamed, and so you understand kind of, I guess, the what you're walking into for the story. Parisa, for me, this moment, it started out of necessity. So you guys, quick background, and as Parisa said, you can get more of these details in the full story. I've been super vocal on my social media. But yeah, I lived in the Pacific Palisades for 11 years. It's where my wife and I chose to raise our family. Matter of fact, today's our 26-year anniversary. So Karis and I, we met in high school. So high school sweethearts were one of those stories.
You're here on your anniversary?
Today, May 1st, is a very meaningful day.
Oh my goodness.
The day we started dating when we were in high school. It's the day we got engaged when we got engaged, the day we got married. I've kept May 1st always the magical date because I only had to memorize one date. So May 1st is everything. But anyway, so today's our 26 years. We have 2 littles. My son Grayson is 10. My daughter Sadie is 6, and Pacific Palisades, a town probably nobody heard of up until, January of this year, a small little bubble, right? Those of us in Los Angeles know the area. We hear all the time that things can change in a flicker, right? That be grateful for what you have, right? Tomorrow's not promised, right? We all could list all of the quotes and cliches that we've been told, right, throughout our life. But for me, all of those rang deeply true, right, on January 7th and January 8th, right? January 7th, I woke up just like any other day, got on my Zoom calls, right? It's just like, do you go into business like most of us do? Interrupted by my wife coming in, who just got a call from my son, right, who grabbed a cell phone of his teacher because they saw fire and flames coming over the hill at Marquez University, interrupting my call and said, a fire's coming. And went through all of the response of packing up things, evacuating, my wife, and then chose to stay back. Wasn't a second thought, but I just said, I'm going to stay. And spent most of Tuesday night on the 7th in what was just like it was like an apocalyptic meteor shower. It really was. You look up in the sky and it looked like a meteor shower of flying embers and ashes launching off the hill behind my house. My house is like ground zero. It's where the Palisades fire started. It's in what's called the highlands of the Pacific Palisades, where it actually began. And it was the worst kind of on a Tuesday night on the 7th when myself, and there was only one other neighbor, Alex, that ended up staying, and we were putting out hundreds of hot spots, with hoses for most of the night until late Tuesday night, garden hose in hand, literally our only defense, which water is a pretty effective tool putting out fire. You have water, you can put out fire. But had the hose in my hand Tuesday night when the water stopped. And for those of you that were following some of the story closely, right, the water just stopped working, right, in most of Pacific Palisades. And went through that experience and that reaction and running around frantically to try to find fighters, to they couldn't do anything because there are no hydrants, to resorting to literally buckets out of our neighbor's pool to continue. And the fast forward the story, making it through the worst of it, thinking we were on the other side all the way up until Wednesday morning, watching the house at the end of my street catch and almost in like a horrific slow motion, watching it go from house to house, unable to stop it because the hydrants didn't have water. The firefighters were bussing in. We literally had people on site, but didn't have the resources that you would normally have that could have and should have put out that moment. To the very end where, hero stuff, firefighters in my attic, in oxygen tanks, trying to fight an attic fire in a burning house, everything we possibly could. Until January 8th, I was there and watched my family home burn down after what at that point was over 24 hours, right, of doing everything physically possible to save it. And I guess to answer your question, Parisa, the initial reaction, I was exhausted. So on On Wednesday, I had been up since, last time I slept was Monday night. I was physically exhausted. I'd been going up and down, back to front, right? I mean, fighting. I went through this obviously extremely traumatic experience. I had to go to bed, right? I drove out with a car full of what I could grab left. And what I did is I took my camera roll, because I had documented the best I could, right? A bunch of things on my cell phone. And I took my camera roll and I posted it to my social media. I didn't have time to make anything or create anything. I posted a link to a drive folder of my camera roll. And I said, I made it out. I'm safe, family safe. We lost the home. I'm too tired to create anything. Here's a link to my camera roll. And I posted it. And the next day, I started getting outreach from NBC, who was the first to call. And because I had footage, because not many people stayed back and had actual footage, like from the actual night of what was going on. Most of, obviously, the town followed instructions and evacuated. Then I found myself just real time, from my sister's house that we were staying at with the family and kids down the street, in real time on live television, kind of sharing the story. Then another media outlet called, then another media outlet called, then another media outlet called. Then I posted the reel, right? That second day that you're talking about, and the reel went viral, 4-something million, people shared all over the place. Then my, social media started just exploding with all these different response and communities showing up. And it started out of necessity. So this specific instance, it wasn't strategic. It wasn't marketing. It was my way to cry for help. I was one of the houses that got dropped from State Farm on September 25th. I was told that we didn't qualify for any other alternative insurance. I was given misinformation that our California Fair Plan, our last resort, I didn't qualify for. And the punchline of that story is I'm an entrepreneur of 25 years, worked my butt off in business to pay off the family home, to have the American dream, to live a debt-free life, to be in a nice neighborhood. But because I didn't have a mortgage, they couldn't force place insurance, right? And therefore, I was completely uncovered. So when we talk about the story, it wasn't just losing a home and everything that we had for our whole life inside. It was also a complete and total financial devastation with absolutely zero, a paid off home with absolutely zero coverage. So for me, it was a cry for help, hoping that maybe someone somewhere would hear the message and do something. There was no audience. And I can say, Parisa, State Farm didn't call me and say they'd cover me. I think the politicians haven't showed up and given us the answer yet. So there hasn't been a direct response. But what I will say is, in a indirect way, which sometimes is how the world works, right? When you show up, I heard the term vulnerably, you share a story, you come from a place that's real and raw, especially when you're talking about loss, devastation, and hard times. I think it resonates because we've all been there in our own way. Maybe not everybody has lost their home and everything in it and had to restart their life financially, right, at the age or season we're at. But all of us can relate to having to go through unexpected events, losing things we thought we would have forever, having things not go the way we would ever want, right? Being thrown those curveballs, and then having to figure out how we show up and lead, right? Ourselves, our family, in this case, our community. And while we haven't gotten like a direct, hey, here's your solution yet, I will say the gifts have been amazing. Doors opening, communities showing up, new relationships. I mean, we're here because of that moment. And I can list hundreds of doors that have opened because of not just the first reel, but the ongoing conversation of just being honest and transparent of here's the challenges, here's what we're facing, here's the stuff. How do we figure this stuff out together? And, in the midst of what is a horrible, devastating circumstance, it actually is this weird combination of also kind of the best of humanity and like the best of like faith and belief and like this amazing gift of lessons and insight, all mashed up into this one really crazy season of our life. So that's the answer of this one was out of necessity. Yes, in my professional career, I've done a lot of, speaking or content, right? So like from a skill level, yes, there's experience that I'm sure comes into play into all of this. But I think what makes this different is it wasn't me coming to my Instagram with the 5 Blake tips, right, on how to live your best life. I think it was just like, this is the cards we're dealt. Real. There's not a choice, right? I mean, we have to lead through, and just being transparent with what we're processing and what that journey is, and watching that conversation, like you said, become a life of its own, and a community and a movement. And I appreciate what you said. It is kind of weird. Like, I'm not anybody to be the voice of a Palisades, but it is interesting that people are saying, like, my story is not just mine. It's a reflection of thousands of people. And it is starting to create, what I believe can be positive change and hope at a time that a whole community needs it.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for the full context and sharing that. All of this context, none of it's light. Yes, it's real, but every time anybody is sharing these pivotal moments that have drastically changed our lives, it's a labor of love to communicate it and articulate it. So thank you for giving more full context. I think that one of the reasons why I wanted you to come on and share, well, there's a few reasons why, of course, many reasons why, but the one was that I felt it was like absolute necessity to give presence to this conversation, but in a way that that we as humans I have not done before, or we don't do very often necessarily, is having very real, honest conversations about these things that are in real time, because this is not past yet. Yes, January was a few months ago, but this is still in real time, right? And I've driven through Altadena in the Eaton fire area. I've driven through every single street possible that I could drive through. That's where I grew up. I've seen all of it. I've been as close to as I can, obviously with streets closed, blocked, not accessible, all that within the Palisades area. I've been over there too, because this LA area, it's my home. And those of us that call LA our home, it impacts all of us in such a deep and profound way. And so I, not just bringing the conversation for awareness and all of that. Yes, absolutely. But also the piece about how we move forward in a different way, how we come together in a different way. And I feel that you've been a really great representation of that. So I appreciate how you've walked through this. And I know there's nothing that could have been planned on your end. This is just you responding as you, and your character coming through, the integrity coming through, you as a leader naturally coming through without trying to have it orchestrated and planned. Because I don't think it's humanly possible to do so, to be honest with you, to have a plan, have motives, have intentions while going through these things. It's just clearly who you are. And I wanted our global audience to see and experience this level of leadership embodied, because it's not often that we get to experience and witness and be in the presence of that. The second part is, is really just allowing you to have, Jason says, speak it. Yeah, this is, with remaining neutral on a political level, because we often believe that these conversations are political in nature. However, this is my own personal view as someone that lives in this LA area and calls this home. This is a human conversation. How do we as humans connect differently? How as humans do we have conversations differently so that we can experience this life as humans better? How do we move through these things together? Because we're all experiencing these lives side by side next to each other, right? Even if it's on a screen, side by side, we're still in this moment together right now, right? So I would love to give you the floor for a few minutes to share where things currently are at. I would also love for you to share, if you could, what you believe would be the best, if someone could step into one characteristic that would be the most helpful to move this conversation forward. And this conversation, yes, is this very specific one, but it also reflects globally.
Yeah.
What characteristic could that person step into to elevate their own personal leadership as it reflects this? But so first, the where things are at right now.
Yeah.
What presence needs to be made, and yes, and then the second piece.
Some loaded questions. I'll do my best in the you know, if anybody has navigated loss, and it doesn't have to be physical loss, it could be like loved ones, relationships, you know, hard times. We've all been through there. One of the benefits that comes out of it is it gives you really clarity in like what matters and what doesn't. You know, how many guys you've been through seasons of your life where like you were dealing with stuff and all of a sudden the stuff that you thought mattered yesterday just doesn't matter anymore. Like you get a real clear picture on like things that matter at a life level, human level, and all the stuff that sucks our energy and sucks our time every single day that really doesn't, you know. And I think that's a gift of challenging times is that type of clarity in like where your energy needs to go. You know, I think community is something that I've always cherished, but never at the level that I realize now. You know, every morning we're in a rental in Venice now, right? We signed just a 12-month rental, very small little funky Venice vibe while we figure out what comes next. But it's crazy. Every morning I wake up and I'd say like 90% of the things in my life were all donated. You know, they were donated from people who just showed up after. So it's like every morning I wake up and everything in my life is a reminder of the power of community and the power that even if it gets really bad, we're never actually alone. You know, we're not alone. I mean, there's people ready and willing to show up in amazing ways when we allow them and we let them, and you're willing to raise your hand and say like, I need some help right now. And I get to wake up every day with that reminder. And I want to put that top of mind for everybody else here. Like, it doesn't matter what path you're on, what company you're leading, what brand you're on, if you're an entrepreneur, what size of your business, like who's out or watching this right now. You don't have to figure it out on your own. Matter of fact, one person never has all the answers, right? The answers, in my opinion, always come from a community. We always have the answers, right? If we're willing to work together, collaborate, listen, share perspectives, and find a better way. Sometimes we feel like we got to do it all ourselves or figure it all ourselves. And we get imposter syndrome if we don't think we have you don't need it. Let that go, right? I mean, the answers are found in all of us, not one of us. You know, I think everything in leadership, right? It's like before you lead others, you got to lead yourself. If you're going to be a light for others, you can't do that if you're standing in the dark. it starts with us. And as everything in life, leadership as well, it starts with the mindset that you choose to take. And even deeper into mindset, it starts with the story you choose to tell yourself. You know, I won't go deep because we don't have time on my personal story, but like I had a moment, it was the last moment in my house when it was filling up with smoke and I was physically exhausted. And I walked through what was a filling up of smoke living room. And I looked up, and I'm a faith-based person. I've never been a huge religious person. You know, I don't go to church as much as I should or want to. You know, but I looked up in that moment and the words that came to my head were I surrender. And in that moment, when I don't know if any of you have ever gotten to a place in your life where like you had no other options, regardless of your belief and where you're at, like where you just tried to make a deal with God because you had no other options in that moment. Like that was my moment. I was like, I need help. I got nothing else. But it didn't work out the way I thought it was going to work out. Right. I mean, I thought it was going to be saved. So the aftermath of the conversation I've had to have with myself of, you know, I can only go one of two ways. I could be like, well, why me? And play like victim and judge and cast a stone and blame and get really mad. Oh, and I can get, oh yeah, there's a lot of stones to be casted. You talk about, you know, politically and leadership. I mean, everywhere you look, someone's casting a stone. Oh, by the way, it was a systemic failure at so many different levels. And you can't argue that like this should not have happened. And if it did, not to the same scale. And there's 50 things, you know, on a high priority list, right? So you can get fired up and cast a stone and point a finger, and there will be people ready to celebrate and march with that belief. But then you got to pause. Is that really going to solve anything? Right? Or is that just going to create more division, more divide, right? They're going to throw stones back even harder. And now it becomes more about politicizing, right, or weaponizing or dividing than it is about actually solving, right, or progressing, right, or moving forward. You know, so I think you got to choose the other story. And the other story, if it's not why me, judging, blaming, then it's got to be why me. There's got to be a bigger reason.
Yeah.
You know, and this is the story of, you know, is it happening to you or is it happening for you, even when it's a really bad circumstance? So, Parisa, I think it starts with like the story you tell yourself so you don't get into funk. We don't get into funk and we can lead ourselves forward, realizing you don't have to go it on alone. It really is about community. You know, and I guess to your question with, again, keeping this, and I'm the most non-political or apolitical person there is. So I think this is an above politics conversation. It needs to be a people conversation. It needs to be a unity conversation, right? And you know what it needs to be? I think you nailed it in this. It needs to be a leadership conversation, and not leadership by title, right? And not leadership by appointment. Leadership by who is serving the audience or the people that need help right now. Because if we take the lens of leadership as in service and solution to what people really need as families in the Palisades like mine, then we don't have time to sit here and, you know, left, right, who's right. It's a what's right conversation. And I think that's what we need. And to be direct, that's not what I'm seeing. Like, it's not what I'm seeing, right? And that's what I'm hoping for. That's what we're trying to mobilize community and story and the people that are affected to actually have a voice. Because I do believe that the people closest to the fire, kind of pun intended, are the ones that have the answers and have the solutions. And if enough of us align in a direction, right, that creates pressure. Community creates pressure. Pressure creates accountability, and accountability can create change, right? So that's what I'm hoping is not just my story for my story. I hope my story inspires other people to share their story. And if enough stories are shared, we can create enough pressure to create the accountability for the ones with the pen, right, that need to come in and do the things that do need to be solved. Fix the insurance fiasco. Figure out how our funds are coming in so it can rebuild, right? Figure out the logistics so we don't have our kids growing up in disaster zones, right, for years. Get the schools on track and have dates, right, so our community can come together. Complex problems, but solutions can be there if we come together, work together, right, remove the sides and focus on service first. Palisades is full of very well-resourced, well-educated, well-connected people, right? That right now may be homeless, right, and scattered and devastated. You know, but that doesn't mean we don't have spirit and we don't have resources and we don't have desire, right? If we can alchemize, I love that word that you said earlier, in a direction. So that's what I think the next step needs. It's leadership, not by title or position, leadership by example. Right. You know, and, you know, that's what I think the next step has to be. And I think it's the only way where Palisades, you know, and Altadena and places like ours that go through devastation will ever get back to not only what they were, but all they can be. And last thing I'll say, and I know we're probably over on time.
Okay.
I don't think this is just a Palisades or LA conversation.
No.
In 3 years, the Olympics is supposed to be right here in Los Angeles, in Santa. The world is supposed to come to our town. 3 years. The world will be watching everything right outside these walls in the next 3 years, which means we, not Palisades, not LA, but like our country has an opportunity to show an example of what we, the united, right? We can actually go do. It can be a story of rebuilding, a story of resilience, a story of rebirth, a story of reinvention. It can be a story of how we show up and lead what is the greatest rebuild our country's ever seen. Or it's going to be a telltale of how we sit here and, you know, point fingers, blame each other, let stuff get lost in bureaucracy. And what's going to happen in 3 years when the world comes, when right now our town looks like a war zone?
Right.
And that's where I think the challenge is. And I think it could be an opportunity for one of the greatest stories, not just LA, but our country has ever said, to come together and show what we're capable of when we want to. It's going to take leadership.
Absolutely. I am so grateful to you, Blake, for coming on. And I love that. My intuition told me that there was alignment in a lot of these pieces of the conversation that I never communicated to you, and conversations that we never even had, but elements and perspectives that you brought forward here today with such conviction that show absolute alignment, in the sense of that this matter of fires. It is a leadership conversation. It absolutely is. And we started out the broadcast this morning. Our very first speaker is a 5-time Paralympian, gold medalist, wheelchair basketball, incredible person, Matt Scott. And I wanted to bring this all circling back. Like, we do have a stage. We absolutely do. There's reasons and meanings and intentions in the voices and the perspectives that are brought on to this broadcast. It's not just to talk and have good things said. No. This is for intention. This is for really meaningful impact. And you're right. We do have, the world will be watching in 3 years when the world comes to see, either on their screens or in person. And we have an opportunity, collectively, we have an opportunity to do this differently. We have one. Are we collectively going to take it? So thank you, Blake. Thank you. I could say thank you 1,000 times and it still wouldn't do enough. Thank you for your time. Happy anniversary to you and your wife. What a moment to celebrate your anniversary here. So go enjoy the rest of your day, please. Thank you so much for being here. And I am forever grateful for your willingness to come on and share.
Thank you. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Thank you for what you're doing to bring a leadership conversation to the world. So appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Blake. Oh, so good. Thank you. Well, welcome back, Jason. I'm not going to take a lot of time to chat. I had a feeling that this conversation needed to come, but at this time and be toward the end of our day. And I'm grateful that I followed that. I'm grateful that Blake had tremendous willingness to come on. And I'm going to sit with all that was shared, because it's a very real thing here in what I call the land of Los Angeles. You know, it's a very wide space here we have, and it's a very beautiful space, beautiful opportunities to make global impact, because we already do here. We already do. We get to do it in a new way.
We just transmitted conviction thanks to you guys. That was a slam dunk. The slam dunk. It came across. The message was there. Stunned. The chat is stalled out because everybody's stunned, and the takeaways were one after the other. We get to the end and we kind of go, can we get one takeaway? I'm like, I can't pick, I have to pick one.
Yeah.
Just such an incredible day, and we've still got a little bit to go here, Parisa. You've been taking the helm so many times today. Thank you for your dedication to getting the message out and knowing which ones to do it. You've got a beautiful knack for that. So we are gonna take a little break, and then you guys, we are gonna come back with an incredible interview that really spans a lot of the divisions of the Los Angeles Tribune, including our editor-in-chief. We're going to have Ava Manuel as part of the interview. Also, Donna Campbell is part of the interview coming up. Deepika Sandhu is involved as well. I mean, we're talking about cast and producers that are involved in the Pillars of Power movie, and the interview is with John Assaraf. So that is literally right around the corner. I mean, how exciting is it to have an opportunity to get this wisdom even before the movie comes out?
Right. I will say that that John Assaraf is one of the very first people I really started to study many years ago, many years ago, when I was on my own journey of really understanding a lot of the deeper elements of being a human. I'll say it that way. He was one of the very first, and the one that I was able to receive his teachings and his articulation on a very potent level. So it is super special to have him on the broadcast today, because it's like life coming full circle so many times, so many ways. But that's alignment, right? So
It is. It
awesome.
is. And
So
we
good.
get to bring it home with this incredible interview. And then we'll be sharing some of our thoughts with Mo Rock, the owner of the Los Angeles Tribune, as well, to finish out our day. So let's get to it. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with the interview.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. AIM has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow, and we are back once again here at Leadership Week. Alicia, how do you feel?
I feel so inspired, Donna, and truly empowered. I mean, with Leadership Week, we have over 200 speakers that have come together from around the world to talk about their leadership principles in their personal lives, in their businesses. And it is just so amazing to be back here with so many amazing voices and really support our community. So delighted. How are you feeling, Donna?
You know, I am always excited, and I'm truly excited for our next guest that is coming up, because we've gotten to know him much more throughout the last year, especially being on our shows. We've been doing some filming with him. So if it's all right with you, I'm going to do a quick introduction and we'll bring him up. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic. I'm really excited for our guest that we have on today.
So he is a New York Times bestselling author, and he is actually a featured teacher in the original movie, The Secret. And in addition to that, he has filmed with us with The Pillars of Power, the hidden secret behind achieving greatness. Now, John Assaraf is also a renowned expert in brain science, mindset, and high performance behavior. And he's the founder and CEO of NeuroGym, helping people rewire their brains for success. And so what he really does in the world of leadership is really redefine success from the inside out. And I think you guys today are going to see that with him. Welcome, John.
Thanks, Donna. Hi, Alicia. Nice to see you both.
Nice to see you, John. Thank you so much for joining us today.
My joy.
Now, we have a couple of additional co-hosts on with us today here. Let's go ahead and bring them up. Ava and Misty Kerrigan, they're going to be joining us here for your spotlight interview today. So I'm going to kick it off on Ava and Misty. I'll have you start first before I kick it off here.
Thank you so much. John, I'm so grateful for you. You've been a hero for me. Probably, when we met together at Bill Walsh's wedding, I told you briefly that your work has really impacted me. There was a time when I was finding my way in the beginning of entrepreneurship and coming from a settled and established job where you get income. It's kind of like nerve-wracking to get into entrepreneurship, and now you gotta create it. And the NeuroGym was really very instrumental. I was a member of your NeuroGym membership subscription, and it was very instrumental for me finding the strength to be able to go on new ventures. And I have used your teaching for a long time in many other adventures that I've done. I wanted to ask first, John, what have been like some of the advancements that you have started? I know that you launched an app, a coach. I wanted to hear what are some of the advancements that you've done since that you've been in the industry for a very long time.
Got it. Well, great to see you. Thank you for being a student and a friend and for sharing your story. The real advancements is the deeper level of understanding of a couple of things. Number one is that every brain functionally works the same. Now, just like every car functionally works the same, electric car or gas car, every brain functionally works the same. But some of us maybe had traumatic experiences in childhood. Some of us may have had failures. Some of us may have developed beliefs that are limiting us, or fears that are holding us back, or a self-image that somehow tells us we're not good enough or smart enough or worthy enough to achieve the thing that we want to achieve. And all of the latest research using any of the advanced brain scan imaging technologies like SPECT scans or CAT scans show us that all of these patterns are nothing more than reinforced neural networks in the brain. And any network in the brain that has been reinforced, our brain automatically runs it like it automatically runs software on our computer or software in our car or software on our mobile phone. So what we've discovered is that even though there may be some negative, disempowering patterns, because of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to create new patterns and literally not override the old ones, but cause the old ones to kind of like be quiet so the new patterns can get reinforced. And then you can start to think and see things that you may not have seen before. But more importantly, you can start behaving in alignment with what you want to achieve. That's more than just hope and prayer and dreaming.
Well, thank you so much for that answer, John. It's amazing because despite all the advancements, the brain functions the same. And you're saying that that it's I know that there are some strategies that you've added in, like apps and my coach. Regardless, nevertheless, it's the same brain. So thank you for that answer. Back to you, Donna. Thank you, Donna.
Yes, I absolutely loved it there. I was going to say that was a beautiful answer because it's exactly how everything works. When you look at technology, you look at AI, everything is programmable. It's exactly modeled after our brain there. Misty Kerrigan.
I am very honored to be here, John. I'm fangirling over here. I remember reading your book, Having It All.
Oh, wow.
In the 2007, 2008, like that changed my life. I've been working with children in behavioral and patterns, and I think that book just offers so much to the brain. And I love the, I hope I'm saying it right, but the Innercising.
Innercise, the book Innercise, and we have an app to Innercise your brain so you can strengthen your brain or your mind like you do your muscles. Yeah.
So my question is, as this is Leadership Week, what should us as leaders be doing with some Innercising? Do you have any tips or strategies to help us as leaders get to that brain power even faster?
So instead of talking about it, everyone, what I'd like you to do, whether you're listening or watching, is take a deep breath in, slowly in through your nose, as slowly as you can. There's no urgency. And release it slowly through your mouth as if you're breathing out through a straw. Just feel any tension or stress or doubt or worry just dissipate. And as you take in your next deep breath, I want you to breathe in confidence and certainty and release any doubt, worry, stress, or anxiety about being a good leader of yourself or others. And do that one more time. Breathe in confidence and certainty and clarity. And release any doubt, worry, fear, or any emotion or thought or feeling or belief that may not be holding you, in the highest light. And as you do this, what I want you to do is, if you're willing to just close your eyes for just a moment, I'd like you to imagine for just a moment that you're a Hollywood actress or actor, whichever you prefer, and your role is to be a loving, caring, kind, smart leader that knows how to lead themselves and feel that you have the confidence, feel that you have the certainty to lead yourself to do the things you say you're going to do to completion. And as you see yourself doing that and feel yourself doing that right now, now translate that to people around you that see you leading yourself with integrity, with honesty, with purpose, and with passion. And as they see how well you lead yourself, then imagine leading them, coming from a space of love, coming from a space of helping them, lifting them up, showing them, teaching them, guiding them, and empowering them to be the best leader of themselves, achieving their, whether business goals, health goals, family goals, relationship goals. You have become a model for them. And now you are empowering them through your words, your actions, your encouragement to be the best version of themselves, not by telling them, by encouraging and empowering them to bring out the very best in them. And as you do that and you have that impact and influence, you feel like, oh my God, I am becoming an even better leader with love, integrity, passion, and compassion. And as you think it and feel it, now let's move to what's one action step you can take today to be a better leader. Think of that action step in your mind right now. And then see yourself already having taken that action step. See the results of moving towards achieving whatever it is that that action step will help you achieve, and then go, yes. And as you do that, feel the emotion of being a leader and having yourself and people feel proud to be around you as you're having more impact and influence in the world. And then as you open your eyes, if they've been closed, just feel the difference that the self-talk that I gave you to follow, the imagination, the words we use cause you to feel. So we activated several different parts of your brain that are all interconnected like a system. When we talk positively to ourselves and we feel positive things and we imagine the results that we want, we create what I call a sympathetic resonance between mind, body, heart, and behavior and gut. And now you're in alignment. And we practice that every day. And practice is what creates permanent patterns in the brain that override all the old crappy patterns that we may have. So if you do it once, that's really good. But do it 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, and you will fire and rewire your brain to this new identity, this new belief, this new behavior, this new expectation, like resetting a thermostat in your home to a whole new level of performance. And there's a little bit of the scientific explanation of exactly what's happening in the brain and within the entire ecosystem of you, my dear human friend.
That was such an amazing exercise, because I saw and felt every single person as they embraced it from the inside out, from that heart space. And each and every person, because I peaked, we all started shining and feeling more brighter. And you could feel the energy around everything totally elevate just with that one exercise, John.
And that's what I call is an Innercise.
Innercise.
Right? So we exercise for our physical body and muscles. We Innercise to strengthen our self-image. We Innercise to strengthen our self-talk. We Innercise to direct our emotions, the energy in motion, because we're all made up of, 100 trillion cells that are vibrating and oscillating at the level of our thoughts and emotions. that causes you to be in resonance, and people feel you. And so if we're in resonance, we call that sympathetic resonance with what we want instead of destructive interference.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. It's like a little
That's
mini
the power of
miracle.
Innercise.
That's the power of Innercise. And we weren't taught this. This is why I'm out to create this Innercise revolution. We were taught to say nice things about other people, talk nicely to yourself, but we were never taught like the real impact and implications of disempowering, negative, destructive, self-deprecating self-talk. I'm not good enough. I don't deserve. I'm not right. Whatever the self-talk is, or the emotions that come after that. You know, it starts with self-talk, it continues with emotions, continues, of course, with behaviors, and we can train our brain, regardless of what's happened to us for the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 decades. We know that our brain can create new brain cells, but not only can we create new brain cells, neurogenesis, but we can fire and wire those new connections deliberately through Innercise.
I love that. I love that. Alicia, over to you. And I know we have a special guest with us today too.
Yes. John, I think that is such a phenomenal exercise because you could really feel the difference. Like Donna mentioned, everyone kind of lit up at a certain moment. I surely felt the moment where I was like, oh, I feel the shift here. Something is happening. But curious for you, you know, as you teach people more about Innercise and visualizing success, what are ways that people can stay motivated when reality maybe is not yet connecting with where they see themselves growing into, but they want to continue that momentum that they felt, that feeling, that spark that they felt when they were in the process of seeing them in that place? Because that is a place where sometimes people can feel stuck, or they're not sure quite what to do to kind of keep that momentum going. So what is something that you would like to share with them around that?
Sure, that's a great question because, like, listen, let's say you visualize success, and let's say you visualize being a great leader and doing well, and you see it and you feel it and you get excited about it. But then you open your eyes and you look at your bank account and it's like, oh God, I'm overdrawn again, or I can't pay for rent, or I don't have enough money for a down payment or a new car to fix my car or my teeth. So that's like the current reality of what's happening right now. So we have to go to a higher order of thinking for just a moment and say, okay, let's say I look in the mirror. Let's say I look in the mirror and let's say I have a beard or my hair is long. I say, okay, the image in the mirror is a reflection, okay, of the fact that maybe I didn't get a haircut or I didn't shave for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. So I can say, okay, I'm not going to take a rag and scratch or, you know, do this to the mirror, hoping that this goes away. The image in the mirror, the effects of what I see in the mirror, the bank account, the weight, the energy, the income, the career, is an effect of my past thinking, my past thoughts, my past behaviors, or lack of the behaviors I should have taken. So first I could say, okay, I see the current reality, but the current reality is based on what I did or didn't do in the past. And now I'm going to give myself the best opportunity so that in a week, in 3 weeks, in 6 weeks, in 9 weeks, the new reality becomes more real than the current reality. So we have to just have some cognitive framing techniques, ways to use our brain, because here's what happens to a lot of people. I look at a result I don't like or don't want. So then I think about it and I feel what I'm thinking, and then I think what I'm feeling, and then what am I doing in my head? I re-trigger, refire those same neurons, those same emotions over and over and over again. So even though I may not know this, but I am reinforcing what I don't want, which is the current result. So we say, stop. I get it. The current result is because of the past. Let's leave it where it belongs. And I'm going to use that as a guiding post, not a hitching post. Number two, I'm going to deliberately create my new future by thinking, feeling, and behaving in ways that are aligned with what I want the result to be in a week, in 4 weeks, in 8 weeks, in 12 weeks. And I'm going to do something that we're not taught to do. I'm going to pretend I'm a farmer who is planting new seeds. And just as a farmer doesn't plant a seed and then tomorrow go say, well, where's the orchard, right? I'm going to have something called patience. I'm going to plant the seeds knowing what's happening in the soil. So let's say I'm using affirmations. I'm affirming in my mind a new language pattern, a new visual pattern, a new behavioral pattern. And now I'm going to pull out the weeds, the negative talk. I'm going to pull out the negative emotions or disempowering emotions. I'm going to stop the disempowering or destructive behaviors. And then I'm going to replace them with nutrients, right? Nutrients for the mind, self-talk. Nutrients for the body and soul, emotions that I can control. But we've never been taught to regulate my emotions. And then I'm going to say, okay, what are 3 things, just 3, that if I do those today, I'm moving away from the result I do not want, and I'm moving towards the result I do want. And here's what we're looking for. We're only looking for progress. We're not looking for perfection, okay? A baby takes 285 days, okay, in the womb to go from, zygote or, sperm and egg to multiply 26 times to having a baby. A carrot seed takes 85 days. So every gestation period is different for an idea or a result or an incubation period. And so we have to operate with a higher level of understanding that if I can hold on to the image of what I want, and I can talk positive to myself, and I can switch my emotions into an empowered state versus disempowered. And then listen, today, it's 2025. ChatGPT can give you every single thing you need to do today to achieve your goal, and tomorrow and the next day, minute by minute, if you want it. So you don't even have to know how to achieve the goal. You just need to commit to achieving it and getting yourself in harmony, mentally, heart-wise, gut-wise, and yes, behavior-wise, okay, to do the right thing in the right order at the right time. And that's the recipe for success versus a recipe for regret.
That's so good. It's like, it's like your faith in yourself is a lifestyle, having the faith that it won't just have it happen in that moment, but you have to leave time for integration and that evolution to evolve. And that was such a great kind of metaphor that you used there with the carrot, growing it, because it is, sometimes you think it's going to be instant, but it's not, right? But you have to also believe where you're gonna be able to take your own self. So that is great. Appreciate that so much. Donna, back to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So I know, Alicia, we have a special co-host with us today. Do you want to bring her? I'll bring her up and you can do a quick introduction because she is one of our fellow cast members, cast experts in Pillars of Power.
We are about to bring up Deepika Sandhu, who is the author of Hello Universe, It's Me, also the founder of Soul Sparks Press Publishing, which is really inspiring soul-sparking conversations all around the world. And it's such a delight for us to bring in Deepika as a co-host with us today, because she is the co-star in the upcoming film produced by the Los Angeles Tribune, Pillars of Power. So it's great to have everyone here with us today. Hi, Deepika. And Deepika, you might be on mute. So if you can unmute yourself here.
Thank you. Yes. I was just saying I'm having some soul sparking moments listening to John right now. I'm loving it.
Hi, Deepika.
Hello, hello.
It's so amazing. So Deepika, I know that you've been sitting here and kind of tuning into the conversation that we've been having with John thus far. What is something that he shared, or maybe something that came up in the exercise, the breathing exercise that we did, that you want to kind of further explore in our conversation with John here today?
I have just been sitting here having all these soul sparking moments listening to you, John, and it struck me that, you know, we can visualizing our future, letting that dream sort of land in our mind. That is exciting and that's exhilarating. And there's part of us that totally knows how to do that, right? From being the little kid in the backyard, dreaming and looking at the clouds. But there is also that part of us now as adults that has no patience for this, right? And wants to get to the end result really fast. We want to DoorDash our next level selves rather than being patient enough to move through it. And I think my question to you is, and I think what a lot of people ask me is like, oh, if I do all these things, will this happen for me too? Will what happened to John happen to me? Will what happened for you, Deepika, happen for me? And the question is, it's not necessary. It's not instantaneous. There's a lot of work that has gone into all of this, to all the innercising, and it's not something that happens in an instant. But what is your response to people out there who just want it fast? Because we all want to change fast if we could.
Can I just get a couple of props to show you an example?
Yeah.
Quick second. Hold on. It'll be worth it. I'm going to show you something. Everybody.
There's
All
props.
right.
I'm joining this conversation.
So, let's say we want to achieve a goal. Okay, it doesn't matter. A health goal, money goal, business goal, relationship goal. What if we asked ourselves this question first? Is the goal that I want to achieve, is it achievable? Yes, no. If we don't know, let's find out. But let's assume, yes, it's achievable. Okay. And then say, do we have the skill currently to achieve it? And that's yes or no. Yes, I do. No, I don't. So let's say you don't. So let's just say you want to learn how to solve the Rubik's Cube, right? Is the Rubik's Cube 2x2 solvable? Yes. Now, how many people do you know of just like, you know, will just move the Rubik's Cube, you know, and go left, right, up, down, and I can't figure it out. Now, if somebody was committed to solving this in the next hour, could they go to YouTube and follow a step-by-step instruction with a 5-year-old and solve the Rubik's Cube, yes or no? So first we make the commitment, find out is it doable. Then we get the process, because it's all algorithmic based, and whether it's a 2x2 or a 3x3, right? Or a 4x4, or a 5x5, this might take a little bit longer than this one, right? So they're all solvable. And even the real daddy, you know, that's multi-layered, this would probably take you, you know, 18 hours to do if you really want to achieve that. So bigger goals usually take a lot more time because they're a lot more complex, but it's no different if you want to lose 5 pounds of fat versus losing 50 pounds of fat. You can lose 5 pounds of fat by reducing your caloric intake, exercising, sleeping well, regulating your hormones. Okay, give yourself a week to 2 weeks, done. Now, keeping it off is a whole other practice. 50 pounds might take you, 20 weeks to do in a healthy way, or you can go get a gastric bypass surgery. So you have to match what you want to do with the end goal. But here is the challenge that most people have. A, they either have the lack of the knowledge or skill of how to do that, and that brings up uncertainty, doubt, fear, worry, stress, anxiety, and that shuts down the motivational circuit in their brain to take action. Now, if they have the knowledge and skill, what if they don't believe they deserve to achieve that goal? Now we have a different issue. Now I have the knowledge and skill, but I don't believe I deserve it, so I won't take action because I don't deserve it. So why would I achieve the result? Number 3 is, what if I have fear? What if I, stand here and I try to solve this in front of all of you and I don't do it in enough time and I'm embarrassed or ashamed or ridiculed, judged or rejected or whatever. So that's going to shut me down. So whenever somebody says, I want to achieve a goal, I ask, do you think that goal is achievable? Yes. With the right instruction, do you think it can be achievable for you? With the right mindset and skill set, with you taking action, is it possible for you to achieve it? Yes, it is. Great. Now here's the ultimate question. Are you interested in achieving this outcome, or are you committed to the process to achieve it? And you know what most people ask me? What's the difference? And here's the difference. When you're interested, you give up easily and you come up with stories, reasons, and excuses why you can't or won't. But when you're committed, you fail, you make mistakes, you learn from those mistakes, but you're committed to the outcome. So you're patient and you keep doing the things that are going to get you the result you want. And you become a clumsy beginner at first. And in a lot of cases, we are all what's known as unconsciously incompetent or consciously incompetent. We know that we're not competent at doing that. But with practice, we become consciously competent. But then with a lot of perfect practice, we become unconsciously competent, and then we could do it in like a minute. So are you prepared to go through the process? And if the why is big enough, why you want to achieve that goal is bigger than your worries, fears, lack of knowledge, lack of skills, you'll do it. But if your why you must do it now, is not big enough, you will lack the motive for the actions required, the motivation, the motives for the actions required to go from a clumsy beginner, right, to somebody who's competent, to somebody who could do it anytime, anywhere. So if I'm committed, I can do it. If I'm not committed, then the stories, reasons, excuses, and fears will be bigger than I am.
I love that, John. And I always say to people, it's a decision. And I think this is what you're saying too. Like at the end of the day, if you're wanting to move from where you are now to wherever you desire to be, whether that's in a personal relationship, in your professional career, in your health and wellness, at the end of the day, it's a decision that you get to make to move in that direction. And I think you use the word, it's a choice, it's a commitment. The how of it, the steps of it, we can sketch out and lay out based on our knowledge of what we know today. But we also have to believe, I think, and I'd love your thoughts on this, that the how of this all will come into our awareness as we get really clear that we are for sure making this decision and moving in that direction. So I think that's part of the inner-sizing too, is that we're willing to flex ourselves internally to move in a direction that may feel uncomfortable and scary, but we're still very much willing to do it.
Great. Yes, and. So can we have a little bit of fun?
Please.
Yes. Five birds are sitting on a fence, and they're talking to each other about where they want to go, for the winter. And they make a decision. They're going to go to Florida. So 5 birds are on the fence. They make a decision to go to Florida. How many birds are still on the fence?
All of them?
It's tough to know.
Did they take action?
We don't know.
Until they take action, even after a decision, all the birds are on the fence. So yes, make a decision. And then when I was in the movie The Secret, we talked about, obviously, the law of attraction. And I said to everybody, I said, that's half the story. And people ask me, like, what do you mean? I said, well, with the law of attraction, there's also the law of Goya, Goya. And most people never heard of that. Have you heard of the law of Goya that goes with the law of attraction? It's the get off your ass law. Do the thing you need to do. Now you have resonance and action. So I always say, get off your Assaraf and do the right thing in the right order at the right time. And I also think about the how will appear. I think, without any disrespect, it sounds great. But but I could give you the how to just about anything you would ask me right now in less than 60 seconds using AI. So I don't have to even wait for the how. I just go into AI, ChatGPT, Claude, Grok. I go, I want you to act as an expert in. Name the topic. What I want to achieve is X, Y, or Z. I really don't know much of what I'm doing. Can you create a step-by-step plan for me? I have 30 minutes a day to do it, an hour a day to do it, 1 hour a week, whatever it is. Give me a step-by-step plan with resources and a checklist for everything I need to do. And in literally 90 seconds, I will have a step-by-step plan using an AI tool that is at an expert level of how. So create the vision, create the goals. What are the obstacles? Get your plan to overcome the obstacles. Create your plan, take action, and then innercise your way to a new identity, to new beliefs, to new confidence, to new certainty, to really feeling and being unstoppable because you are. You just may not know exactly how to activate that yet.
I love that. And to become unstoppable in that. What I'm really curious about, John, is you've lived a full life and you've gone through a lot of paradigm shifts, especially around the word and the topic of leadership. And you've helped so many people step into their power, into that new realm to become unstoppable. So for you, what would conscious leadership look like in the rest of 2025 and into 2026 for you?
I think it's going to start with this may sound cliche, but it's going to start with love. Now, let me explain. We are vibrating entities, right? Humans, right? So what is the highest vibration that maybe you have ever felt? Right? A love for your child, a love for a husband, a wife, a mother, a father, love. That's you vibrating, oscillate at like I'm getting chills talking about this, right? It's us vibrating at this space of just kindness, care, empathy, giving, receiving with open hearts, right? Well, leadership for me is showing up as your best self to guide, care, lift up, stop people from doing what they shouldn't be doing in a gentle, kind way, critique them up, guide them, show them, be the example, that this is how you lead, this is how you show up, this is how you treat people. And leadership is not something you do sometimes. Leadership is leadership. It's kind of like you don't kind of breathe sometimes. All day long, you're either leading yourself or you're not. All day long, you're leading your team if you have a business or a company. All day long, you're leading others by who they're seeing you being, and then how you treat them. When you go to a restaurant and a waiter or waitress comes to you, how you speak with them, lifting them up or talking down to them, that's you showing your leadership. So conscious leadership for me is showing up in a space of love to lift up with kindness, empathy, guidance. You can be tough. Like I have two boys who are 30 and 28, and there's nothing of this earth I love more. And I want to lead them by also sharing with them, hey, when you're doing this, when you're thinking this way, you may want to shift that. Here's a different perspective. Not you're wrong. So what you say, how you say it, how you show up is conscious leadership all the time. I can see your lips moving, Donna.
Yes. I know there was a little bit of noise in my background here. So yes, no, it's exactly right. It's how you show up all the time in that position. You don't like you said, breathe sometimes. You don't lead sometimes. It's in the essence or in the presence there.
Yeah.
With
and here's something to consider, right? And sometimes people in their own mind say, well, I'm a really good leader with my family, but not in my company. Or like, and I go, okay, well, what are the things that you, or how do you show up with your family that allows you to believe that? Just show up, okay, in the same way, okay, at work, in the same way with your friends, in the same way at a restaurant. And just be that. Be that all the time. But we particularize and categorize. Here I'm a leader, but here I'm not. Well, where'd you get that idea?
Right. And we're the only ones that separate or compartmentalize, really, because the universe, it's all or none of it. There's no really in between there.
It's like pregnancy. There's no such thing as being half pregnant.
That is true. That is true. Misty, do you have any a last minute question there for John?
I would just really love to have one more of for entrepreneurs and business owners of Innercise to be able to maybe start the morning off to have the day that you're really going to take that to the next level. Is there anything you would recommend how we start mornings?
Oh my goodness, yes, for sure. So let's talk about rituals, habits, right? So everybody's heard that success leaves clues, right? And everything in our lives, everything is about patterns, right? Patterns, how we do things. You know, the average person, just so you know, has 6,200 thoughts a day. Not 50,000 or 60 or 75,000 as once believed. It's 6,200. University Windsor in Toronto came up with that about 2 years ago, where they actually did a study on thoughts. Here's the challenge. 80% of the average person's thoughts were negative, 5,000 a day negative thoughts, 1,200 positive. And of course, there's more or less for different people. So here's the first thing that I like to start off every day with. As soon as I wake up and open my eyes, I smile. I deliberately smile and I say, I am so grateful that I woke up today and I'm expecting an awesome day. Get out of bed, put my feet on the ground. I said, I get to get up again and create something magical with my life today. Part one. I then go and sit and I do about a 12 to 15 minute meditation / Innercise session. So I might sit quietly and just be, just quietly, just be before cell phones and texting and emails and TikTok and schmicktalk and Facebook and Instagram. No, this is my time for me to center and calibrate my brain. And then I do some Innercises, which are a combination in my app of affirmations, visualizations, mindfulness, whether it's Innercises for health or wealth or relationships or career or sales, or there's leadership Innercises in the app. I will listen to about 10 minutes of them to prime my brain, right? When we listen to properly crafted language patterns, affirmations, stories that inspire us and motivate us, we're creating an electrical storm in our brain that releases the neurochemicals that we call as a feeling. So if I could be in a calm state, visualizing with self-talk and the emotions, whether it's for health, wealth, relationship, career, or business, that's empowering me, I've just started the first 20 minutes of my day by priming my brain and teaching it what's important to me. Then I review, and it's right over here, I review my exceptional life blueprint. So I have one here, I have one in my living room, and my exceptional life blueprint is a vision board of the things I've created or achieved, places I've been, places I want to go. I want to see the moon I want to see the earth from the moon, homes we've rented or lifestyles that we've had. And then I read the story of my life. So I created a story of my life. And it starts off with, I'm so happy and grateful for the fact that I'm living the life of my dreams. I've created a masterpiece with my life. I'm so happy that, and I write out and read 2 pages every day. And I also have it recorded so that I could get my brain around what I want to trade my life for health, wealth, relationships, career, business, finances, fun, experiences, spiritual growth. It's all in my life story. And now I've spent about 30 minutes innercising, training my brain on what's important to me. Now, why is that important? Well, a couple things. Many people think that we see the world out there. No, we don't. Our brain constructs the world out there based on what's conditioned and programmed in here. It constructs second by second whatever is conditioned and programmed here, almost like a projector in a movie theater projecting onto the screen what's on the reel or DVD. So I am programming my brain every day to help me see all the things that are in resonance with the physique, the body, the energy, the leadership, the people that I'm helping, the contribution, the vision, the goals that I have for every area of my life. And I'm training my brain first thing in the morning to help me get rid of all the stuff that doesn't resonate with what I want to trade my life for, so that I can focus its superb power on helping me find, discover, resonate, learn how I can achieve every one of those goals. So, Misty, that's how I start every day. Then I go and exercise. Then I have a power smoothie, and this is between 6:30 and 8:30.
Thank you. That was phenomenal. And a lot to even just take little bits from to start today.
Yeah.
Or tomorrow morning.
Right. And just remember, we can live our life by default or live our life by design. And just so I'm clear, it doesn't mean that shit doesn't happen. It does. We get sick. We get ill. This breaks, that breaks. He, she, that's just part of the game. But if I can master, well, let me back up. If I could first be aware of and then manage my mindset and be aware of and manage my emotions and be aware of and manage just a few of the behaviors that will empower and inspire me, and release and let go of some of the behaviors and thoughts, maybe emotions that take me away from achieving my goals, expire me, right? Then I could be deliberate about making progress, a little bit of progress. And some days I make progress, other days I don't. Every day I learn. And but if we can consistently direct the attention and take the action, we can end up at the destinations that we want predictably.
Yeah. I love that you use the word consistently there, John, and appreciate you for sharing with those in our audience that are tuning in right now what your morning looks like, to the point of actually showing the book that you open up and read, because it shows that, you've done so much research, you've written so many books, you have so many programs, yet every day you still intentionally and consistently speak life into yourself in the morning. I can imagine throughout the day as well, right? And I think that's important, that it's not just one day or 2 days or 3 days of the week, that all this, you have studied the brain and you are still doing it consistently. I think that is so powerful and will be a breakthrough for so many people. Maybe say, oh, I did it a couple of times, it didn't work. But it's no matter how long, life is a continuous journey. It's about that intentionality and that consistency there. John, you have shared so many beautiful gems of wisdom and exercises with us today, and just ways to really kind of think about what are those conversations that we're having and how can we take that committed step to make a shift. What is something, though, that we haven't spoken about yet today, John, that you really is on your mind that you would really like for our audience to just be aware of or to know?
Stop attending events like this. Stop reading books, listening to podcasts, going to events that, you get motivated without finding a way to implement 2 or 3 things, no matter how small they are. Start finding a way to say, I'm just going to take one of his ideas, one idea that just popped into my head, and follow through to completion. No matter what. No matter what. So when I come back from conferences and I have, 4 pages of notes, or I'm listening to a podcast and like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, and my dopamine's gone crazy and I'm all in this excited state, I just look at everything and I go, one thing, what am I going to implement now? So you become an action taker versus somebody who just gets information and gets excited about the information. And if you can teach yourself to take one good idea and implement, and then another good idea and implement, another good idea and implement, then you're going to develop the habit of being an implementer or action taker. And whenever we're looking to make progress, right? Think about this. What are the habits that I want to create that with that habit, it will build me, right? So first we build the habit, then the habit builds you. And at first, the intensity and complexity is not an issue. It's the simplicity and consistency you want to focus on. We can always add complexity and intensity later. So if you want to get in better health, better shape, you know what? I would prefer you to walk 1 minute a day, no matter what, for the next 100 days. Because here's what's going to happen. Your brain won't resist 1 minute if you're committed. So reduce it to the ridiculously small thing consistently. Do that, and a couple things will happen. Number 1, you will build self-trust. Number 2, you will build self-confidence. Number 3, you will become an action taker and develop the habit of giving yourself a command and following through to completion. Your brain doesn't care if you work out, for example, for an hour or 1 minute. But if you just do it for 100 days, then here's what's going to happen maybe on week 2 or 3. You're going to go from 1 minute to 3. You might say, you know what, instead of just walking, I'm going to raise my hands up a little bit while I'm walking and just do this 3. So you're going to add, because it feels good to consistently empower yourself. So add complexity and intensity later. Build the habit first by doing simple things consistently. So don't sit and meditate for 30 minutes. Meditate for 1 minute for the next 7 days. Don't Innercise for half an hour. Innercise for 3 or 4 minutes listening to an Innercise. Don't sit there and write your whole goal book. Just take one goal in 2 areas of your life and follow through on some of those. So reduce it to the doable for you. And if you reduce it to the doable for you, you're going to reduce the cognitive demand of goal achieving, because goal setting is easy. Goal achieving happens in a different part of the brain. So I want to teach my brain that I have goals and I take action to achieve them. Have goals, I take action to achieve them. And if I have goals and I take the right action to achieve them, which is easier today than ever before, now I'm building empowering, constructive habits. And empowering, constructive build, will override destructive habits, which tear down. So let's start small. Let's start with what I can do consistently. And so you picked up on that, Alicia. And so that's the key.
Wow. I absolutely love that. And I have to say, one of the things that I did do, I had a class assignment. So this is small confession time. I had a class assignment to clone my voice with AI. And in order to do that, you have to speak for so many hours for it to get the tone in your voice. And so I read Innercise out loud for my 3 hours. It is such a powerful book. So thank you for that and sharing that amazing gift with me and, of course, with everybody else. And thank you so much, John, for being here with us today.
Thank you, Donna, Alicia, and Deepika, and Misty. Thank you.
Yes.
And
Ava, Alicia.
And Ava's back. Well, John, we thoroughly appreciate you coming here to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week to share so many insights about mindset. But I think it was so key. You talked about earlier that leadership is in every aspect of your life, that compartmentalization is not it. There are so many actionable insights. So, Goya, I'm like, I didn't know that one before today, but Goya is cemented in my mind about how people can really take action. So for those of you that are tuning in from all around the world, we know that you're hearing from so many speakers who are sharing so many insights, but as John shared with us today, take one action, take one step, and do that consistently. John, it has been such a pleasure having you on today, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you in the upcoming film, The Pillars of Power, produced by the Los Angeles Tribune. For all of you that are tuning in, stay tuned. Right after this commercial break, we will be right back with LA Tribune Leadership 2025. We'll see you in just a moment.
Thanks, Jen.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, Jason, what can you say about that? I feel like I couldn't write fast enough. I took myself off the screen and I was like just writing as fast as I could. But definitely, this is one that we got to watch another time. And I'm glad that it's recorded because there was just so much nuggets. And I just wanted to acknowledge that we have so much comments on that our audience is actually, giving us because of the nuggets that they're getting. What's your favorite part of the interview, Jason?
Well, first of all, I really like that Deepika, one of our cast from the Pillars of Power movie, popped in. That was really neat and unexpected. And the Goya is one of those things that sticks. And then you see John, yes, it's sticking. Yay, it's getting out there. The passion of his message was what really translated very well for me, and his delivery in it, just hanging in there with us and helping people become more aware to take action in a way that aligns for them. It's been a continuous message throughout the day that making clear decisions and a decision and choice are not the same thing. Inspired choices get us a long way. So it's been the takeaway throughout the day. And I got to be honest, Ava, I know as the editor-in-chief, this maybe doesn't always happen to you, but I got a little starstruck today a couple of times. We had Dame Doria, who's one of our inductees to the Speaker Hall of Fame, and then we're in the green room and another one. Oh my gosh, I kind of got a little wobbly there for a second. I say, "Oh, sir, hello, how are you?" I'm excited about what you have teed up for us next, Av, and I don't want to spoil the surprise. I want you to hand it over to our viewers because we are about to close out day one of a leadership week in a grand way. So I'm glad everybody is here.
I could feel your excitement, Jason. And for our viewers who are wondering, like, what's getting Jason so excited? I mean, we just came off John Assaraf's interview, right? But who's coming next is a Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Hall of Fame, the first one that we've ever awarded. And, you know, as Jason being the director of the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau, he's passionate for speakers through and through. And, you know, like the word of Mitzi with John Assaraf, I'm fangirling in here. It feels like that as the director of the Speakers Bureau. So without further ado, we'd like to introduce you the speaker and his panel that will close us out for day one. We're coming back to tee up day two for you tomorrow, what you're going to expect. But for now, I want you to like really be at the edge of your seat, because who's coming up next is Sir Baron Dr. James Dentley. And Dr. James Dentley, His Excellence, the first Baron that was knighted as a Baron in the United States. And you can correct me, Dr. James, if that's not correct. But we are so proud to be friends with you at the Los Angeles Tribune. You know, we love your passion for speaking. I know our colleague, our Chief Strategy Officer, Alicia, just finished your program in speaking, and you really bring the best speakers out there and the programs with Limitless TV. So Dr. James, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored to be here. And, you know, I'm looking for my people I'm going to interview. I think they're on the stream and not on the link. Where here they come. Here's one.
They're here. They're here.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
I couldn't find them. Sorry. I thought I would look and see them at the bottom. But let me say, first of all, I love seeing John. I have some great stories of really a dinner that we had at his home. And he imparted some information maybe about 15 years ago that I never left me. So I love seeing John Assaraf. Every time we see him, he's always the same guy, full of great information, but a wonderful, wonderful man as well.
Thank you so much. It really is a treat. And it's such a treat to have you follow, you know, John Assaraf and close out day one. And so I'm going to give you the stage, Dr. James, and have you introduce the people that you've brought with you. And we look forward, you know, in the next 30 minutes as we come back to closing day one powerfully, getting the nuggets that you bring us. Thank you. Welcome, Patricia, and welcome, Steve.
Well, thank you once again to Alva, to Mo Rock, to Alicia, to the entire LA Tribune team. You know, we're one family, so I love getting a chance to do this. And I understand I'm going to do a panel today, but I'm going to close out the last day and hopefully try a ribbon around this entire event. Well, first of all, hello, Steve. Hello, Dr. Patricia. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Yeah, Steve, you're still on mute. I think.
Glad to be here, brother.
There you go. Well, I want to get right into it. We got 30 minutes in the interview. We've got somebody that's still missing, but that's okay. I know he's traveling. But we got the right people here. First of all, I want to introduce Dr. Patricia Jo Grover. She's the founder of the Rise Above platform, specializing in something John was just talking about, really the goal achievement strategist and much, much more than that. And then Mr. Steve Carter, who's a dear friend of mine. He's my brother. We've known each other. Oh, my goodness. When both of us had a lot of more hair. I would say over almost 30 years. But this gentleman is the founder and co-founder, he and his wife, of a VIP, VIP Marketing Global and the Golden Prophet Academy as well. He has been in front of over 1 million people around the world. And I had the blessing of being there when it all started and watching this young man grow and develop. And, you know, we have a love fest with our family. So welcome. I want to get right into it. I'm glad to be here. I want to get right into it because I want to really focus on YouTube and want you to kind of share some information with the folks. So I'll start with Dr. Patricia Jo Grover. In about a minute or a minute and 90 seconds, can you share a little bit about your story as the founder of Rise Above Academy? How did that all come into play? And what is your passion right now? What is your passion? What is Rise Above all about?
Well, it's rising above the challenges that we face in everyday life. Things are going to come at us whether we're ready for it or not. So everything that I do is rise above. I help people become engaged in their own lives, encourage, educate, and empower them so they're ready to evolve so they can elevate to the next level. And it all came from, I went through challenges and That's how I became who I am today, making it through those challenges. So I utilize, and it's my proprietary conquering skills education that got me from where I was to where I am now and to where I still want to go. And that's what I use with my clients.
Fantastic, fantastic. Mr. Carter, you are, you come from a family of entrepreneurs as well. When I met you, your dad was in business, and you were this bright beam of light that was just had a thirst for more and helping develop people. So tell us a little bit about you. How did you get into this field and to do what you're doing right now? How did it all begin for you?
Well, let me first start, Dr. Sir James Dentley. Let me say, man, it's an honor to be here. You have always and will always be my big brother. And that's the beauty of the relationship that we've built over the decades that we've been friends. It's grown far more into a brotherhood than it is a friendship. And I couldn't love you anymore, even if my mom birthed you or your mom birthed me. But I will, my story, but for the audience, for the purpose of the audience, like you mentioned, my dad was in business for many, many years. He owned a court reporting agency in downtown Chicago. So I was born into entrepreneurship. I didn't have to look past my front door to see an example of an entrepreneur. And that's a blessing because not everybody is fortunate enough to be in that seat. That was the arena that I grew up in, was my dad going off every single day, but going to his company, going to his business, and me coming down there and spending time with him even as a kid and running up and down the halls in the high-rise buildings downtown Chicago. But what ended up happening for me was, and James, you know this story all too well, I just had something in me that wanted me to do something outside of my dad because I wanted to be able to give back and do something special for him and the rest of my family. And I always felt like as long as I was working for him, I was kind of recirculating the money and giving it back to him, his money. And so that was really what my thought was. And that, in retrospect, that might have been a little bit of an immature thought, but I wanted to just kind of break off and be independent. And so I ended up stepping into the networking industry, and that's where you and I met. And I really learned so much from you, man. I sat on the front row at many of the meetings where you stood on stage and poured your heart out to thousands and thousands of people. And we did it 2 or 3 times a week. And I was there every single time because I just wanted to learn. I wanted to know how to get to where you were, because I think one of the definitions of leadership is find somebody that has or is doing what you want and simply duplicate it. And that's what happened for me. And I ended up becoming pretty successful in that arena of networking. And then now we've expanded outside of that, a lot of different things going on, man. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm especially honored that I'm here on your behalf.
Well, I'm happy to have you as well. And there is a lot more. Dr. Patricia, how do you define leadership? This is the Leadership Week, and it's about inspiring people that there is more, empowering leaders, inspiring change in the lives of everyone that we have the fortune that we have the fortune to be in front of, to be able to speak to. So how do you define leadership? What does it mean to you?
To me, it's taking control and creating our personal GPS system, the growth potential system. We need to realize that there is more. And when everybody looks around and they're looking in social media and everywhere else, they're looking at what everyone else has. And for me, leadership is taking the reins of your own life, living your life to your fullest potential, and utilizing the gifts and talents that you have to create the life of your dreams. And that's what leadership is leading ourselves. We have to lead ourselves in order to lead others.
All right. Steve, how about you? What are your thoughts about leadership? How do you look, you've built teams of hundreds of thousands of people. How do you define leadership?
Yeah, for me, I think the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about being a leader or exemplifying leadership characteristics is first recognizing that I'm willing to put others first, and making sure that I'm going to lead by example. I'm willing to go first, and I'm willing to prove whatever it is that we're all setting out to do. I'm willing to prove that it works. And I think that's what leadership is. It's really setting the example that, hey, listen, I want to show you that you can have all the things, just like Dr. Patricia just said, all the things that you want, you can have it. But a lot of times people need to see others in that light. And so I'm never afraid of saying, well, look, I'll go first. Let me go first. Let me show you how to do it. But I'm going first with that thought that, hey, let me show you how to get it done. Because that's, in my opinion, leadership is developing those other independent individuals into being able to create their own success.
Yeah, if I was to add something to that, I can go on and we could circle back and we have more and more. I remember in 1999, I wrote in one of my manuals that leadership to me is like beauty. It's hard to define. You just know it when you see it.
Mm-hmm.
You just got it. So, Dr. Patricia, what are the characteristics of leadership? What makes someone a great leader?
Just like Steve said, they have to be able to put other people first and look at what their needs are so they know what way to guide or direct them, to how they need to inspire or empower those people in order to get them towards achieving their goals. And being a leader yourself, a leader of yourself, and walking your own talk. And I believe that's really important.
Yeah. Steve, what do you think what traits can you give us? What traits you look for in leadership?
I'll just kind of spit off what comes to my head, JD, because, a lot of times you and I, we aren't the kind to take notes. We just speak from right here and right here. I think leadership characteristics are integrity, fearless, work ethic, lead by example. I mean, those are characteristics that come to my mind, because I think that in order for people to follow you, because a leader is a leader only if they have a following. Otherwise, you taught me this, JD. If you don't have people following you, you're just taking a walk. So I've always felt like the first order of business is let's lead with integrity. Let me show you that you can trust me. Let me show you that what I say is what I believe to be true. So I think trust, I think integrity, I think fearlessness. Those are the kind of characteristics that I think, and caring. Because you can be fearless, which may sound brass and kind of like a bravado kind of thing. But I think leadership is also caring, because other people need to trust in you, and other people need to know that you care about their success. And if you can create those other success stories, then that's kind of the scoreboard that keeps track of who's winning.
Yeah.
So that's what I believe.
Fantastic. I want to go a little deeper. Dr. Patricia, can you share an example of where your leadership abilities help create positive and empowering outcomes for others?
Yes. I mean, I have done summits prior to, and I'm going to go back to doing summits, because with everything I do in my platform, not only do I have my TV show on Limitless TV, but it's all about giving that exposure to the people, the guests who are needing that exposure, but also to the audience that is needing that, what they need to learn from each individual guest. So taking that step and stepping into providing that's what I'm doing. I'm teaching people how to do that and become the person that's able to get themselves that exposure that they need for their business. Because with my empowerment network and mastermind group that I facilitate, I'm teaching people and leading people how to become the business person that is going to get them the results that they want. And we all need exposure as an entrepreneur.
Fantastic. Well, Steve, I'm going to give the same question to you, because I want you to give me some examples, because I know for a fact, you've trained people that went from just meager beginnings, just uncertainty. I didn't have anything going on, and not only have earned millions of dollars, such as you, and tens of millions, such as you and your incredible wife, but then more importantly than the money, who these people are as individuals to carry that torch on to help impact, inspire other people. So can you give us some examples of some things you guys have done and how you do it to duplicate that leadership?
Yeah, yes, sir. Matter of fact, you hit that on the head. I think one measure of success is to kind of monitor and see what type of results that you've really given to other people. And James, you've always, you proudly tell this story, and I'm just proud to be a part of the story that you tell. But when you talked about how that one time you sat in the back of a convention arena, and I was the featured speaker on stage with tens of thousands of people, or however many thousands of people, and you said you sat in the back and you cried. And you know, that story touches me as much as it touches you to tell it, because really the true measure of leadership is that you knew that you had developed enough in me to a point where if in fact you were no longer there, I still independently had it. And I think that's the real measure of leadership, is that can you create independence that even though you were responsible for it, can that independence and that leadership continue without you? That's the truest measure of leadership.
You know, I remember you and Shelly and Stephanie and your and Mark, your brother, all on the front row. And I remember you always showed up, and it's something, I don't know what it was, but I walked up to you and I said something to you. Do you remember that?
Yeah, you walked up to me and said, "Hey man," yeah, you said, "I don't know who you are personally, but you're gonna be successful." And I looked at you and I was beaming with excitement. And you said, because every single day that I'm on this stage, you're right there in that front row in that same seat. So I know you're going to be successful. And that was really, James, the first time we met. That's the first time we had an interaction, was you pouring into me that belief that something good was going to come of this. And guess what? I'm so thankful I believed you, because all I needed was that little boost of confidence that you said, hey, and you told me why. You said, because you're always here in this front row and in this seat, which is smack dab in the middle. And from that point, I took pride in, that's my seat. I'm going to get there early enough. Nobody else is going to sit there, because I wanted to also show you how committed I was to learning. And so I was forever grateful that you stood up and came to me and said that. I was surprised. I was elated. And I'm forever grateful that you did, man, because that planted the first seed that ended up being watered over the years, that has grown into the blessings that's been bestowed upon me now.
For everyone that's listening, I'm smiling right now, not because of those words, but I remember when this young man had stage fright and I watched him evolve. In many ways, he's better than I am. So it's absolutely incredible.
Oh, man, I remember that story vividly, man. You walked up to me on a Saturday morning when there were hundreds of people in the room, and there was a break in between the different categories of leadership training. And you walked up to me during one of those 5-minute breaks and you said, hey man, I need you to do customer acquisition. I need you to teach that subject. And I thought you were playing around. And I was like, I'd never spoken in front of the room at that point. I was always in the room taking notes with all the other leaders doing it. And you said, I need you to do customer acquisition in the next 5 minutes. And I wanted to run out of the back of the room because I was prepared mentally. I was scared to death. And I tried to talk my way out of that in every language I could. And you just chuckled and you looked right at me and you said, you're ready. And to this day, James, I don't even remember what I said. But after I was finished in about 30 minutes of teaching the subject line, you came up there and put your arm around me and you said, just so the audience knows, this was his first time ever in front of the room. And they all stood up and gave a standing ovation. And that's when it was birthed.
Well, they're still doing it. They're still doing it. Dr. Patricia, can you share with us your thoughts about creating a leadership culture? How important it is to have the culture of leadership, and what are the benefits of that?
Well, it's immensely beneficial because what I'm currently doing, I have my empowerment network and mastermind. And so I am creating the empowerment hub where everything, resources, tools for the entrepreneurs that join this will be able to access and have that, where it's that culture is fostered in there with education, with opportunities, because as entrepreneurs, we need to be around like-minded individuals, and because we need to feed on that strength that we get, because we're not surrounded by our family and friends don't understand. Family and friends don't understand the passion that you have. So you need those other people around you, and you need masterminds in order to continue to thrive and grow. And so that's why it's really important, I believe, to foster those types of relationships and that culture in general.
Yeah. And Steve, same question to you, man. You judge a tree by the fruit it bears. When I run into people who work with yourself and with your wife, Pasha, man, they beam. They're so proud that they were a part of something that was bigger than themselves. And because of that, they grew within side of that vision. So can you share your thoughts about creating a leadership culture and how important that is?
Absolutely. I think the first thing that we recognized was the monetary aspect of a leadership culture was second. That was secondary. The number one, the first priority was relationships and having that environment where no one put themselves above each other. We all worked together as one with a common goal. And we all had a common destination, even if people had their own individual routes. You know, if you had to take your own path, that's one thing, but we were going to empower you enough to where you could get there. Even if you took a different route than me, I'm going to show you how to get here. Because if I've got the navigation, and this was back before navigation was even a thing, right? Electronic navigation. But we knew, look, we're going to get there, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to teach you how to get there. We're going to give you the roadmap, and you may go a different route, but we know that where you're starting from A and you're going to get to point Z, well, there's 24 letters in between A and Z. So B, C, D, E, F, and so on, that represents different things that are going to happen in your life. And everybody's got a different experience in their lives. But if they start at point A and know they're going to point Z, we know we can get you there because we've been to Z and now we're coming back to A to grab all the A's to bring you back to Z. That's just kind of how we always did it. And so that leadership culture was pertinent. It was crucial for us to also know that there's a difference between leadership and support, because we taught, look, I'm here to support you, but ultimately this is up to you. We're not going to drag anybody across the $1 million finish line, but we're going to support you. But if you come to me and ask me a question or you need guidance on something, it needs to be after you have sought out the information multiple ways, but didn't quite get the answer. Then you can come to me all day long. But coming to me for something where you have not even begun to try to research it or figure it out on your own, that's what we always taught. We corrected that in a very, very professional and loving way, but we taught that. Like, don't come, this isn't a handout thing. This is a teaching you how to go fish instead of us fishing for you.
Yeah. Woo! All right. Dr. Patricia, can you share with us what are you doing now? How are you impacting lives now? How can people get in contact with you?
I work one-on-one with clients, with groups, seminars, workshops, corporate events, and that type of thing. I do my own events, my Bliss Intensive events, where I teach people to believe in themselves, love themselves, identify what's holding them back, set free what no longer serves them so they can set course on achieving their dreams and goals. So I do those, and anyone who wants to get a hold of me, my website, you can go right there. There's a place to make an appointment with me. It's patriciajogrover.com.
patriciajogrover.com. Steve, tell us a little bit about what are you doing now? What's that focus, and how can people get in contact with you to get more information or even to work with you and get some of the great counsel of yours?
Oh, absolutely. You know, now we still have a beautiful community of people that we work with on a daily basis. You know, we've got thousands and thousands in our Facebook group and things like that. But also there are projects and things that I'm doing now that are independent. But because I love what I do and it's become very successful, I've learned to start trading Forex. And that is really exciting for me because there's no limit on what you can succeed and how much success can be had. So I started my own academy where we teach people how to successfully trade Forex, and that's trading gold in the Forex market. So it may sound complicated, but it's not. And then I've also recently, James, I've tapped into the digital marketing space to where, and my wife is really the person that kind of got me into that because I wasn't a big social media guy. I don't do a whole lot of posting and stuff. Well, now I'm really learning the tricks of the trade of how to really generate millions of dollars digitally marketing on, you know, TikTok and Facebook and Instagram and all that stuff. And that's exciting. So people can get in touch with me. I'll give a couple ways. Well, let me give my email. That'd be, I guess, the best way, or I don't have a problem, James, giving my phone number, but my email is stevecarteronline@gmail.com. stevecarteronline @gmail.com.
Email.
And James, if you think it's appropriate to give my cell phone, I have no problem. People can text me anytime if they want to connect with me, and I can get them information on exactly what we do. And if you think it's appropriate to give my phone number, I will.
You can. Go ahead.
My phone number is, hey man, same area code as it's been from the day I met you. Area code 312. Even though I live in Dallas now, I still represent Chicago where I'm born and raised. So area code 312-498-4000. 312-498-4000. Feel free to send me a text. Feel free to tell me, that you met me through here, and I will text you any information that you need about what I do and how you can participate in what we do. And we'll teach you how to, I look forward to building a friendship and a relationship with anybody that reaches out.
Steve, thank you so much. And Dr. James, thank you so much. You guys, we are excited that you are the closing segment of this. And we'd like to be able to give something out to our audience. In closing, I'd like to give you, about a minute each. And of course, Dr. James Dentley will save you for last because, we have this high, expectation of how Dr. James Dentley is going to close this out in a way that gives values to others, that gives value, that really something that they can take with on leadership. So, Dr. Patricia, let me start with you. What would be some of your closing comments for today?
It is very important that we know where it is that we want to go and set those plans. And I talk about having those smarter plans because life is going to happen to us, whether we're ready for it or not. So we have to have our plans be editable and revisable and keep that consistency. That's something I heard earlier today when I was listening to the other talks. So having that consistency, but realize that we need to put ourselves into uncomfortable positions when we're trying something new, when we're going after a new goal. But all the time we need to take the intentional action. And that's what I'm going to say is that intentional action.
Thank you for that closing remarks. Very powerful, Dr. Patricia. Steve, what are your closing thoughts?
Ava, thank you for asking that. I will say this. The first thing I would suggest to all the listeners is, number one, believe in yourself. And it doesn't matter where you've come from. It doesn't matter what level of success you've had or lack thereof. Believe in yourself, because if there's one individual, anybody that has become successful in living the kind of life or leading the life that you would like to lead, then it's possible. I think that the good Lord has given us all different abilities, but we all have an ability to be successful. So you got to first believe that you can do it. And even if you have no clue on how to do it, surround yourself around people that do, because it's okay to be humble enough to say, I don't know what I'm doing. Can you help me? And the real leaders know that there's enough abundance around here that it's never a problem to give away information, because it's an unlimited amount of information out here. And I just believe that those that feed and sow into others will get their blessing in return, regardless of how much they give. The more you give, the more you get back. So I always look forward to pouring into others. So I just say, believe in yourself, and you don't know how to do it, get in touch with one of us and we'll help you every step of the way.
All right.
Those are powerful words. Be humble enough to say, I don't know what I'm doing. Sir, Dr. James Dentley. Okay, we don't know what we're doing. Tell us, what are some of the thoughts leadership-wise? You've been in the highest and you've been in the lowest. Like, there have been ups and downs in your life. What are some of the insights that you'd like to give our audience? Take several minutes and we'll put you on a solo. The speaker, Mr. Dr. James Dentley.
Well, there's twists and turns in life, but I either win or I learn. It's because when you shift the way you look at things, the things you look at will always shift. First of all, remember there's always more. As Steve just said, there's abundance of everything. There's more than enough for everyone to have more than enough. It's just about, number one, listening to John Assaraf and all the other speakers of the day to understand that you build upon daily habits, and then in front of you, you have your wildest dreams and imagination. Van Gogh said, I dreamed of my painting, and then I painted my dream. To understand that everything has language, everything in the universe speaks. The water, the wind, everything speaks. And I'll preface it this way. I'm just imagining you have two baby girls, two baby sisters. They're twins. They're in the mother's womb. In their own way, they're communicating. And one sister is speaking to the other, and she says, one day when we get out of here, we're going to be able to eat with our mouths. And the other sister said, out of here? There is no out of here. All there is here. What are you talking about? And we don't eat with our mouths. We eat through a little tube in our belly button. Said, no, we're going to be able to hear with our ears. Ears? What are ears? Yes, then we have ears, and we're going to be able to hear things. And we're going to be able to walk with our legs as they walk and go where? There's no other place but here. You see, what you live, you learn. What you learn, you practice. And what you practice, you become. And then the sister, her final statement was, there is someplace out. There is something called life. And when we have life, we're going to get a chance to meet our mother. And the sister says, mother? There's no such thing as mother. You ever seen mother? You don't know anybody, nobody's ever talked about mother. Who is mother? There is no mother. You're crazy. We look at our creator the same way. We look at our opportunities the same way. We look at our life the same way. And we can't imagine anything outside of what we're living. But there's always more. And the other sister says, yes, there is a mother. And if you listen very carefully, you can hear her heartbeat. She talks to us. She sings to us. And one day we'll get a chance to meet our mother. I choose to believe that from an embryo starting off 95% soluble water and becoming a human being like all of us are, that there's no concept of being a human being outside of the womb when you're in the womb. No different than a caterpillar can have a concept of being a butterfly when it's wrapped in a cocoon or crawling around on the sidewalk being run over by the children. I would tell you that there always is more in this life, and there has to be more above, beyond, because frequency, energy never lives or dies. It's simply transferred. And if we believe that, if we understand the science behind that, then we can live our life and we can stretch, become innovative. 80% being conscious, being subconscious based on habit, 15% being conscious based on intention, and the 5% where the magic is, and that's the imagination. I encourage you to, we train speakers that inspire to speak. We've been training speakers for 30 years. Our streaming TV platform, we're honored to have the Los Angeles Tribune being a part of the platform with us as partnerships. And now we're bringing stories, one story at a time, from real people, and sharing their story, because a life worth living is worth recording. So dream big, dare to go out there and stretch and learn, study, show yourself approved. And remember, as iron sharpens iron, we sharpen each other. So stand before all of your dreams, every woman, every man. In times of trials, we always believe that we can. And if you fall, know again you will rise. And when you feel weak, you focus on your prize. So with your faith, keep walking towards your goal. By faith, keep talking from the depths of your soul. The LA Tribune this entire week is built for people like you and me. Let's tune in. Don't miss a speaker. Over time, you'll see. Don't turn back away from your dreams. To turn back is a sin. You got to follow those dreams until you win. I said, God, give me one more chance before I die. I spread my wings and I'll learn to fly. You got Alva, Steve Carter, Dr. Patricia Joe holding up their end. John Assaraf. When you stand on the shoulders of greatness, you always win. So keep working hard. Keep doing what's right. Keep working your plan until your plan takes flight. It's time to show up. Always grow up. And the whole world will see there's power in your dreams. They're alive in you. I know they're alive in me. So these are my goals and your goals. These are your dreams and my dreams that we must defend, and we'll follow our dreams until we win.
Wow, wow, wow. We follow our dreams until we win. And welcome back, Parisa, our Chief Operating Officer. We're welcoming back, Jason Andalek, our Director for Speakers Bureau. Thank you for those closing remarks. We will follow through until we win. And Steve, Dr. Patricia, thank you so much for joining us today. Dr. James, thank you so much. Thank you for closing us out so powerfully. And we're going to, as a host, tee up what's coming up for tomorrow, because today has been phenomenal. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Dr. Patricia.
My pleasure.
So good. Okay. I am excited. What has been your favorite part of the day, Parisa, I feel like there's like you have a whole long list of your favorite things, but what are some of your favorite parts of the day? And also our audience, go ahead and put on the chat your takeaways for today. We'd love to hear like what really resonated with you, what's life-changing you for you for today. But Parisa.
Yes, I definitely want to see what those of you that are listening to us right now and watching, I definitely would love to see and see what the responses are, because it's always nice to see where, we as hosts are on the back end, we're on this end experiencing this conversation and the conversations all throughout the day. It's really great to see where we are connecting and where we're experiencing the same elements. And it's going to be different for each person, right? But it's always great to experience connection. And being into such a digital world that we are in, obviously this is a virtual broadcast, so we are not in person with one another. This is one of the ways that we can connect with one another. You can connect with us, we can connect with you, is to communicate in those comments. And there's one thing that I said on a broadcast, I think it was a few years ago, and I've watched this come to life like no other. And I said that connection happens in the comments, and the essence of community is the accumulation of connection. And it may seem like I'm not going to make friends in the comments, like that's silly, blah, blah, blah. I can tell you though, hands down, some of the people that are the most supportive in my life that were strangers, complete strangers to me years ago, those people are the most supportive in my life now. I interacted with Jason in the comments several years ago. I only knew him in the comments. Okay. Now we're a unified, solid team. So please comment, guys. Please let us know where you're at. It's not where you're at, but like where you're at in this conversation. So I want to say the one word. I'll give one word, and that's my one word takeaway that I feel that each speaker today spoke to. If they didn't say it specifically, they spoke to it in their own way, and that is grit. Like each conversation really highlighted a lot of the elements of what being gritty is all about. And I am so grateful that that was what I was able to take away, because I feel like globally we're at a different place with our leadership on all levels. Therefore, if we're at a different place, we get to have different conversations. So I'm here for it. And let's get gritty with it. To not be corny.
There has to be a dance after that when you say get gritty with it. We got to throw down after that. I love the idea of a word as a takeaway, and I kind of have to look back at all the speakers and really get a feel for me what that word would be. And I really feel like today it was about integrity. Because there were so many folks here that have talked about being torn down to nothing but that, in whatever different way that has happened. And they've embodied the rising of the phoenix, the cliche of coming up from the ashes, literally from all the way from Blake to Milli Vanilli to Matt Scott to, the stories all day with Justin Moore, telling us what it's like if we don't pay attention, what could go wrong. But we're focusing a lot more these days on what is going right. And a lot of our folks were talking about meeting the moment. And that's the leadership that helps us get there, saying go farther, faster. Like Steve Carter was just saying, give the information away. I know I turn on the fire hose. I'm a speaker too. That's why the bureau is a nice fit for me. The information is available, then that turns into knowledge, and people can meet the moment with that knowledge and create wisdom that they can share. And that's what the conversation really brought for me today, from that base of integrity.
Yeah. Very, very true. My takeaway for today is consistency. I love what John Assaraf said. Break it down to the smallest, almost ridiculous amount that you would do consistently every day, and build on consistency, because it will build on your confidence. It will build on your habits. And, that's very powerful. That's definitely my one takeaway for today. I'm looking at some of our people who have been really stayed with us the whole day. And, I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. Parisa, what you said about being in the comments, turn into friendships is so true. Because as we travel with at the Los Angeles Tribune, we begin to meet with these people that are just joining us in the comment section. They become part of our community. We tell them we're going to be in Dallas next week. We're going to be, in Chicago next week. We're going to be in New York next week. And then they can meet with us. And we become like, I have like a ton of selfies with people that we started to just know from the comment section, and they become friends, and they become part of, community and a family for sure. So, don't hesitate to be part of the conversation. Don't hesitate to put your thoughts forward. This is the leadership practice that we're inviting in. There is no other channel that I know of, news and media channel, that you can become a part of the conversation. And this is why we love the platform. We always say we don't just create it for you, we create it with you. We create the experience with you. And so tomorrow, what are we looking forward to, Parisa and Jason? What are you looking forward to for tomorrow? What are we opening with?
Okay. Well, tomorrow, we've got so we've got a great day, a bold day, a dynamic day. Tomorrow, we start off with the one and only Joseph McClendon. I am super excited about that one. I get to dive in with him to open tomorrow. I am super excited.
I gotta raise my hand on that one because we just both saw him at the Grove event, and what a fun guy to be around, right?
Yeah.
Just so much fun. What a great way to start the day. And Parisa, I love that you're the one teeing it up for us tomorrow too. That's a great start to things. You guys will both bring the energy and get things rolling. Get things rolling the right way. We had all kinds of new faces joining us tomorrow as well. So Parisa, what's I know that's what's starting, but what's your highlight tomorrow? What's hiding in the wings that really stands out to you on that list?
Okay, I'm gonna be lame right now. Every single person stands out to me because that's how I choose to view people as a whole. But aside from Joseph starting us out, we've got Aaron Young. He's been on with us before, and he always shares really tremendous wisdom and insight. We've got Chris Ashley with a loaded panel I see there. And we have Karen Hall with the incredible Women's Journal. And then we have Sharon Lecter, who's going to be at the middle part of our day, the afternoon. And we've got some more panels from Jason. And we've got a lot of people tomorrow. Everyone is kind of like today, where each person is touching a different place, a different piece of industries, and their own unique perspectives. So it's going to be a great, dynamic, bold, powerful day tomorrow. Definitely.
I love what Ashley said on the chat comment. Ashley said, to think this was just day one.
Exactly.
Absolutely. This is day one, and you got 8 days of this. So I want to acknowledge our audience who's joining us. Make sure that you comment, you engage with us. I see my best friend Daniela Truffin also on the chat. She's the abundance queen. She teaches abundance, and she's mentoring me on abundance. So grateful for that. And we get to have a lot of abundance in this next 7 more days coming up. And so we are grateful for each and every one of you. We thank our executive producer, the one, the only, Mary Glorfield. Mary Glorfield is the executive assistant to Tony Robbins for about 18 years, partner of our VP Michael Silvers, and she's been so instrumental in just putting this together. Definitely a labor of love. So Mary, we want to say thank you. We know that you don't enjoy coming up on stage, but this doesn't come together if it isn't for all the work that you do. Our tech team, nothing happens without tech, right? So our tech team, from Jeff Ross, Daniel Russo, Alicia Magnus Lewis, and of course, our COO, Parisa Rose, and all of our co-hosts, Donna, and Jason. Thank you so much for being a part of everything that we do. Yes, all of the thank yous on the comments. Definitely give Mary love. And our CEO, Mo Rock, the visionary of the Los Angeles Tribune, redefining journalism, redefining media. And this is worth saying, as we say, redefining media. We are looking forward to our entry at the Pulitzer Prize for public service. And it's something that's going to be announced in the next few days, whether we're going to make it to the final round, last 3 finals. But either way, the fact that we were nominated in the Pulitzer Prize, what an honor. So we thank you. And we thank Morok for this platform. And back to you, Parisa and Jason.
Well, tomorrow does line up in all the ways that they are set the stage for us. And we will be returning at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And as we have shared with you, Joseph McClendon will be getting things fired up for us. We're also going to have some really great folks along the way from the Tribune team and family, that Karen Hall and Michael Silvers will be joining us tomorrow. And I'm super excited to join Donna Campbell, the executive producer for the film division. And she will be talking with Sharon Lecter. And right after that, I'll be hosting a panel with some of the top speakers and trainers. And we've got some really great secrets that we're going to break open, because that's what we do in the Speakers Bureau. We're not just training folks. We're letting you know what the philosophies are. We're going to be sharing a little bit tomorrow, too, about the LAT Talks coming up in July. And that is going to be a live event in Las Vegas and an incredible opportunity to elevate speakers in their platform. So we hope that you guys will be along with us tomorrow. In fact, put it on your calendar. You are going to be with us all day tomorrow. And we've got still 7 more days of incredible content ahead.
So good, Ava. I'm sending it to you to send us home. Let's go.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Parisa. Thank you, Jason. Thank you for all, our audiences that have joined us all day or part of the day, and for sharing, for commenting. Let us elevate leadership consciousness in the planet. Our planet will not be the same after LA Leadership 2025. And with that, we're closing you off, sending you off for the rest of the day with all of your meditations and all of your notes, with the words of our CEO, Morok, with his TEDx talk. Thank you for joining us today.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.